749. Speaking of which, the physical book of Swords of the Future has been published. It's a set of 7 volumes. Xianxia leaned forward and looked past Qin Pingon, who was in the middle. He smiled at the disciple of the academy and asked, "This scholar, are you from the Dafu Academy? Do you have the title of a gentleman?" The young man immediately stood up and walked down a few steps. He bowed respectfully and said, "Yang Pu, a Confucian scholar from the Great Fu Academy, greets Master Jiang." "You're too polite. I'm not a scholar." Jiang Shangzhen returned the greeting and said, "Yang Pu, I have an impression of you. You're a man with a handle. I'll treat it as if I know you from now on." Qin Pingon couldn't help but tease, "Brother Zhou Fei, you have a good reputation now. Did you sell all the erotic books on the mountain to the academy?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed, "There have been many things on the mountain these years. I've delayed a lot of work." Qin Pingon asked, "Master Jiang?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded, "I've been in charge for 3 years. I'm thin-skinned and can't stand being pointed at and scolded. I gave the position to Wei Ying." Before Jiang Shangzhen went into seclusion, he had already officially stepped down from his position as sect master in the ancestral hall that was filled with new faces. Currently, the new sect master of Jade sect was the former 9E peak master, Immortal realm sword cultivator Wei Ying. Wei Ying took the opportunity to resign from his position as the master of Xinjing sect and gave the position to Lu Laoqing, the head of a lower sect. That was why Yang Pu of the academy called him Old Master Jiang. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen wasn't young. Yang Pu straightened his back and said shyly, "My knowledge is shallow and I'm not a sage. I don't dare to say that I'm familiar with Master Jiang." Jiang Shangzhen teased, "You're not a sage? De Fu Academy is burying talents. I think it's more than enough to give you the title of a gentleman. I'll help you talk to Mountain Leader Qing. If I'm not powerful enough, I'll ask Mountain Leader Qin. He's an old friend of Mountain Leader Qing and they're both scholars. His words will definitely work." Qin Pingon declined to comment. Yang Pu was a little flustered. He bowed again and said, "Old Sect Master Jiang, Junior Yang Pu did not stay here to fish for fame. Moreover, I haven't made any progress in the past 3 years. I beg Old Sect Master not to do this. Otherwise, Yang Pu will have to leave immediately and ask the academy to send someone else here." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "Then just take it as a joke, don't take it seriously. If it were someone else, Mountain Lord Qin, and I might not have liked him. You really are an idiot. Don't you know that if you leave now, all your previous efforts will be wasted? If the court bulletin of the Yugui sect was not wrong, you had come to Taiping Mountain on your own initiative before the academy spoke. Mountain Elder Qing had no choice but to come here in person to support you, a rash young man. If you withdraw from Taiping Mountain at this time, you'll be a fool for a few years. You won't be able to take any advantage and you'll be in trouble. These 3 immortal sects on the mountain will definitely remember Yang Pu's name. Therefore listen to my advice. Behave yourself and stay by our side, drink and watch the show in peace." Yang Pu still wanted to say something. Qin Pingon drank a mouthful of wine and said slowly, "On the academy's side, from the mountain elders to the disciples of Confucianism, everyone is watching you. Yang Pu can disregard his future because he has a clear conscience. However, many people who sincerely admire Yang Pu will feel indignant for you. They will feel that good people are not rewarded. There's no harm in thinking about this principle. Once you understand it, you can make a decision. When the time comes, at the very least, Jiang Shangzhen and I will still treat you as a true scholar. You're welcome to visit the Jade sect or the Falling True sect in the future." Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Since Mountain Lord is still so patient, I'll be relieved." Jiang Shangzhen only saw the last of the 3 battles, so he was a little worried. He was not only worried about how powerful Qin Pingon's swordsmanship and fist skills were, but he was also worried that the young Mountain Lord of Luopa Mountain had become a complete stranger after not seeing him for 20 years. For example, he had become a mountain person that Jiang Shangzhen was familiar with. Qin Pingon glanced at the female cultivator in the pure jade state who was lying on the ground not far away. His expression was indifferent and his eyes were lonely. Patience depends on the person. Jiang Shangzhen spoke telepathically to Qin Pingon. The new mountain leader of the De Fu Academy is the deputy mountain leader of the Deer Academy of the Cloud Forest in your hometown. However, because he is the mountain leader of the 72 academies, he is using his true demon name Qing Longzhou for the first time. Qing Longzhou was born with the water lineage after all. As the mountain lord of the Academy of Confucianism, he caused a lot of criticism on the mountain. Emperor Dali Song he used a lot of incense on the mountain for this. This was also the result of the Confucian Temple of Middle Earth's ban on the Mountain Lord's bulletin for 5 years. Otherwise, with the current situation, there would only be people quarreling. It would waste a lot of good opportunities and delay a lot of important matters. Qin Pingon thought about it and finally solved one of his doubts. Why did the Confucian Temple of Confucianism choose to ban the Mountain Lord's bulletin for 5 years? Although the Confucian scholar Yang Pu did not know what the two immortals were talking about, he still felt uncomfortable. After all, there was a pure jade state cultivator lying on the ground in front of him. Her life and death were uncertain. This is such a big matter. Even if the two of you are very powerful and have a high status, shouldn't you be a little more careful? Qin Pingon lifted his chin and pointed at the woman on the ground. What's your background? Zhou Xian gloated and said, Before I answer, let me ask you a small question. How much strength did you use? If I were her, I could kill her and wipe out her nascent divinity with just 2 or 3 sword strikes. But to knock her out in such a short period of time, and even imprison her soul and divinity in her chi abode, it was as if she had been guarding the door. Truth be told, even I might not be able to do such a thing, much less ordinary cultivators like Jade Pu and Immortals. You should know that this woman's fighting skills are average, but she is good at escaping. She has mastered the 5 elements escape technique to the point of perfection. As long as she is not isolated from the world, she can escape as she pleases. Even sword cultivators of the same level as her can't kill her. They can't even seriously injure her. It's hard to say how much. Qin Pingon twitched the corner of his mouth and continued speaking in his mind. However, I did temporarily isolate a small world in the battlefield. With a little trick, I wrote a few Spring Festival talisman couplets on the door of her 16 chi residences. If she dares to wake up, it's equivalent to asking for the sword and fighting with me. Therefore she has no choice but to continue pretending to be dead. However, before that I was more reasonable. I let her use a secret technique to send a message to the Ancestral Hall and ask for reinforcements to come to Taiping Mountain to denounce me. Qin Pingon smiled and stretched out his hand from his sleeve. He used his thumb and forefinger to press on a crimson coral hairpin. Of course she's more innocent. Whether it's walking down the mountain or fighting experience, they are all very middle 5 realms. I really don't know how she ascended to the upper 5 realms. Is her life too good? Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Our poor sister Jiang Shu. In your hands, other than keeping her chastity, she has nothing left. I guess Sister Jiang Shu thought about it and felt that it would be better if she didn't keep her chastity. Qin Pingon turned a deaf ear to him. He continued to use the object refining technique to carefully break the mountain and river restriction of this token. When he opened the mountain, he already knew the sect that this female cultivator of the upper 5 realms was from. The key was to know her true backer. Moreover, this jasper hairpin was a top-notch magic treasure made of excellent materials. It was valuable, very valuable. Jiang Shangzhen held it in for a long time but still couldn't hold it in. He laughed and stopped speaking in his mind. Her name is Han Jiang Shu. Her sect is a little strange. In the Tongya continent they don't show their strength. Ordinary cultivators in the Blessed Lands look up and see the banished immortals fall to the ground and make a scene. The cultivators of her sect are used to traveling the vast world, running amok and abusing others. When they get into trouble they hide in the Blessed Lands and nobody knows. Qin Pingon lowered his head and looked at the coral hairpin. He understood and laughed. She's from the Wanyao sect of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land? No wonder she has such a temper despite her weak abilities. Her courage is even more admirable. In the files of the Summer Palace, there was an old almanac page that recorded this place. It was even more hidden than the Eastern Sea Temple. The 3 Mountains Blessed Land had a radius of 10,000 miles. Although it was called the 3 Mountains, in reality there was only one island on the sea. It was said to be one of the 3 ancient divine mountains. It was guarded by a superior deity. There was also a prophecy. The sound of cows' hooves crushing coral. Qin Pingon guessed that the Wanyao sect didn't get any benefits from a dispute with the stinky cow's nose of the lotus flower blessed land of the 3 Mountains Blessed Land. This was normal. In the past 10,000 years, how many cultivators of the 14th realm were there in the human world? Especially in the peaceful years there were even fewer. Only when the world was in chaos like the surging flood, the rising water and sinking land, would there be a few more. For example, Lu Fian was meticulous. Another example was Alliance and Cui Dong. Xianxia nodded and said, "This woman is relying on the fact that she's the first daughter of the celestial state Han Yushu. In the history of the Wanyao sect, there was also an ascendant state founding ancestor. The later generations could close their doors and do whatever they want. Those who are qualified to go out and travel. Old Han knows that the Tongya Island temple is not to be trifled with. He's worried that our old temple master would be annoyed. Only 2 or 3 people from the Wanyao sect leave the blessed land every 100 years. Their cultivation is not bad, so they're used to being arrogant. After all, Sister Jiangshu is the first daughter, so she's raised in the boudoir. Moreover, before the old master passed away, he made an agreement with the Central Plains Confucian Temple with the merits he accumulated. He's not allowed to leak any information about the blessed land and the sect. Therefore, the Yugui sect and the Tongya Island Temple gave them some face." Qin Pingon asked, "What about this war?" Jiang Shangzhen said, "The Wanyao sect put in a lot of effort in the final phase. They used up almost half of their wealth, but they didn't lose any cultivators." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Good eyesight and courage. No wonder they dared to attack the Taiping Mountain." Jiang Shangzhen finished his wine and put the empty pot aside. He held his head with both hands and leaned back on the steps. He continued to speak telepathically. "Exactly. This favor not only the academy, but also the Wanyao sect's celestial Han visited the Shenjuan Peak. I hid in the Yugui sect to seek peace." Wei Ying had to pinch her nose and smile to thank him face to face. Therefore, the Wanyao sect wants to occupy a piece of land in the Tongya Island outside the 3 mountains blessed land. They've set their sights on the Taiping Mountain. Even if the Dafu Academy doesn't agree, they won't have a bad relationship with the Wanyao sect. However, Qin Pingon no longer spoke in his mind. Instead, with a thought, he opened half of the spring couplets restrictions on the entrances of Han Jianshu's Qi Manor. Only then did he laugh coldly. "It's a good thing that the Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin has been banned. Otherwise, if a random Mountain and Mountain Court Bulletin were to be circulated, the Myriad Jade sect? Perhaps they're a pawn left by the Jiazi camp in the Tongya Island. Therefore, they hate the Taiping Mountain and want to occupy it so that they can completely cut off the Taiping Mountain's lineage. Perhaps, whoever Master Han tries to reason with, they can just apologize in the court bulletin and clarify that the Wanyao sect has absolutely nothing to do with the desolate land." The conversation between old sect leader Jiang and this mountain lord Qin had been heard clearly by the Confucian scholar Yang Pu. When he heard the last part of the conversation, sweat began to seep out of his forehead. It was unknown whether it was because of the wine or because he was scared. Qin Pingon turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, even if you know it's feasible and can easily protect the ruins of the Taiping Mountain, will you still not do it?" Yang Pu plucked up his courage and said, "It's not what a gentleman would do. I will never do it." The bright red coral hairpin between Qin Pingon's fingers flashed and was quickly put into Qin Pingon's sleeve. As expected, Han Jiangshu called her father. "Immortal Han Yushu? I'll remember it." Qin Pingon patted the Confucian scholar's shoulder and snapped his fingers. He tore half of the spring festival couplets left by the sword Qi on the door of her Qi residence. He looked at the female cultivator Han Jiangshu and said, "Did you hear that? You have to thank such a scholar. Many things are taken advantage of by you and yet you still pretend to be innocent. It's not that others are not as smart as you, but there are things that gentlemen should do and things that they shouldn't do. If you do something that you don't want to do, you will think it's stupid. If you don't do it, you will still think it's stupid. You can be happy if you want to. Anyway, don't laugh so loudly like you did today. Didn't you meet me? If I wasn't worried about hitting the wrong person, you would be a hanging statue in the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect. You would be receiving incense every year." Han Jiangshu sat up silently. She lowered her eyes so that no one could see her expression. She did not say any harsh words, nor did she look at the ruthless guy. She did not even try to escape from here. Yang Pu looked at the pitiful female immortal of the upper 5 states. Was this the Lord Qin Sr. worried about hitting the wrong person? Han Jiangshu had been in the limelight in the Tongyi continent in recent years. She had appeared in many summit meetings such as the one in the Dafu Academy. These years Yang Pu had been guarding the gate of Taiping Mountain. He did not die suddenly because of his identity as a Confucian scholar. During this period Han Jiangshu had come once to visit Taiping Mountain. She had stayed at the ruins of the ancestral hall for a long time. Yang Pu followed her from afar. They did not say a word from beginning to end. It was hard to imagine that a female immortal whom Yang Pu once thought was unattainable would be pulled by her hair and thrown to the ground. When he finally woke up, he was told to be a hanging statue and receive incense. Yang Pu knew that he did not have the chance to pity Han Jiangshu, but he could not help but pity this female immortal of the pure jade state. Although he was pitiful, he felt relieved. He felt that the anger that had accumulated over the years had been cooled down by the wine. He carefully glanced at Han Jiangshu. She deserved it. Thinking this way, it did not seem right, but Yang Pu could not help it. This senior with the surname Chen was too good at talking. She was not arrogant in front of a small figure like him. She was polite and even invited him to drink. Inexplicably, the Confucian scholar Yang Pu felt relieved. It was like flipping through books in the academy. Qin Pingon stretched out his hands from his sleeves, hovering in the air to detain the souls of two cultivators that had condensed into a ball. The two bags that were left in place previously had a puppet talisman stuck on them. At this moment they began to move towards the mountain gate on their own. Then their expressions were wooden like two walking corpses, one on the left and one on the right of the mountain gate, acting as door gods. Qin Pingon casually tossed out the two balls of souls, but he didn't let the souls merge into the cultivators' bodies. Instead they hovered above their heads, drifting slightly with the wind. Then he twisted out two talismans from his sleeves and stuck them on the souls in a flash. They vibrated incessantly, but two waves of heart-wrenching howls unexpectedly didn't reach Yang Pu's ears at all. Han Jiangshu turned a blind eye to this. Her thoughts were all on the young Daoist who was hiding his head and tail. This guy must be a cultivator of the immortal state. An immortal who could wantonly detain her coral hairpin. She had to bear with him for the time being. Cultivating on the mountain, she was not afraid of suffering some losses. There would be a day when she could get back at him. Han Jiangshu was not a rootless cultivator of the mountains and lakes. Her own Wanyao sect was a sect that had made great contributions to the Tongyi continent. She did not believe that this person would dare to kill her. Since that was the case, there was no harm in lowering her head for a while. Today she had failed miserably at such an easy task. That guy was very scheming. Previously he had used 2 layers of camouflage at the same time. The first layer was to disguise himself as a sword immortal. It was very likely that he had used imitations of immortal swords similar to those of the hateful Sword Mountain. Moreover, there were 2 of them, one after the other. The second layer was to isolate the heaven and earth with a formation, pretending to be a saint overseeing a small heaven and earth. That was why her Daoist heart was distracted for a moment. In the end, it turned out that he was a Daoist master of the upper 5 realms who cultivated both talisman and formation. No wonder he deliberately did not wear the Daoist crown or the Daoist robe. It was only after he had used the talisman formation that he was forced to reveal a Daoist robe that was not a disguise. The Daoist robe was vast. It was a lotus crown of one of the 3 branches of the Baek Okekyung building. Its Daoist meaning was ethereal and definitely could not be faked. She still had this bit of eyesight. In particular, those sword chi talisman that suppressed her ki chi residence were the most difficult to deal with. Previously, a cultivator of the pure jade realm could only obediently fall to the ground. Even when she was lying at the mountain gate, she did not dare to look at or listen to anything. The only suspicious thing was the Daoist crown. Previously, that guy moved very quickly and reached out to touch it. Only then did he dispel some rippling illusions that looked like a fishtail crown. It was very likely that the Daoist crown was the real one and not the token of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building. Was he worried that his sect would follow the clues and seek revenge? Was that why he used the Daoist crown as his backer? At the same time, he concealed the real Daoist vein of this person? No. With this person's temperament, he would never give himself away in front of her. The fishtail crown was the token of the second branch of the Baek Okekyung building. It was also a means that the other party used to intimidate people. A Daoist priest who was willing to fight for Taiping Mountain. Yes, he must be a foreigner from the Tongyi continent who came from the same branch of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building as Taiping Mountain. He must be a descendant of the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building in another continent. This was because she heard from her father that the headmaster of the Baek Okekyung building had disappeared for a long time. Even when Taiping Mountain became a lord of heaven, he did not appear. Therefore, this young Daoist priest who hid his head and tail was really fickle and shrewd. Since the enmity between the two sides was deep, before this person left the Tongyi continent, even if he could live, he must be half dead. Shi Hanjianshu and the Wanyao sect had no reason to be humiliated like this. Jiang Shangzhen looked at Hanjianshu. Although he did not know how she and Qin Pingon exchanged pointers, he was sure of one thing. This sister Hanjianshu had been abducted by the good guy. Jiang Shangzhen sat up and shook the wine jug. Seeing that the mountain chieftain beside him didn't move, he could only pretend to raise his head, raise his arm and shake the empty wine jug with all his might. The good guy beside him still didn't move, so Jiang Shangzhen could only put the wine jug back down beside his feet. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen recognized the sister Han Jianshu. However, it was normal that Han Jianshu did not recognize him. When he was traveling in the Three Mountains Blessed Land, Jiang Shangzhen changed his name and appearance. Because of a small misunderstanding, he was relentlessly pursued by her. Later on, Han Jianshu accompanied her father, who was in the Immortal realm, to visit the Jade Grey sect. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer the sect master and had gone into seclusion to hide. Therefore, the two sides did not meet face to face. In the early years of the Tongyi continent, no one dared to casually mention Jiang Shangzhen. After all, Jiang Shangzhen would personally visit and thank them. The four troublesome ghosts on the mountain were usually the sword cultivators, the legalist cultivators, the Daoist priests of the Saber division, and the people who owed money. However, there were also four troublesome ghosts who were famous in the Tongyi continent's mountain blessed land. A certain B** starred who liked to ride the wind and recite poems. Old Zhou Zi, who once rode the boat for the third sect master Lu Qin, was invincible in insults. Jiang Shangzhen, who was a flower that bloomed in the wall, was fragrant outside the wall. He did not die even after wreaking havoc in the North Continent, where sword cultivators were as common as clouds. He was invincible in escaping and even more invincible in disgusting others. There was also a female cultivator in White Sovereign City who was usually bad-tempered but had many tricks up her sleeves. Occasionally she was extremely patient. It was said that the female cultivator doted on a young man named Qin Ran, who had just entered White Sovereign City. He was a martial nephew who had just entered the White Sovereign City. For her martial nephew, she did not hesitate to fight with a sect in the Central Plains. She used many unimaginable tricks and joined forces with her martial nephew. After 5 years, the two of them challenged a sect alone, to the extent that Jing Juzhong had no choice but to send a flying sword message to White Sovereign City. As for the contents of the secret letter, there were many different opinions. Some said that it was to dissuade her and to quit while she was ahead. Some said that it was to reprimand her for failing to protect the Tao and that her spells were too weak. There were even some who said that it was the first time that Jing Juzhong had personally instructed his last disciple, Qin Ran, on how to attack in order to achieve immediate results. In any case, in the entire vast heaven, there were not many who could guess Jing Juzhong's thoughts. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, 2 earth immortals, one Jindan and the other nascent soul. The Jindan masters do not recognize them, but I had the fortune to meet this nascent soul big shot once. He was born as a wild cultivator and had only been a guest of Little Dragon Qiu for a few years. There are too few immortals on the mountain now. Any kind of trash can run up the mountain. In a flash, he has become the mainstay of the mountains and rivers of our continent. Qin Pingon glanced at the nascent soul big shot from the corner of his eyes. The soul that was wailing above his head seemed to have sensed a cold gaze. It endured the heart-wrenching pain and immediately calmed down. No wonder he was born as a wild cultivator. Compared to the immortal master of the register, he could endure more pain. Little Dragon Qiu was a subordinate sect of Great Dragon Qiu in the Central Plains. Most of the cultivators there were immortal mirror makers. The treasure mirror made by Great Dragon Qiu was extremely famous. Among the 6 branches of the demon-revealing mirror in the world, the Water Dragon Mirror, which specialized in suppressing aquatic demons, was monopolized by Great Dragon Qiu. As for the cultivators of Little Dragon Qiu in the Tongyi continent, they moved quickly and returned home quickly. It was not surprising that they had set their sights on the territory of Mount Taiping. This was because one of the core treasures of Mount Taiping's protective formation was the ancient mirror that the old Lord of Heaven had used to search for the big demon. Obviously, both Great Dragon Qiu and Little Dragon Qiu hoped to use the remnant Daoist rhyme of the ancient mirror to deduce its source and finally create an imitation of Mount Taiping's ancient mirror. After that, what else could they do? Make a lot of money. Now they were aggressively hunting down the remaining demons of the 4 continents, especially the immortal masters of the register of the Wuxia continent and the Snowy Peak continent. Each of them was more energetic than the other and spared no effort to cross the continents. For example, the guest of the Lu family, the sword immortal Zhou Xian, who was driving the mountain, was considered kind. In addition, he was a sword cultivator who had risked his life on the battlefield of the Xianxia continent in the early days. For example, when Wanyan Laojing lost his mind, Su Ming, who had concealed his identity and cultivation level, stepped forward resolutely and decisively handed over his sword to help the Xianxia continent block a lot of losses. Thus, Jiang Shangzhen turned a blind eye to it. Han Jianshu finally straightened her back and raised her head. She sat cross-legged. First, she raised the back of her hand to wipe away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Then she stretched out her hand to stroke the hair at her temples. Her expression was so calm that it made the scholar Yang Pu feel even more terrified. Even if Yang Pu did not pay attention to the outside world, he knew that the more this kind of mountain cultivator was, the more they were feared. And beside this pure jade realm female cultivator, there was an unsheathed narrow saber. Chop Kansas Chin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and pretended to stand up. He smiled and said, "Sister Jianshu, such a good demeanor. You're really a tough nut to crack. Admirable, admirable, admirable." Han Jianshu subconsciously stood up as if she was facing a great enemy. The crimson robe on her body shone brightly. Like layers of moonlight, the rainbow light overlapped, making her look like a goddess who walked out from the moon palace. Unexpectedly, Chin Pingon had already sat down again. He raised his head slightly and just stared at Han Jianshu. He did not speak. After a long silence he said, "My eyes hurt and my neck hurts." Han Jianshu was just about to put away the robe's strange phenomenon when her heartstrings tightened. In an instant, Han Jianshu was about to activate her natal item, the earth of the 5 elements. It was an old mountain that her father had moved from the Tongyi continent to the 3 mountains blessed land. Therefore Han Jianshu's earth burrowing technique was extremely mysterious. When Han Jianshu had just burrowed into the ground, her entire body was smashed out of the ground. Her head was grabbed by the talisman array master and forcefully pressed down. Her back smashed into the ground, creating a large spider web. The opponent's strength was just right. It suppressed Han Jianshu's vital qi residence and prevented her from falling into the pit. Yang Pu sat on the steps in a daze. He did not see Senior Chen make a move. Instead, he saw the green-robed man stomp down heavily on the woman's face. He stomped on Han Jianshu's face. "You still have the face to look at Taiping Mountain in front of me?" He stomped again and again until the entire head of a female cultivator in the raw jade realm caved in. The senior, who was called Mountain Master by the old Lord Jiang, stomped his feet and angrily said, Look hard. Open your eyes and take a good look." Jiang Shangzhen did not feel that there was anything wrong. His expression was calm as if he was enjoying the scenery. It was a pity that there was no wine at hand. The only flaw was that there was no wine. Brother Chen was indeed a peak realm, a bottleneck martial artist. He could be regarded as a 10 realms martial artist in the Tongyi continent. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the stunned Confucian scholar and smiled. He was still too young. Treasure Vase continent's famous Zhou Xian. You should know of him, right? It was the young mountain master in front of you, Yang Pu. Wasn't he worthy of his name? Jiang Shangzhen coughed a few times and covered his mouth with his fist. He smiled and squinted his eyes. In those unbearable years where every day was a matter of life and death, there would occasionally be a few things that made Jiang Shangzhen happy. For example, he met a round-faced girl in cotton clothes. They got along well with each other. For example, within the demon race, there was a saying that the Southern Ribbon Minister was the Northern Hidden Official. It was so widespread that those who survived on and off the Tongyi continent, no matter what method they used to survive, had all heard of this saying. In addition to the list of the top 10 young people in the world, the 11th person at the bottom was the Hidden Official. Therefore, the current peak realm of the Tongyi continent felt that this genius sword cultivator of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a pity. He was not even 40 years old and held a high position at such a young age. It was a pity that he followed the Ascension City and went to the 5th realm. Otherwise, if he stayed in the vast realm as long as he met up with either Qi Tingji or Lu Ji or set up his own sect, then the vast realm would be destined to have a young sword immortal sect master who rose up quickly. Most importantly, this person was young, very young. As for the cultivators of the Tongyi continent halfway up the mountain, they did not know much about the Great Wall of Sword Qi. They habitually regarded the northern hidden official as a demon race cultivator from the desolate realm. If a young genius sword cultivator had too many accidents, he might die on the way up the mountain. However, a Sword Qi Great Wall of Sword Qi's hidden official who was one of the top 10 youths would definitely not die so easily. This was because many observant people had discovered that no matter if it was the top 10 youths or the top 10 youths, none of them had died on the battlefield. At most, they had gone missing. For example, the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the moon-bearing mountain in the desolate realm, Zhu Gong who shone in the South Whirling War, Ma Kuxuan who fought to his death in the Aquarius continent, Su Bai who was known as the young Grand Duke Jiang, and Chun Qing from the Green Immortal Mountain were all still alive. Moreover, each of them deserved the title of Great Dao. As for Chao Ci, the cultivators and martial artists of the vast realms subconsciously did not regard him as one of the top 10 youths. Before the Landscape Palace Bulletin was banned, there was a small piece of news that did not involve the general trend of the world. It was able to stand out among the many secrets of the Palace Bulletin and be discussed enthusiastically because of Chao Ci's fist. It was a female martial artist called Zhou Xian. She seemed to have some relationship with the Thunder God Temple of the White Peak continent, but she was not a direct disciple of Pei Xiang. During her travels to the Central Divine Continent, she had challenged Chao Ci to a total of 4 rounds on the walls of the capital city of the Great Duan dynasty. There were not many witnesses. Other than the imperial tutor of the Great Duan dynasty and the female martial goddess Pei Wan, there were only the White Peak continents Lu Jubao and Lu Yuzhou, the god of wealth and god of fortune. However, there were still too few things to be happy about. Jiang Shangzhen was no longer a sentimental person. There were still many things that he found hard to let go of. Today he had finally encountered 3 things that were worth being happy about, worth drinking to his heart's content. He had reunited with his good friend Qin Pingon. The 2 of them were still alive and well. He had seen the young mountain lord of the Luapa mountain take action. He had seen with his own eyes that this young man was not so reasonable. There was also the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He was really good at fighting. However, there were some things that Jiang Shangzhen could not say. He had to let Qin Pingon see, hear and know for himself. Jiang Shangzhen clenched a fist and placed it on his knee. His other hand patted his knee as he spoke softly. Refining the chivalrous heart into an ancient mirror, the clear light piercing through the great void, emitting a bright light. The chessboard of 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers, how many heroes at one time? Peeking at the ancient mirror is very thin, carrying books to check the plum blossoms, chewing the plum blossoms romantic for all eternity like a dream, a venerable returning to the river and moon. Qin Pingon stopped his actions and turned his head with a smile. It's not in tune and it's hard to explain in a few words. It's heart-wrenching. Jiang Shangzhen raised his fist and waved it lightly. He smiled. I'll study more in the future and work harder. Qin Pingon took a step back and returned to his original position on the steps. He asked a strange question. Jiang Shangzhen. As for that Han Jianshu, he pulled his head out of the ground with great difficulty. He supported himself with his hands and vomited blood. Yang Pu sighed. If that's the case, Senior will really fight to the death with the Thousand Jade sect. If there were no bystanders watching, Han Jianshu might have had some leeway after what happened today. The old sect master Jiang had always been a playboy and he was famous for his frivolity. He never made friends based on the level of cultivation. Therefore Yang Pu only thought that worshipping Zhou Fei and paying a visit to the mountain master were all jokes between friends. Could there really be a mountain in the world that could make the old sect master Jiang be willing to be worshipped? But if it wasn't a joke, who had the right to say that Jiang Shangzhen was a piece of trash? Old sect master Jiang was publicly recognized as the #1 person in the Tongyi continent. Even the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Grand Heavenly Master made a trip back to the Divine Seal Peak from the battlefield at the Jiaolong Ravine. Jiang Shangzhen was confused. He turned to Qin Pingon. Who else am I? What do you mean? Qin Pingon suddenly asked. This year is? Jiang Shangzhen was even more confused. What's going on? Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment and replied telepathically, I always feel like I'm in a dream and I haven't woken up yet. Xianxia thought for a while and gave an explanation. In the attendant city, the year name was changed in the 17th year of the Divine Dragon. Now it's the 9th year of Yuanxi. Qin Pingon slightly calculated the number of years he had spent in the North Continent and frowned. 3 dreams, and each dream was close to 2 years? From the time when he walked out of the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, that was, through the Great Wall of Sword Qi and the reversal of mountains and rivers in the Aquarius continent, to the time when Cui Shi appeared on the city wall and met him, to the time when he entered the dream and woke up. In fact, it had been more than 5 years. What did Cui Dong want to do? What was the point of letting him miss more and returning home later? Qin Pingon looked at Xianxia with a complicated expression. Was the person in front of him really not one of Cui Dong's thoughts? After all, a person's vision was limited. If it were Qin Pingon himself, if he had Cui Dong's realm and learned 1 or 2 related secret arts, Qin Pingon felt that he could also give it a try. When Qin Pingon looked down at the world from a high place, the mountains and rivers under his feet were just a white painting scroll, like a dead object, and there was no need for Cui Dong to distract himself too much. But when Qin Pingon looked closer, there were not many people, and Cui Dong could draw the people in the painting one by one, or put some effort to add the finishing touch, making them lifelike. Even if Qin Pingon was in a bustling city like the Tsai Ferry or the Yuzhou Mountain Ferry, which was bustling with people coming and going, at most Cui Shi had purposely placed himself in a part of a blessed land similar to Paper Bai. And the reason why Qin Pingon suspected Xianxia in front of him was that there was a bigger secret. When he was in prison, the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend, with just 1 trip, Qin Pingon's state of mind could evolve thousands of reasonable meridians based on this. And Cui Dong's cultivation was obviously deeper than the Ascendant Realm Frost Descend. In other words, every truth that Qin Pingon knew, Xianxia would know it as soon as he thought about it. Therefore, the truth of this dream was almost unsolvable. Before Xianxia appeared, the natural pressure of the Tong Yezhou and the demon subduing tower had made Qin Pingon feel more at ease. But at this moment he was a little absent-minded. Because he just remembered that all the feelings, even the vibration of the soul and the ripples of the qi dynamic, fell into the hands of Cui Dong, who was good at seeing through people's hearts and analyzing consciousness, could also be a kind of illusion that was close to the truth. This made Qin Pingon a little irritated, and he couldn't help but take a big gulp of wine. Damn it, if he knew this would happen he wouldn't have recognized any Marshall brothers. If he cut ties, a hidden official, a Dali imperial tutor, and Cui Dong probably wouldn't be so. Dao protector, right? It was said that a fall into the pit, a gain in wisdom. The truth-seeking game at the calligraphy lake was still fresh in his mind, and now Cui Dong was doing something even more ruthless and merciless? What was he after? What? Was Cui Dong like this as a Marshall brother? Did he really have to go straight to the Central Divine Continent's Confucian Temple to see the teacher, the Sage of Rites, and the Holy Master before he could interpret the dream and examine it? But if it was the 4th dream, why did Cui Dong make him so suspicious? Or was this also part of Cui Dong's plan? Qin Pingon had never been so confused since he could remember. He didn't read or write, but he had never lived a muddle-headed life. He had learned boxing, read books, and traveled far many times. He had also gritted his teeth and believed in a few truths. So even though he stumbled along the way, he always felt at ease in his heart. Now it seemed that all the truths he firmly believed in, including those he copied from books, those he thought of, the flying sword, the boxing skill, the talisman, many natal items, and the small world of the human body, had become an attic in the air that slowly left the ground. It was just like the mirage on the ferry earlier. Maybe it was real thousands of years ago, but what Qin Pingon and the ferry passengers saw was fake, because they were already at a ferry in the downstream of the river of time. Xianxia felt strange and asked, Qin Pingon, what's going on? It seems that you don't even trust me? Qin Pingon said helplessly, it's said that hearing is false, seeing is believing. I'm in an awkward situation now. I'm afraid that what I see is deliberately made by someone. On Xianxia's side, Qin Pingon was still willing to see him as Xianxia. Just like whether it was a dream or not. When Qin Pingon heard that there was such an encounter on Taiping Mountain, he rushed over without saying a word. Xianxia was even more helpless. Could it be that you met the city lord of White Emperor City, and you were asking Jing Juzhong for help? It doesn't make sense. This guy has been doing very well in Fuyao Continent these years. He played the demon clan in one continent and 2 military camps in the palm of his hand. Now more than half of the demon clan in the entire Fuyao continent have defected by him. What's more, Jing Juzhong has no reason to fight with you. To be honest, no matter who you provoke, whether they are in the Ascendant Realm or not, I can help. Only Jing Juzhong is involved. I really want to help, but I can't. There were not many cultivators on the mountain that Jiang Shangzhen didn't dare to provoke. White Emperor City's Jing Juzhong was one of them, and his ranking was very high. Qin Pingon shook his head. It's not Jing Juzhong. Jiang Shangzhen thought for a moment and said in a deep voice, Qin Pingon, if you trust me, calm down for a moment and try to suppress all your thoughts. Then I'll write some old stories on a piece of paper. When the time comes, you'll know whether I'm telling the truth or not. But let me say it first. My realm is not at the peak now. 1 Han Yushu is nothing. If there are 2 Han Yushu, it's enough for you and me to drink a pot of wine. Qin Pingon shook his head. It's not that I don't trust you, but it's meaningless. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. It seems that the trouble is really not small. Qin Pingon still shook his head. It's not all trouble. It's just that my heart is empty and I can't keep my feet on the ground. I've never had this kind of feeling before. Qin Pingon was afraid. He was afraid that when he was young, he felt that his efforts were destined to be in vain no matter how hard he tried. After practicing boxing, especially after he became a swordsman, Qin Pingon had thought that this kind of terrifying feeling of drowning and suffocating was getting further and further away from him, and that he would never meet it face to face again in this lifetime. Jiang Shangzhen closed his eyes and pondered for a moment. He stretched out 2 of his fingers and gently rotated them. Not far away from the stairs, spirit energy condensed and an object appeared. It was like a millstone about the size of a well, and it hovered motionlessly. Jiang Shangzhen casually rotated his fingers again and a blurry figure appeared. It was less than an inch tall and it seemed to be in a boxing stance about to fight with the millstone. Jiang Shangzhen then used his 2 fingers to condense 1 millstone after another. In the end, it turned into a round ball made up of thousands of millstones. Finally, with a light stroke of his 2 fingers, a small figure that was about an inch tall appeared in the ball. Jiang Shangzhen snapped his fingers, and the first millstone began to rotate slowly, crushing the pure martial artist. The latter then asked for Dao with his fists. On the other side, the Qi cultivator who was in the great millstone of heaven and earth actually moved along with it, rotating together with the small world formed by countless crisscrossing threads. Jiang Shangzhen slowly said, looking at the world from the perspective of a pure martial artist is different from looking at the world from the perspective of a cultivator. Qin Pingon, although you have not slacked off in your cultivation after you rebuilt the longevity bridge, in my opinion, the more you see yourself as a pure martial artist, the more you cannot see yourself as a pure cultivator. This is because you seem to have never dreamed of attaining Dao and longevity, and have never treated it as something that must be done. Not only that, you have been intentionally or unintentionally going against the current. Once you understand this state of mind and this logic, looking back, is it important whether it is true or not? Whether it is a dream or waking up, will it really leave you with no one to depend on? If it is a big dream, so be it. What is there to be afraid of? Qin Pingon listened carefully to Jiang Shangzhen's every word. At the same time, he focused on the 2 scenes. After a long time, he nodded as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. I understand now. Jiang Shangzhen raised his hand, clenched his fist and raised his thumb, pointing to Mount Taiping behind the 2 of them. He smiled and said, have you forgotten where this is? Jiang Shangzhen was saying, Mount Taiping is the cultivation of me. Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and held Jiang Shangzhen's arm. He was in high spirits and laughed heartily. Brother Zhou, you have wronged me. Jiang Shangzhen is not a good for nothing. Jiang Shangzhen smiled awkwardly. I have to thank you. Firstly, it was because Mountain Lord Chen's praise was not pleasant to hear. Secondly, it was because that sister Jiang Shu finally knew who he was. Look at how her limpid eyes were staring at him, almost squeezing her eyebrows to the back of her head. Damn it, did she have to be so happy to see her brother Jiang? Han Yushu is probably already on his way here. What a good move. Most likely the hairpin itself is a kind of message. Otherwise, that secret letter would not be so concise and to the point. Even Lord Jiang did not mention it. Qin Pingon took out a pot of wine and handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. He looked at Han Yushu from the corner of his eyes and said, as a consecrator, you should at least show some responsibility. You are an expert in dealing with women. I can't do it. Definitely not. Xianxia took the wine and complained, I don't think it's a good idea. Seeing each other so often will hurt our friendship. Han Yushu is an extremely experienced Immortal realm expert. If I were just a consecrator of your family, fighting alone would not be a big deal. After all, if I beat him until he is half dead, I will pretend to be half dead and run away. But you just revealed my identity. Jiang Shangzhen can run away, but he can't run away from the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. So I can't fight for nothing. Get 2 pots of wine and let me be the chief consecrator. Qin Pingon threw another pot of wine to Jiang Shangzhen. He smiled and said, What's wrong with that? No discord, no concord. Since Han Yushu knows you, sit here and drink your wine. It turned out that Han Yushu handed it to Jiang Shangzhen. As for Han Yushu, he let him do it himself. After saying that, Qin Pingon stood up. Originally, a pair of daggers slipped out from his sleeves. But for some reason, Qin Pingon changed his mind and seemed to have given up the identity of Chao Mo. Qin Pingon put the dagger back into his sleeve and gently rolled up his sleeves. Then he stretched lazily. It was as if a series of spring thunders had exploded in his small world of mountains and rivers, bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new. In his heart lake, ripples appeared on the surface just like a letter. As Cui Dong said, Qin Pingon's brain was not good enough, so he was blind again. It was not until he reached Taiping Mountain and met Jiang Shangzhen that he could unravel the dream. The letter appeared in Qin Pingon's heart lake for a moment and then gradually disappeared. At the same time, the sun and moon in his heart seemed to have many more scrolls of time, but Qin Pingon could not open them or even touch them. But that letter was only opened by Qin Pingon after many years. It's not just me who was locked in the attic to study, it's not just you who was lonely in Clay Bottle Alley. In fact, all children on their way to growing up try their best to open their eyes wide and look at the unfamiliar world outside. Perhaps they will gradually become familiar with it, or perhaps they will forever be unfamiliar with it. Qin Pingon, you've been looking at it for too long and too carefully, so it's inevitable that you'll be mentally tired without realizing it. Why don't you think about it? How many years have you slept soundly and how many sweet dreams have you had? It's time to look at yourself and make your life easier. It's not enough to just recognize your own heart. How can you let a child carry a big wicker basket and go up the mountain to pick herbs with all the good principles in the world? How can a scholar like me, who tirelessly pursues the principles of the sages and the beauty of the world, be something that makes me feel deeply tired? Qin Pingon, you're still young. How many times do you want to be a mad scholar in this lifetime? And you must do it early. While you're still young, you have to say a few arrogant words to this world, leave a few harsh words, and do a few magnificent deeds that you don't have to deliberately hide. Moreover, when you talk and do things, when you punch your sword, you have to hold your head high, be high-spirited, and be insufferably arrogant. When you study, you have to learn from Qi Jingchun. When you fight, you have to learn from both sides. You have to persist in being kind to this world and learn to be kind to yourself. You have to let the children who follow behind you not only learn to be kind to others and get along well with this world, but also let them truly understand that being a good person, in addition to your own peace of mind, will also bring about real good karma. This is the true path that you should take. This is the real first dream of the 3 dreams. Therefore, the previous 3 dreams were to let you comprehend the word false in the real dream. This dream is to let you seek the word true in the fake dream. It is to let you see the truth in the dream. It's not enough to recognize the truth of yourself, you have to recognize the truth of the world. After that, there are still 2 more dreams. Continue to decipher them. Senior brother has already done his best to protect you up to this point. Just treat this as the last lesson on behalf of Master. I hope that in the future, there will be a day where the old have their own end, the strong have their own uses, and the young have their own strengths. Junior brother, please take a look at the world for senior brother. Cui Dong's thoughts today, even if there are echoes 100 or 1,000 years later, Cui Dong will have a clear conscience and no regrets. Cui Dong's lineage of the literary sage is not very good. With you, Qin Pingon is very good. Can't be better. Practice your sword well. Qi Jingchuan's thoughts are still not enough. An 11th level martial artist is nothing. Senior brother hopes that junior brother will one day. The last disciple of the literary sage's lineage is already a 15th level sword cultivator. Qin Pingon took a deep breath. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Waking up was like a dream and seeking the truth in a dream. No wonder that not long after leaving the Fortune Cave on Luhua Island, there would be a Tsai ferry that happened to pass by, and it would first go to Drive the Mountain instead of Fuming Sect, and then it was sure that Qin Pingon would first go to Yugui Sect's Jiangshangzhen, and eventually come to Taiping Mountain. Whether Jiangshangzhen pointed it out or not, Cui Dong felt that Qin Pingon could think of a sentence. Taiping Mountain, I will cultivate the truth. Of course, the premise was that Qin Pingon was not too stupid. After all, on the city wall of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Cui Dong had personally deciphered the word Qinglang for Qin Pingon, which itself was a kind of reminder. Probably in Xiaohu's eyes he already cheated, so if Qin Pingon was still confused when he arrived at Taiping Mountain, he would probably be really stupid. But why did he miss it again? Qin Pingon seemed to be asleep, but he was not. His mind was immersed in the 10th level, and the people and scenery in his mind became a gorgeous painting that changed from a simple sketch to a colorful painting. His hometown town, the Aquarius continent, the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Tongye continent, and the North continent. In the early spring, when the world was peaceful, the martial arts fate of the two connected worlds gathered at Taiping Mountain of the Tongye continent. Dressed in a green robe, Qin Pingon flew away like a rainbow, and the martial arts fate gathered on his body. He threw a punch at an immortal. Jiangshangzhen watched for a while and really admired his master's shamelessness. His previous posture clearly showed that he was going to kill an immortal with 2 or 3 punches, but when the two sides really fought, his martial arts fate was about to come to an end in front of everyone, and he still pretended that he was a warrior at the peak of the mountain realm who was the strongest in the far-wandering realm. It turned out that he wanted that immortal to help him stabilize his realm. Was that Han Yushu really stupid or what? Did he really get addicted to beating people up? The spells were really gorgeous and the mystical powers were really spectacular. Especially the talisman path, it was even more mysterious and had reached the peak. No wonder there were so many people sucking up to you in the Tongye continent now, saying that you were the #1 talisman after Zhou Xian. You didn't really believe it, did you? After all, this saying was already set in stone. Jiangshangzhen was the one who created it and then accidentally spread it. That immortal Han probably rarely fought to his heart's content, and his opponent was tough enough. Jiangshangzhen had underestimated immortal Han. So he was secretly setting up a small world. Han Jianshu looked into the distance, making her very anxious. She was just about to secretly send a message to her father, but that person was extremely scheming and sinister. Other than being a martial grandmaster who had just revealed his identity, he was also a Daoist immortal who was also proficient in talisman formations. She could not rely too much on her family's 3 mountains mystic tome formation. But before she could send the message, a blood bead seeped out from Han Jianshu's forehead, and a willow leaf hung between her eyebrows. Jiangshangzhen grumbled, "Sister Jiangshu is really heartless. Did you forget about Brother Jiang who picked up your embroidered shoe? Out of kindness I returned your embroidered shoes with both hands. Instead you were angry and embarrassed. You didn't even allow me to explain. But when there was no one around, you shattered my robe. Sister Jiangshu, do you know how many pots of wine I drank after I returned to the Tongyi sect? But every time I opened the clay seal of the wine pot, the fragrance. It's you. Shut up, you bastard." Han Jianshu's eyes widened. "I've sent people to investigate. All the techniques you used at that time were indeed secret techniques that only the direct disciples of the Tongyi sect can pass down." At this point, Han Jianshu also knew that she had said a lot of nonsense. She bit her lips so hard that she did not even notice that blood was seeping out. She only said hatefully, "Jiangshangzhen, Jiangshangzhen." Jiangshangzhen's eyes were even more bitter than hers. "You kept saying that you would recognize me even if I turned into ashes. But in the end, you pretty sister's words can't be trusted." The scholar Yang Pu did not know whether to listen or not to listen to such secret affairs of the palace, so he could only continue drinking. Jiangshangzhen held the wine pot with one hand and covered his face with the other. "Master, you've gone too far." A figure was seen falling down in a straight line, crashing into the ground 1,000 feet away from the mountain gate, creating a sizable pit. Jiangshangzhen hurriedly looked at the flying dust and asked worriedly, "Fellow Daoist, are you hurt?" The man in the green robe jumped up and shook off the dust with his fist. "It's hard to deal with." Han Jianshu's face was pale, but a willow leaf had been nailed into her forehead so she could not speak. In the sky, a person was hovering holding a dark purple wine gourd in one hand. He breathed out gently. It was the Immortal's supreme technique of the true Samadhi fire. The golden flame covered the sky and the sun, like a waterfall, poured down toward the man in the green robe. The master of the Wanyao sect, Immortal Han Yushu, looked at the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain and sneered. Master Jiang, are you playing a monkey with your friend? Putting aside the fact that he has just ascended to the 9th tier, he is still able to break my array with just 3,600 talismans. Great sect leader Jiang, this friend of yours is truly incredible. He is young and promising. May I ask which Daoist expert of the Central Plains divine continent is he? Is he the disciple of the talisman Zhou Xian? Jiang Shangzhen put down the wine pot and stood up slowly. He smiled mischievously. If it weren't for the fact that you almost became my father-in-law, the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains would be burning incense and praying to the ancestors. I've tolerated you for a long time. Do you really think that we're on equal footing after I fell from the Ascendant Realm to the Immortal Realm? That Academy disciple sitting on the steps subconsciously wanted to drink again, only to find that the flagon was empty. Yang Pu stood up with the old master Jiang. Anyway, he felt that there was nothing to drink to get over the shock. What he had seen and heard today had filled him with good wine and intoxicated him. It was no worse than reading the sage's books and understanding the meaning. It seemed that he could try to drink more when he returned to the academy. Of course, the premise was that he who was not even a sage, let alone an earth immortal, could return to the Dafu Academy alive in this fight between the immortals. Han Yushu was just about to ask Jiang Shangzhen to release Han Jianshu when he frowned slightly and shifted his gaze. He saw the green-robed man standing there unscathed, holding a flickering spark between his fingers. He raised his head and looked at Han Yushu. He actually threw the true Samadhi fire into his mouth and swallowed it. Then he shook his wrist and said with a smile, "Both times I was so close to being killed by Immortal Han." Jiang Shangzhen was immediately anxious. He stomped his feet and said, "Good man, how can you be so honest?" Han Yushu was still hanging high in the sky, ignoring the two people on the ground. The master of the Immortal Realm's sleeves fluttered in the wind, looking ethereal and ethereal. Han Yushu was actually shocked. How could he be so difficult to deal with? Could it be that he really had to use those trump cards? Was it worth it just for a Taiping mountain that was already difficult to get? Jiang Shangzhen, who liked to hold grudges and was the most vengeful, was already troublesome enough. Now there was also a strange martial arts man. A direct disciple of an elder ancestor that was cultivated by a big sect in the Central Plains. People who cultivated both skills and martial arts were rare. Because they took a shortcut in cultivation, those who could be called masters were even rarer. It was especially difficult to advance from the golden body realm to the earth-shattering realm. Once one took this path and was greedy, he would be suppressed by the great Tao. It was as difficult as ascending to heaven to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm. Therefore, Han Yushu was not only wary of the other person's martial arts and talisman methods, but also worried about the other person's background. That person seemed to have seen through Han Yushu's thoughts and went straight to the point. "You don't have to worry about me having any backing. I am Chao Mo, a second-class guest of the Jade Medallion sect. Immortal Tsong Li, who oversees the Rain Dragon sect, Sword Immortal Su Jun and Colorful Clothes Fairy Manager Huang Lin can all testify for me." Han Yushu sneered. "Is it fun to talk nonsense all day long? Young man, do you really think you won't die?" The Immortal shook his head. "Those who have the right to speak for Taiping Mountain are women who can only return to the Tongyi continent after 100 years at most. As for you, who do you think you are?" Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Great, they were really going to fight. This time he could not stop them. Of course, Jiang Shangzhen did not think of stopping them. As the future chief consecrator of Luopa Mountain, how could he help an outsider? Qin Pingon looked at the immortal cultivator from the Tri-Mountain Talisman lineage. He pulled out the white jade hairpin that hid the children and kept it in one of his natal acupoints to prevent a fight to the death. If he did not stop in time, the small world would shake and the children would not be able to practice swordsmanship in peace. Therefore, when the hairpin was removed, Qin Pingon's hair was instantly disheveled. Then he reached over his shoulder and gently grabbed his hair with both hands. He tied his hair with a golden ring formed from condensed qi. His knees were slightly bent and his body instantly bent a little. Fist intent flowed through his entire body. With one hand behind his back, the other took out a talisman. His movements were smooth and smooth. Finally he laughed. I like immortals like you who are made of paper and have a hard head. 750. Paper celestial? How magnanimous of him to not respect an celestial. Han Yushu ignored the raging aura at the entrance of the mountain. He only felt that the young man's words were indeed refreshing. He was indeed a proud direct disciple from a major sect of the Central Plains. His words were humorous and his tone was not small. In short, after his kind advice, the arrogant young man still did not know what was good for him. Other than Taiping Mountain from the Beko Keikyung building, Han Yushu knew about the Divine Grandeur sect of the Aquarius continent Chao Rong, one of the direct disciples of the third chief of the Beko Keikyung building Lu Chen, who cultivated on the mountain of the old White Frost dynasty, and Xiaxia, the Taoism heavenly monarch of the North Continent, especially immortal fire dragon's crouching peak. Zhang Xian became more anxious and spoke quickly. Good man, did you drink too much? What the hell is paper celestial? Master Han's talisman Abijna is the best in the Tong Yi continent. There's a saying that the Hao Ran talisman is the second best. You can't underestimate him. Especially Master Han's authentic Three Mountains secret tome. It's very strict. It's not any weaker than the Dragon Tiger Mountain's Five Thunder technique. He's especially proficient in the water and earth talismans. It's even more unpredictable. Not to mention the Phoenix descending celestial technique, it's a masterpiece. Han Yushu allowed the talkative Zhang Xian to reveal his background. He allowed the young man who seemed to be moved to listen to Zhang Xian's revelation. Han Yushu did not care. His daughter Han Jiangshu glared at him and said angrily, Zhang Xian, do you still follow the rules of the mountain? Zhang Xian stopped talking and turned to smile at her. Of course I do. If I don't, will Sister Jiangshu still have feelings for me? Han Yushu waved his sleeve casually, indicating that his daughter did not need to be angry. Zhang Xian of the Jade Gui sect was this kind of glib-tongued person. This immortal's sleeve at the same time had shattered the talisman that the young man had previously hidden in the nearby mountains and rivers. Trying to play this formation trick in front of me, Han Yushu, is really trying to play the drum thundergate. It's extremely laughable. Of course, Han Yushu was indeed wary of the former lord of the Jade Tablet sect. He was even more wary of Zhang Xian's damaged willow leaf. When Zhang Xian was in the unpolished Jade realm, there was a shocking saying that a willow leaf could kill immortals. This was not Zhang Xian boasting. He had fallen from the Ascendant realm to the Immortal realm. If he was not sure that Zhang Xian's natal flying sword was not suitable to be used, Han Yushu would only save his daughter today and immediately leave the boundary of Taiping Mountain. In any case, as long as Zhang Xian did not personally make a move, regardless of whether Zhang Xian spoke or not, regardless of whether he revealed the secrets of heaven, Han Yushu, man and Tao were all high up in the sky, hanging above the young man's head. Perhaps because Han Yushu had broken the core of the formation, the young man resentfully put away the talisman he was twirling between his fingers. Han Jianshu was somewhat pleased. Array master? He was making a fool of himself without realizing it. Did he really think that the second talisman, Immortal Han, was a casual joke among the earth immortals of the Tongyi continent? Zhang Xian looked at Sister Jiangshu, whose face was full of vengeance, and his gaze became increasingly pitiful. It's only natural for a talisman to be an immortal. Another talisman immortal? I've never heard of him. Qin Pingon laughed. I've never heard of him, but I've seen him with my own eyes. He seems average, barely enough to be old immortal use boy to light the fire and pass the brush. He's passable. Han Yushu dismissed it with a laugh. Zhang Xian clapped his hands lightly. Even if you lose, you don't lose. You're indeed my good brother. My help in taking care of Sister Jiangshu was not in vain. However, Zhang Xian was slightly puzzled. Why did Qin Pingon not directly start a fight today? This did not seem like the usual style of his good mountain lord. No matter what, it was a pity that Zhou Xian was still at the 14th level of the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Otherwise, Qin Pingon's sincere words would be so comforting. It was like drinking wine, refreshing and refreshing. The key point was that Qin Pingon had never seen the talisman Zhou Xian before. Yet he said such heartfelt words so naturally and naturally. Zhang Xian felt that he could not do it or learn it. If he deliberately did it, both the speaker and the listener would feel awkward. Hence, this could be considered as Mountain Lord Chen's natural talent. Natal supernatural power? That old man, you was really a man. After the battle between Fuyao continents by Yi and the sword-seeking sovereign, Zhou Xian crossed continents alone to help. After that, for some unknown reason, he profited from the disaster and achieved the Immortal Soul 3rd level. Unexpectedly, he did not stop and returned to the human world. Near the ruins of the inverted mountain, he did not hesitate to exhaust his cultivation and personally detained an Ascendant Realm demon. It was rumored that Zhou Xian had secretly joked with the Dragon Tiger Mountain Grand Heavenly Master that he had figured out something. The reason why his immortal chi was not complete was that he lacked a mount and was not majestic enough. However, because of this, Zhou Xian's breakthrough was delayed for at least 300 years. The Academy's Yang Pu had been holding an empty wine pot and pretending to drink. Today's events were too much for the scholar to take in and he was caught off guard. Actually, Han Yushu had not been in a hurry to take down the young man from the beginning until now because he had been carefully observing the surroundings. He was worried that the young man had a higher-level guardian hiding nearby and waiting for an opportunity to make a move. The entanglement of grievances on the mountain was the most tiring. If strangers met each other, it was best not to provoke the younger one. If it was an immortal master, it was best not to provoke the Grand Master behind them. The young man in front of him was obviously both. Han Yushu found it unbelievable that he had achieved so much at such a young age. He was not even half a century old, but not only had he received the most powerful martial arts gift right under his nose, he was also proficient in talisman. He was not simply a master of talisman. He could even trick his daughter Han Jiangshu. It was a pity that Han Yushu did not know the details of the fight between the two, nor did he know if Jiang Shangzhen had made a move. If this person had set up an ambush in advance and set up a tactical array to lure Han Jiangshu into the small world of the mountain restriction, that would be good. But if the two met on a narrow path and fought because of a disagreement, then this young man indeed had the ability to single-handedly dominate an entire continent. And there was only one reason why Jiang Shangzhen was so calm and did not do anything, allowing the young man to confront an immortal. Jiang Shangzhen had already made a move on Jiangshu. After all, there was the suspicion of bullying. This was because Jiang Shangzhen could not be compared to Jiang Shangzhen in terms of status, state, and fighting skills. In fact, Han Yushu did not think that he could arm wrestle with Jiang Shangzhen to determine victory or defeat. Among the cultivators of Tongyi continent, Jiang Shangzhen was firmly in the first place in terms of battle achievements. And the second place was not close to Jiang Shangzhen. After weighing the pros and cons, Han Yushu was more inclined to believe that Jiang Shangzhen would make a move instead of the young man defeating Jiangshu with his own abilities. Otherwise, his daughter Jiangshu, who was a real unpolished Jade Realm cultivator, would not be so angry with Jiang Shangzhen in front of her. She had never met Jiang Shangzhen before, so there was no need for her to hate him to the core. Jiangshu had always been sensible and was good at judging the situation. Otherwise, Han Yushu would not have brought her to travel all over the place. They would build up their relationship with various celestial families on the mountain. Sometimes she would even be the go-between for the Wanyao sect. Someone once said that the woman's smile was the most powerful flying sword in the world. If it was good-looking, it would pierce the heart. If it was not good-looking, it would blind the eyes. And this person was now sitting at the mountain gate drinking wine. Yang Pu had a flash of inspiration. He looked at old Lord Jiang and the unpolished Jade Realm female cultivator who had yet to stand up. He then looked at the confrontation between Senior Qin and the immortal Han Yushu. Yang Pu still felt that something was not right. For example, the senior mountain lord Qin, who pulled the female cultivator's hair and flew with the wind, then invited him to drink after landing. Could it be that he accidentally exposed Jiang Shangzhen's identity in front of Han Jiangshu to set a trap for Han Yushu? Did he deliberately make the immortal think that it was old Lord Jiang who had captured Han Yushu? Yang Pu sighed. If it was as he expected, then Senior Qin was too sinister. No, he was too meticulous. Han Yushu laughed. I'll feed you a round of punches first. Then I'll let you slowly stabilize your martial arts. Take it as my last patience for an outsider. Don't do it more than 3 times. I hope you cherish your life. Qin Pingon twisted his wrist and gently waved his saber. He looked puzzled. Aren't you sure that I have a protector? Immortals can lie through their teeth. Wouldn't an Ascendant Realm cultivator spew feces all over my body? Han Yushu smiled knowingly. Han Yushu's face turned purple. That bastard's words were so vulgar. He was like a lowly cultivator. Jiang Shangzhen tried hard to hold back his laughter. He glanced at the fairy of the Wanyao sect who lived like a princess. She was really a sister Jiangshu who was not worth Qin Pingan's scheming. No wonder Qin Pingan commented that she was too lucky and talented. It did not sound good, but it was not mean at all. Jiang Shangzhen shifted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingan from afar. It was hard to imagine that this was the young man who had mistakenly entered the Lotus Blossom blessed land. Thinking about Han Yushu and then thinking about himself, Jiang Shangzhen was even more thankful for his no discord, no concord. Qin Pingan purposely spoke the Tong Yi continent's language that sounded a little jerky. It was actually quite smooth, so it only made him seem like an outsider. Only a few words in between would give him away because it was the unique rhythm of the Tong Yi continent's language. It was obviously a deliberate way of saying, too much is bound to slip up. In other words, the unnecessary chat between Qin Pingan and Han Yushu had to be reasonable, and at the same time, it would give a great cultivator of the immortal realm a chance to follow the clues. Even if he did not think he was infallible, he would inevitably be suspicious. But if Han Yushu, who came from the Three Mountains blessed land, was not proficient in the Tong Yi continent's language, Qin Pingan was destined to flirt with a blind man. But to Qin Pingan it was just a matter of a few words. It did not take much effort. Facing a senior of the immortal realm who helped to feed him, this bit of etiquette was still necessary. Over at the Great Wall of Sword Chi there was nothing to do. Anyway, time passed too slowly and his thoughts were too many too fast. He could only blindly ponder every day, and there was nothing to bite off more than one could chew. So, not to mention the Tong Yi continent's language, even the mellow official language of the 10 great dynasties, Qin Pingan could probably speak it more skillfully than the native people. Especially when it came to the fine details, it was incomparably accurate. When an outsider believed in a certain truth and Qin Pingan was deliberately calculating, he would give out bits and pieces of the truth that supported this vein. Jiang Shangzhen was even more impressed with his own foresight and unique insight. He was willing to bet on Luapa Mountain early. He only spent some immortal money and got a registered consecrator. Next he would fight hard for the chief consecrator. That Han Yushu was worried that new problems would arise, and was unwilling to continue to waste time with the young man. Otherwise, if there were people who came to join in the fun, they would take advantage of the situation and act obediently to Jiang Shangzhen. Most likely they would use some reason like the difference in cultivation level, and the sovereign was an elder to smooth things over and stop him from teaching a junior who did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Han Yushu did not waste any more words with the young man. He lightly patted the gourd with a purple luster on his waist. The momentum was not as great as before, but a wisp of true samadhi fire swept out from the gourd like a slender fire snake. It only shook its head and wagged its tail. In the blink of an eye, a flame rope that was more than 1,000 feet long appeared in the sky and swept towards the young man in green. The flame rope drew an arc in the air as if there was a god who had yet to appear holding a whip, beating the mountains and rivers from the sky. Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and grasped the narrow saber that was stuck diagonally in the ground. He bent his knees slightly and stomped on the ground. Dust flew up, and in the next moment he appeared a few miles away from the mountain gate. Purely with the wandering posture of a martial artist, he displayed the supernatural power of a land immortal. The slender figure in green paused for a moment, and the saber slashed at the flame rope that was coming at him fiercely. Han Yushu saw this scene and his eyes were cold. He shook his head slightly. Jiang Shu actually lost to such a boorish man. If the news were to spread, it would be a huge joke. Han Yushu and the Wanyao sect could not afford to lose face. The slashing blade of a narrow saber did not land on the fire snake rope at all. As the saber slashed through the air, the fire rope instantly wrapped around Qin Pingan's arm like a long snake coiling around it. The true samadhi fire suddenly shrunk to 100 feet, binding Qin Pingan's entire arm that was holding the saber. In the next moment, Han Yushu's mind moved slightly and a fire dragon appeared. Using a Qi refinement warrior's longevity bridge as the path, the aura of various abodes of caves was like the forest and the vegetation. Wherever it passed, everything would be incinerated by the fire dragon. Han Jianshu's eyes were shining. His father's move was obviously using the purest true samadhi fire from the ancient gourd. In the small cave of the gourd there was a universe inside. Generations of grandmasters of the Wanyao sect had used rare treasures such as dragon saliva to fuel the fire. The raging fire had been spreading for thousands of years. During this period, There were many treasures that were used to refine wood-type spiritual weapons. The true fire of this grade and the ancient gourd that contained a world of its own could only nurture 3 balls of pure true fire the size of a lamp wick. It was impossible for offensive treasures to destroy it. Even the natal flying sword of a sword immortal at the level of jade could not break this spell. In addition to being indestructible and extremely difficult to deal with, this spell was not exclusive to talisman. Its greatest mystery was that it could quickly bind a cultivator's 3 souls and 7 spirits. It used the aura of heaven and earth that the cultivator had painstakingly accumulated as firewood to burn. The more unstable the cultivator's Daoist heart was, the more fuel would be added to the fire. A little carelessness could cause the bridge of 1,000 feet to collapse like an ant, and the fire of a star to burn the sky. The small world of the Qi cultivator would be in a pitiful state of burning everything into ashes in a blink of an eye. The more he struggled, the faster he would seek death. In short, Han Yushu could kill any Qi cultivator who was 1 level below the immortal Han Yushu, who had yet to cultivate a Daoist's pure essence, or who was not an eminent monk who possessed Buddhism's supernatural powers. Han Yushu could use this technique to kill his enemy. At the same time, Han Jianshu took out a dark green Dharma saber. It pierced through the air, dragging a trail of fireflies, and went straight for the young man's head. It was like an executioner who was going to behead him. The Dharma saber green cloud was obtained by the founding master of the Wanyao sect. It was a genuine half-immortal weapon. If it was not for the fact that it was damaged and could not be refined into a natal item, it would be a well-deserved treasure of immortal weapons. Its sharpness could even make a military school's sweet dew armor look like a piece of white paper. It was Han Yushu's mid-refinement item. Although it was not a natal item, its sharpness was unparalleled and could be used as a sword immortal's flying sword. There was a dragon-slaying platform the size of a book box in the blessed land of the 3 mountains. In the history of the Wanyao sect, Han Yushu had used this Dharma saber to cut it in half several times. Other than being watched by the willow leaf between Han Jianshu's eyebrows, which prevented him from communicating with his father telepathically, there were no other taboos. Zhang Shangzhen's attacks were very measured and did not go too far. Hence, Han Jianshu could see the situation of the battle very clearly. Previously, when the true samadhi fire in the gourd appeared for the first time, the fire seemed to be like a flood bursting through a dam. However, it was only his father's trick to make the opponent lower their guard. After that, he took out a true flame lamp and used the Dharma saber green cloud to behead the opponent. This was the true style of an immortal who ended the battle quickly and defeated the opponent in 2 moves. Han Yushu made a gesture with one hand and pointed his finger. A small talisman restriction world appeared around the young man. Zhang Shangzhen nodded his head and praised, "Clean and efficient, receiving the Big Dipper to death." The ingenuity lies in the phrase, "A heart without a mouth is a formation, a talisman without paper is true." As expected of the second talisman, I am fortunate to be a cultivator of the Tong Yi continent with Master Han. I share in the glory. The stars in life each have their own value. Heaven gave birth to me and I, Qin, and am here. Han Yushu's talisman formation spell was able to receive the starlight and use it for his own use. This rare supernatural power, compared to the likes of drinking dew and praying to the moon to refine one's form, was relatively rare. The lesser the inheritance, the lesser the number of times it appeared in the world. It was easier for Qi cultivators to dominate the world with one move. Han Jianshu, whose face was still stained with blood and dirt, had a slight smile on her face. However, her expression immediately froze. She saw the young man standing on a mountain peak in the distance. He seemed to be holding a saber in one hand and his other arm was raised high. He was actually holding the sharp blade of the dark green Dharma saber with his palm. His other arm was flowing with golden light. A fire snake manifested from the true samadhi fire not only mysteriously withdrew from the small human body world, but also seemed to be entangled by a golden jiao dragon. The young man smiled and said, "Taoism's meditative forgetting is to give up on one's heart. To study Zen and Buddhism one must first be willing to die. The so-called willingness to die is nothing more than a decision. I, a mere land immortal, dare to arm wrestle with an immortal. Naturally, I am someone who is willing to die." Qin Pingon turned to look at the mountain gate of Mount Taiping. He pretended to be enlightened and said, "I understand now. Your father is indeed a senior immortal. He has the demeanor of a master. When sparring with a junior, he likes to give 2 or 3 moves first. Otherwise, if he shows off such a small trick in front of me, Sister Jianshu, shouldn't you laugh again? Qin Pingon lightly stomped on the ground. His fists unexpectedly flew out and collided with the talisman restriction spell that covered the sky like a small world. The 7 stars that seemed to be embedded in the sky for eternity were like 7 flickering oil lamps. They were on the verge of collapse in the tide of fists. They were flickering and no longer had the mysterious phenomenon of changing mountains and rivers. Han Yushu was actually quite surprised. Not only was she surprised that this person could easily break the formation, she was even more surprised that the young man's bamboo Dharma robe was undamaged. Under the green Immortal Mountain's bamboo Daoist robe, the other party seemed to be wearing a heavenly Immortal Daoist robe filled with Dao intent. It was highly possible that it was a Daoist robe with the rank of a half-immortal weapon. The outer bamboo robe was a camouflage. These people who came from the great immortal families of the Central Plains were really full of tricks. The true Samadhi fire, the Daoist saber green cloud, and the talisman restriction spell. When these 3 moves were used together, an ordinary cultivator in the pure jade realm would be greatly injured. Of course, Han Yushu could control his moves freely. He would not really kill the young man. Han Yushu had always wanted to investigate the other party's family background and sex Daoist meridians. For example, he could force the other party to use some kind of Dao technique or supernatural power embedded in the Daoist robe. If the Daoist robe hidden under the bamboo robe was of a higher rank than expected, he could find a chance to stop. It was not easy to cultivate and climb the mountain. However, it was not easy to find a way out. Han Yushu was not a reckless person. The Wanyao sect was located in the blessed land of the 3 mountains and had been isolated from the world for thousands of years. They had painstakingly accumulated a strong foundation and had a long-term plan. Since they had decided to move the ancestral hall's deity tablet out of the blessed land to the Tongyi continent, there was no need to provoke a major Daoist sect in the Central Plains. This was because Han Yushu was determined to take the Wanyao sect under his control and gradually grow it into a powerful sect like the Tongyi sect and the Yugui sect in the past. Currently, the Confucian temple in the Central Plains strictly forbade cultivators from killing each other on the mountain peak. Once discovered, as long as the human world was affected, the Confucian temple would not hesitate to send 2 upper 5 realms cultivators to the Confucian temple in the Central Plains to be punished 50 times each before making a decision. Therefore, the number of upper 5 realms cultivators who were treated as guests but were actually under house arrest in the meritorious forest could be counted on 2 hands. If they dared not to apologize, there would be an ascendant realm cultivator from each continent who was not a sage of the Confucian temple who was responsible for inviting them to the meritorious forest to reflect on their mistakes. If they dared to retaliate, they would be beaten and killed on the spot. In the meritorious forest where the vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple, Old Master Dong, personally received guests, it was rumored that many old friends from different continents had reunited and had similar conversations. I'm not lonely anymore. What a coincidence. Let's drink. Among these people, there was a sage of the Confucian school, Zhou Mi, the mountain elder of the Old Fish Duck Academy. Han Yushu had an idea. It seemed like he had to be more ruthless in this fight and hit harder. He could not be particular about stopping when it was appropriate. Otherwise, he would be embarrassed together with his daughter, Jiangshu. One was an immortal and the other was Yupu. It would be difficult for him to pick up his dignity on Mount Taiping. Han Yushu had a thought and took the initiative to remove the last bit of light from the talisman's formation. He smiled and asked, looking at your martial arts fate, you're currently in the far travel realm, or should I say the peak realm. Since you're the strongest, you must be very confident in your fist techniques? Jiang Shangzhen chuckled and said, Sister Jiangshu, did you see that? Learn from your father in the future. A true hero is someone who can take things and let them go. Han Jiangshu's face darkened. On the battlefield, Qin Pingon had a playful expression. He held his saber in his right hand and said with a smile, make a guess. Not to mention Han Yushu, even Jiang Shangzhen, who knew him well, would not know the reason. Qin Pingon purposely spoke a few more words with Han Yushu. It was not just to make things difficult for Qin Pingon in terms of words. It was because he had no choice but to divert his attention so that he could stall for time with Han Yushu. It turned out that when Qin Pingon entered the martial way's 10th realm as the strongest 9th realm, he realized that the gift of martial arts fate was split into 2. One was real and the other was fake. Compared to the past breakthroughs, Martial artists only collected the martial arts fate of the world. It was a completely different world. It was no wonder that Qin Pingon felt that there was not enough martial arts fate. As for Qin Pingon, he had no choice but to immerse himself in it. It was as if he was dragged into an illusory world. Finally, he arrived at the peak of a mountain. The martial arts fate of the world was as thick as water. Qin Pingon was in it. It was as if he was walking in the river of time for the first time. There were 11 positions at the peak of the mountain, and it just happened to be able to accommodate 11 people standing in a circle. Merely in terms of seats, there was no difference in height, and it was even to the extent that Qin Pingon was unable to distinguish the cultivation realm of every single martial artist. The martial weighs 10 realms. In the past 10,000 years, the person who stood at the top of each realm was the only one in each realm. Not every strongest person in the world could stay here and wait for the next generation of martial artists to take their place. However, as long as a person had the words strongest in multiple realms, it was enough to be unprecedented. Then he could occupy multiple seats. For example, the same person dressed in white stood in 4 different positions. He occupied 4 seats alone. He was the martial artist Xianxia of different ages and realms. In addition, Qin Pingon recognized Pei Bei. However, this female martial god only had 1 seat. A man dressed in a bright red robe with loose hair. It was Qin Pingon himself. Qin Pingon of the 10th realm met with Qin Pingon of the 9th realm. That feeling was extremely strange. What made Qin Pingon feel even more complicated was that among the 11 seats, there was a young charcoal girl with her arms crossed and her eyes wide open. He did not know what she was thinking or looking at. Other than Qin Pingon, who had come to the peak of the mountain, everyone else, be it Pei Bei or Xianxia, was just an illusion at the peak of the mountain. Qin Pingon walked in front of the charcoal girl and subconsciously bent down slightly. He raised his hand and was about to knock her chestnut with a smile. As the first disciple of Luopa Mountain, why was she in a daze when she saw her master? However, Qin Pingon raised his hand and put it down again. As her master, he was reluctant. Even if this disciple was not here, practicing martial arts was actually very difficult. Qin Pingon was experienced and knew the bitterness of it the best. Qin Pingon began to look around. He did not know what mysteries there would be in this place. He could not leave, and his mind could not leave this place for the time being. With nothing to do, Qin Pingon could only guess whether the 11th realm martial artist was Pei Bei or someone else other than him, Xianxia and Pei Qian. In any case, there were only 4 people left. A voice echoed between heaven and earth. Why did you ascend the mountain? Qin Pingon thought for a moment and answered from the bottom of his heart. When you punch out, martial artists of the same generation will only feel that the heavens are above. The owner of the voice did not seem satisfied with this answer. Not enough. Answer again. Outside the world of the mountain peak, Han Yushu really did not care about the demeanor of a senior. Even Jiang Shangzhen restrained his expression and watched the battle in silence. Han Yushu, who kept his magical blade and the green glow returned to his sleeves, another ancient item appeared beside him. It was the Daoist ritual item Yuneo, known as Yundan in ancient times. According to legend, it was an item used by ancient gods to travel through clouds. It was a tall wooden frame, much larger than the Yuneo of the later generations. The wooden frame was made from a 10,000-year-old pine tree. Immortal Han Yushu's Yin spirit was out of his body, his white robe fluttering. It was actually another ancient robe. Yin spirit Han Yushu stood in front of the Yuneo, holding a small mallet in his hand. The ancient seal engraved the words, "Personally made by Lady Yuan." It was a treasure left behind from the ancient secret realm. Yin spirit Han Yushu stepped on the white clouds and used the mallet to lightly strike the drum. Together with the incantation, the two were extremely rhythmic, both ancient and boundless. The Yuneo of the Yunlin, the descent of a true immortal, the scene of candlelight, the fragrance of the spiritual wind, the music of the heavens. As he spoke, a woman who was faintly discernible in the sea of clouds opened her golden eyes. She walked to the side of the Yundan and extended her finger, following the mallet. Her finger lightly tapped on the surface of the Yundan drum, as if she was singing along with Han Yushu. Within the boundary of Taiping Mountain, clouds and mist rose everywhere, like a paradise on earth. In the white clouds, the sea of clouds surged and the waves of snow rolled. As for Han Yushu's real body, he opened his mouth and lightly breathed. The immortal boasted that the clouds were alive. From one of his natal Qi residences, a green talisman with pure water fate swept out. Han Jianshu's expression changed drastically. Was his father determined to kill this person? Otherwise, why would he use this talisman? This was one of the 6 secret talismans of the 3 mountains blessed land. Although this talisman was passed down in an orderly manner in the Wanyao sect, only one person in each generation of cultivators would possess it. Even if others secretly flipped through the secret manual and learned the cultivation formula, they would still be unable to cultivate this talisman. The true beauty of the talisman Dao was that the secret manual of the elixir scripture was used to refine the small world of the human body. This was the true peak. Otherwise, the talisman in one's hand, no matter how powerful the technique was or how powerful it would still be an external object for the cultivator. It needed to be carved on the cliff. The true meaning of cultivating the talisman was to merge it with a golden core or nascent soul-in spirit. This was a saying in the Immortal's Void Walk. The 5 mountains are all bones, the 3 mountains are like a single piece. Leaping into the clouds, opening the lock of the heavenly gate from a bird's eye view, one could comprehend the truth. As for the Wanyao sect's sovereign Han Yushu, in order to successfully cultivate this spitting river talisman, other than having the original treasure manual, he also needed to continuously strengthen it. This was not a good thing that could be done once and for all. Every 60 years he needed to collect a bucket of water from the winter solstice, the rivers and seas of the Jianghu, not lacking the slightest bit of water. In the natal Qi palace of the talisman, he once again engraved the 4 words Rain Master's Edict. On the summer solstice he would take out the water on the summer solstice. With the help of the scorching sun he would gather a lightning formation in his left hand and write the water dragon and thunder script in his palm. With his right hand he would form the 5 dragons awakening formula and burn the great river flowing talisman. After drinking a bucket of water, the talisman would be filled with water. Finally, in the small world of the human body, a well would be continuously dug deeper. It would be able to interact with the waters of the 5 lakes and 4 seas and the 9 rivers and 8 rivers. When the cultivator holding the talisman faced an enemy, he would only need to silently recite the incantation and chant the incantation. Immediately, the heavens and earth would change like the surging waters of the great river flowing talisman, gushing out water for thousands of miles. Xianxia sighed. This talisman's water spell can move the seas, move the lakes and move the rivers. A mouthful of saliva can drown a person to death. The ancients did not lie to me. Han Jianshu's expression changed again. He saw that his father really had the intention to kill. He took out another ancestral mountain talisman that only the sovereign could refine. Han Yushu used the sword incantation to write the 2 words Great Mountain. He divided his attention and pinched a handful of soil in his natal Qi palace. Then, following the incantation, he scattered it, forming a great mountain. There were many types of talismans in the world. Almost half of the talisman's cultivators knew about this talisman. However, how could it compare to the talisman used to move Great Mountain? In today's vast world, it was estimated that only the old almanacs of those big sects would have records of Great Mountain. Moreover, other than the ancient clans of the Aquarius continent like the Yunlin Jiang clan, most of the books and secret records were destined to be vague and unclear about the true origin of this mountain. The mountain hung upside down with its peak facing downwards. Together with the flowing river that was hovering in the air and hadn't fallen to the ground, it formed a landscape that was interconnected. The sea of clouds on the ground was set off by the mountain and river in the sky, as if it was high up in the sky. Han Yushu looked down and sneered, "Is it that you poo or an immortal? The great heavenly tribulation of heaven and earth merging together, we will know once we try." He really did not believe that a random youngster would be able to reach the same level as him in less than 50 years of age. Once he decided to attack with all his might, Han Yushu no longer had any distracting thoughts other than creating a majestic restriction with power equal to the heavenly tribulation of Yu-Pu. Han Yushu's real body took out a golden talisman paper with 5 mountains drawn on it from his sleeve, using the sword incantation to write the 2 words 5 mountains. The talisman paper itself only lacked the 2 words talisman. He had already used the 5-colored soil of the mountains to refine it into talisman ink. Han Yushu threw the talisman paper into the sky. The 5 mountains hung upside down like 5 natal flying swords. The sword tips pointed directly at the formation cage on the ground that trapped the youngster. Han Jianshu first saw that the youngster was imprisoned in the heaven and earth, then saw that her father had taken out the talisman. She wanted to get up, but she did not expect that Zhang Xianxia was simply unreasonable and did not know the severity of the situation at all. A section of willow leaf once again pierced into her forehead, deeper than before, causing Han Jianshu to fall to the ground in pain, her spirit trembling incessantly. The flying swords of sword cultivators were so unreasonable. Even if there was only a little bit of sword chi and sword will remaining, it was still the most harmful to the cultivators' heaven and earth. Han Jianshu said angrily, Zhang Xianxia, I advise you to stop while you are ahead, don't push your luck. Zhang Xianxia blinked his eyes, his face full of embarrassment. He held the wine pot between his fingers and swayed it gently, feeling wronged. Push my luck? Sister Jianshu, are you looking down on my little brother? Han Jianshu did not understand. Yang Pu was even more confused. Old Lord Zhang's words were full of wit. Han Yushu turned to look at the mountain gate and asked with a smile, Lord Jiang, can you let my daughter go? Zhang Xianxia shook his sleeves and took out a stack of talisman paper. He dipped it in his saliva and took out a golden talisman paper. He raised it up high and smiled at Han Yushu. For you? It was a talisman paper that was only missing the 5 mountains eye talisman. Han Yushu shook his head and smiled. Forget it, the Wan Yao sect does not lack this talisman. Zhang Xianxia said, I am a sword cultivator, writing the 5 mountains is more valuable than your talisman. You really don't want it? I don't lack money, but the Wan Yao sect and Lord Han do. What's more, Sect Master Han, you are really old and your vision is blurry. Previously I had clearly said that you almost became my father-in-law. Based on my reputation on the mountain for being devoted to love, have you not thought about why I would take the trouble to come and see Sister Jiangshu? Han Jianshu was ashamed and angry. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Could it be that it was not Zhang Xianxia's glib tongue, but that there really was an old incident that happened in the blessed land of the 3 mountains? Why did Jiangshu not mention it? Han Yushu suddenly laughed involuntarily. In his early years he had heard a direct disciple mention that Jiangshu had indeed chased after a certain child of wealth, for no reason. However, at that time, the spy of the Wan Yao sect had confirmed that the person was indeed the direct disciple of the Tongyi sect. Therefore Han Yushu did not intend to pursue the matter. At that time the Tongyi sect was like the sun in the sky. Ancestor Du Mao was the only ascendant realm in the Tongyi continent. His natal item, the sword-swallowing boat, could naturally suppress sword cultivators. Han Yushu retracted his gaze. In short, it was another messy account. Out of sight, out of mind. As long as it was Zhang Xianxia, it would be so troublesome. Fortunately, the current Jade Gui sect's leader was Wei Ying. Han Jianshu was silent for a moment. He could not help but ask, Old thief Jiang, why do you have this talisman? Zhang Xianxia rolled his eyes and said, Rich people are handsome, loyal and not romantic. Who are you talking about? Zhang Xianxia turned to ask the Confucian scholar from the academy, Brother Yang, you are a gentleman. Tell me. Yang Pu felt uneasy and said softly, Is it Lord Jiang? Zhang Xianxia smiled and handed the golden talisman to Yang Pu. This is for Brother Yang. The gift is small but the thought behind it counts. Don't mind. If you do, I will give you a few more. Yang Pu quickly shook his head and said, Lord Jiang, please give me a pot of wine. Yang Pu also felt that it was a bit too much to keep holding an empty pot and pretending to drink wine. Other than the 2 conscientious earth immortals who were guarding the door, the rest were either Yu Pu immortals or sect leaders. Yang Pu really could not keep up the act. Zhang Xianxia took out a pot of wine and lightly patted the talisman on the pot. He threw it to Yang Pu. Finish it first, then return the pot and the talisman to me. Yang Pu caught the wine pot helplessly. Han Jianshu sneered, Lord Jiang is really rich and knows how to buy people's hearts. She was not a bookworm with a low level of cultivation. She knew the value of a 5 mountains talisman. In the world, water talismans, even Han Yushu's first-class secret talisman, the Spitting River talisman, could be used to draw water from anywhere as long as the quality was not strict. However, this 5 mountains talisman had extremely high requirements for the quality of the soil. This was because it was not an ordinary country's 5 mountains, but 5 ancient mountains including Mount Tai. Later generations of talisman cultivators either did not know what Mount Tai was or knew of Mount Sui, one of the ancient 5 mountains. How many cultivators could ask for a handful of soil? The real trouble was not even the Mount Zhongnan that was covered by clouds and fog. This mountain was an illusory mountain. It was even harder to see its real body than seeing a mirage and then divining. It was even more troublesome than Mount Sui and Mount Zhongnan. One of the 5 mountains, Dong Mountain, had disappeared without a trace for more than 100 years. It was as if it had disappeared from the world. This made it impossible for the Great 5 Mountains talisman to be successfully refined in the world. Therefore, every 5 mountains talisman in the world, as long as it was involved in business, would be sold at a high price. It was said that only a few talisman families, including Zhou Xian and one of the Lu family's 16 talisman storehouses in the White Jade continent, still had some left. It was estimated that there were at most 30 of them. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The Great 5 Mountains talisman was becoming increasingly difficult to find. On the mountain peak, the price of this talisman had increased several times in the past 100 years. Now the price had reached the level of 1 talisman for 10 grain rain, which was shocking. After all, every time a cultivator used a talisman, there would be 1 less talisman in the world. With such a sky-high price, there were still cultivators who bought it. Naturally, it was not because they thought it was too expensive, but because the true value of this talisman lay in the great cultivators on the mountain peak who cultivated the earth method. They hoped to be able to deduce clues about Mount Tai, Mount Zhongnan, and Dong Mountain. Xianxia suddenly murmured, "Strange." Imprisoned in an Immortal's talisman restriction, Qin Pingon leaned on his saber with both hands. He thought of 7 or 8 ways to deal with it. In the end, he chose a less cautious and unaccustomed solution. After cultivating for many years, he had worked hard to save money. There was no wine that he could not afford. There was no sword that he could not hand over. Qin Pingon let go of the saber hilt and suddenly shook his sleeves. The yellow paper talisman surged out like 2 rivers. It did not try to break through the formation restriction, nor did it go to the sky to resist the pressure of the mountains. Thousands of talismans swept across the ground and finally suddenly stopped. With Qin Pingon as the center, they formed a large circle that encompassed several miles. At the same time, he quietly took out a natal flying sword, the moon in the well. The sword split into thousands of swords and added a finishing touch to the talisman. Qin Pingon's back was facing Mount Tai. He said softly, "Raise the sword." A bright sword beam rose from the ground, smashing the sea of clouds and a talisman Mount Tai. The sword beam chi rushed into the clouds and reached the sky. Han Jianshu's face was pale. He said with a trembling voice, "It's really a sword immortal." Jiang Shangzhen looked up at the scene. In fact, he was not unfamiliar with it. This was because he was lucky enough to see it once in the North Continent. He was fascinated, so he had taken out a complete willow leaf back then. But today, looking at the willow leaf, Jiang Shangzhen, whose hair was slightly white, only put down the wine pot. He imitated Qin Pingon and covered his sleeves with his hands. Then he turned to look at the empty Mount Tai. On another strange mountain peak, Qin Pingon slowly paced with his hands behind his back. Finally, he gave the answer again, "It's 1 realm higher than your fist." The world was silent. Moments later, his mind left the mountain peak. Qin Pingon picked up the chopper sword on the ground and sheathed it. Then he took a step forward and came to the sky. He smiled at Han Yushu and said, "Qin Pingon of Luopa Mountain and Wen Jian of the Myriad Jade Sect." Han Yushu looked sincere and bowed. "Daoist Chen's sword skills are superb. I've offended you." 751. Jiang Shangzhen clenched his fists, squinted his eyes and whispered, "Be careful." Han Jianshu found that her father's humility was a bleak scene that she had never seen in her life. It was even something that she could not imagine. Han Jianshu's soul suddenly shook, almost showing signs of losing her Taoist heart. It was the ripple of sword chi caused by the trembling of the willow leaf that woke her up. She swallowed a mouthful of blood and suddenly reached out to grab a willow leaf. She did not hesitate to affect her soul and the life item of the 5 elements, and then used the secret technique of the sect to lock the famous willow leaf flying sword. Han Jianshu actually risked her life to stop Jiang Shangzhen from using the sword. Even if she could only hold on for a moment, Han Jianshu did not hesitate. In the instant that Han Yushu showed his weakness and begged for mercy, he made a Daoist bow and revealed his true trump card. It was a trump card, which was the mountain guarding formation of the blessed land of the 3 mountains. It was the true form of the 5 mountains that had been hanging in the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect for thousands of years. And according to her father, the history of this painting could only be longer than that of the Wanyao sect. When the founder of the Wanyao sect was just a young woodcutter, he accidentally broke a layer of tottering restriction and inadvertently entered the blessed land of the 3 mountains that was unknown in the history of the world. In the ancestral mountain where he would establish the sect in the future, he inadvertently found this painting scroll of the immortal weapon grade. From then on he set foot on the road of cultivation. In the blessed land of the 3 mountains, which could be rated as a superior blessed land, he could summon the wind and rain. On the way up he constantly absorbed the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, so that he gathered nearly half of the spiritual chi of the blessed land in his body. But for some reason the founder still failed in his closed-door training. As an ascendant realm cultivator, his vigorous Daoist will and countless spiritual chi returned to the blessed land. As for who had the boldness, strength and spirit to draw the 5 mountains and 9 rivers on the painting scroll, the signature was an untraceable name, Mr. Marquis of the 3 mountains and 9 rivers. Outside the world of the painting scroll, Han Jianshu was facing the gate of Taiping Mountain with his back facing the 2 sides of the battlefield in the distance. But there was a strange phenomenon over there. The world was turned upside down as if a painting of thousands of miles of mountains and rivers was casually folded, causing Han Yushu and the strange sword Immortal to lose their figures. It was as if they fell into a blessed land, isolated from the world and disappeared without a trace. This made Han Jianshu truly felt a kind of fear. How dangerous and unimaginable the battle between immortals and sword immortals of the land. Her father almost in the blessed land of the 3 mountains could be counted on one hand. Friends and visitors, the number of Taoist skills, the number of Taoist Tao that could be counted. And no outsiders knew it. Moreover, in the history of the Wanyao sect, Han Yushu was a chi refinement warrior whose cultivation aptitude was second only to the founding ancestor. It seemed that he had never ascended to travel the vast world. Jiang Shangzhen sighed with emotion. This heaven and earth in the sleeve is very exciting. Even if I were in your father's shoes, I would have accidentally fallen into the heaven in the pot. It seems that Master Han has been hiding at the bottom of the pond for so many years as a 1,000-year-old tortoise. He has learned many superior Taoist skills. This time he is willing to show up. Sure enough, he has come prepared. This ancestral painting scroll of the 5 mountains real shape painting is supposed to be used to deal with other hostile immortals. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and bent down to pick up the wine pot by his feet. He took a sip of wine and had no intention of breaking the heaven and earth restriction formation with his sword. It seemed that he had no intention of helping Chen Pingon. Instead, he looked indifferent and said slowly to Han Jianshu, I am not reminding you to be careful. There is no need. I am just reminding myself that I have to be careful of cultivators like Han Yushu for the rest of my life. Now there is also the future Han Jianshu. I need to apologize to you. I have underestimated you before. Just wait. After this incident, I will use half of the patience I had when I returned your embroidered shoes to play with your Wanyao sect. Even without many old people, it is still not easy to establish a foothold in the Tongye continent. Han Jianshu only held on to the willow leaf tightly. The flying sword that was being circulated by the sword chi had his flesh and bones exposed. It was a tragic sight. If the sword really wants to leave, can you catch it? Jiang Shangzhen's thoughts moved slightly. He took back a willow leaf and suspended it in front of him. He extended his finger and flicked it gently. He seemed to dislike the flying sword that was stained with Sister Jianshu's blood. Han Jianshu tried to communicate with his father using the telepathy secret technique. Unfortunately, it was futile. He really dragged the sword Immortal into the 5 mountains real shape painting. However, Han Jianshu could not help but have doubts. His father was a patient person. Why would he fight to the death for a sword Immortal that was close to Taiping Mountain? Jiang Shangzhen suddenly turned his head and said, Yang Pu, you are a scholar. Teach me something even scarier. Yang Pu's expression was awkward. He really thought about it carefully. Then he said seriously, since we already have a grudge, I will use my weapon to beat him up when I have the chance. Jiang Shangzhen joked, not bad. You grew up in the mountains? Yang Pu was honest and nodded. When I was young, I was kidnapped and taken to the mountains. I stayed in the thieves' den for half a month and learned a few crude words. Jiang Shangzhen was surprised. Not bad. One who survives a great disaster is bound to have good fortune in the future. I am the best example. Brother Yangpu in the future, be a gentleman and a sage. When the time comes, don't be arrogant and look down on me and Mountain Lord Qin. Yangpu said helplessly, Old Sect Master Jiang, you must be joking. Other than being a sage, the rest are unimaginable. If not for today's brainless encounter that made Yangpu feel like he was dreaming, he would not have believed that Old Sect Master Jiang was such an interesting person. He was humorous and approachable. Jiang Shangzhen smiled helplessly. It was probably because he had said too much nonsense. It was rare for him to say a few words of truth, but no one believed him. He was not as good as Mountain Lord Qin. This was probably the reason why Qin Pingon was the Mountain Lord and he was just a consecrator. At least he could be the chief consecrator, right? Anyway, the Tongye continent was in such a foul state. With Wei Ying in the Jade sect, nothing would go wrong. This brat was a smiling tiger and he was vicious and merciless to begin with. He was more like a combination of himself and Old Sun. To be honest, Jiang Shangzhen was not unwilling to give up his position to Wei Ying. It was definitely not what the outside world imagined. Wei Ying took advantage of Jiang Shangzhen's closed-door cultivation to seize the position of the sect master. As for Jiang Shangzhen's dejection after coming out of closed-door cultivation, of course, it was Jiang Shangzhen's doing. Wei Ying was a very smart junior. Without needing to remind her, she already knew that she would take care of the Jiang family's Cloud Cave-blessed land more in the future. Therefore, Jiang Shangzhen planned to find an excuse to follow Qin Pingon back to the Aquarius continent. Yangpu's thoughts drifted away. When he was young in the bandits' lair on the mountain, other than being beaten and scolded, his life on the mountain was not bad. In the end, the bandits complained that he ate too much. No matter the fish, as long as it was served on the table, a stuffed ghost was better than a starved ghost. Especially for the first meal, the child almost tasted the flavor of the new year. Therefore, he only cared about chopsticks flying. In addition, his family was really poor and could not afford to pay, so they threw him back in a sack. An old bandit, after untying the rope, kicked the sack and joked with the child. He was so poor that he almost lost his life. How could he talk about scholarly achievements? After studying for a few days, he lost his mind. If he studied a few more books in the future, he would definitely become a high scholar. In the end, Yangpu, who walked out of a rural school, became the top scholar at the age of 18. Even though he was studying in the academy, Yangpu would occasionally think of the time on the mountain. He would be grateful to the old bandit who said a few unintentional words. Jiang Shangzhen pointed at Han Jianshu. Yangpu, when you become a gentleman of the academy in the future, don't be as smart as them. Yangpu shook his head. I can't learn. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Then think more about it in the future. Take it as a warning. Yangpu nodded. I will. Reading can dispel doubts. Using the past to understand the present, using the distant to understand the near, using the things in books to understand outsiders. Han Jianshu had already given up. She spat at Jiang Shangzhen and said with a face full of disdain, How good can you be, Jiang Shangzhen? The infamous heartless seed of the Jade Gui sect, the butcher of the Cloud Cave blessed land. Do you really think that you can change your appearance and become a hero just because you have great military achievements? Do you take a few words of praise to your face seriously? Do you need me to dispel old sect Master Zhang's doubts? Jiang Shangzhen rolled his eyes. He fanned his palm and slapped the fairy's spit on the face of an earth immortal. He said, You don't have to thank me, fellow Daoist. Jiang Shangzhen flicked his finger and sent Han Jianshu flying, knocking her out completely. Actually, Jiang Shangzhen was also very curious as to why Han Yushu suddenly turned hostile. Logically speaking, a fallen mountain that was not famous in the Aquarius continent or the name Qin Pingon should not have aroused Han Yushu's killing intent and would not stop until one of them was dead. In today's vast world, the news of Qin Pingon becoming the last hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not known to many cultivators except for the Confucian Temple in the central continent. Firstly, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had long blocked the news. The people at the inverted hanging mountain and the cross-continent ferry only knew that the new hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was a young man that Qin Qingdu had high hopes for. Over the years, there would occasionally be rumors circulating on the peak of the mountain. They were all vague and beautiful words such as a genius sword cultivator, outstanding talent, almost as good as Ning Yao, born out of the blue, educated and reasonable, good at planning, kind to people, and had shown himself a few times at the Spring Banner House on the inverted hanging mountain, outstanding. In addition, the sword immortals from various continents who returned from the Great Wall of Sword Qi either did not like to talk about the past with their friends in their hometown. Occasionally they would mention it, but without exception they intentionally avoided the hidden official. They seemed to have a tacit understanding, or they had received some reminders from the summer palace at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The only more accurate explanation was from the local great sword immortal Lu Ji of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She said that the young hidden official and the eldest sword immortal got along very well and could be considered as half a direct disciple. Moreover, the hidden official was not a foreigner, but a member of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Not knowing that Qin Pingon was the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Han Yushu had no reason to act like a reckless old man who did not care about his reputation and directly fight to the death. At the very least, even if Han Yushu knew that Qin Pingon was the hidden official, there was no reason for him to shed all pretense of cordiality and risk the future of the Wanyao sect. Even if he won, wouldn't the blessed land of the Three Mountains end up losing everything? Would he, Jiang Shangzhen, be kind to the Wanyao sect in the future? Actually, Jiang Shangzhen had been calculating in his heart. As long as the moment passed and Qin Pingon still could not escape from the ancestral Five Mountains real shape painting, he would save him with his sword. As for whether it would wear down his cultivation and reduce his lifespan, he did not care. Moreover, there was no need to calculate the gains and losses. Living in the world was just a matter of being happy. It was not that Jiang Shangzhen was like this today, but it had always been like this. Just like what Han Yushu said, Jiang Shangzhen did not think that he was a hero. His reputation was bad and he was a womanizer causing trouble everywhere. In the Cloud Cave Blessed Land he was even more tyrannical. He only knew how to fool around in the world and let down the hearts of countless people. Inside the painting world, Qin Pingon and Han Yushu were still hovering in their original positions. However, the 30 steps distance between them was an immortal's abijna and the painting world, making it seem like they were at opposite ends of the world. Qin Pingon looked around his surroundings. Besides the talisman restriction from before, there was an even more vast and boundless painting, the heavens and the earth, that had trapped him. Within this painting, there were 5 ancient mountains that stood towering in the heavens and the earth. Besides that, there were also 9 rivers that flowed silently and 8 great rivers that rose and fell. It was a myriad of scenes and boundless Dao insight. Qin Pingon sighed and said with slight annoyance, "What is Daoist Han doing?" The Wanyao sect's hospitality was already sincere enough. When I said that I wanted to challenge the Wanyao sect, it was just a statement made in anger. Daoist Han, why do you have to move mountains and rivers? If you really tossed half of the Wanyao sect over, we would have lost more than 100 grain rain coins before the fight even started. Who will compensate for that? Daoist Han, you've taken too big a step. When the dust settles and you want to turn back and find a way out for yourself, you won't be able to appease us with just Daoist Chen's sword skills are heavenly. Han Yushu's face was gloomy. He seemed to be even more annoyed than Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon, with your cultivation level, you could have ended today's matter peacefully. This immortal did not need his Yin spirit to travel far away. His body was in a small world that he was the master of. The goddess that was previously hidden in the clouds was clearly an ancient deity like Master Yun. She was an illusion created by some kind of great Tao. At this moment her figure was clearer and more stable. Her pair of golden eyes were purer. Her cloud block was as big as a hill. She was like the golden body of a cultivator. She held a small hammer and struck the clouds. Her ribbons fluttered. Every time she struck the cloud block, a sea of clouds would appear between the heavens and the earth. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. A golden thunder whip suddenly exploded from the sea of clouds. It changed its trajectory several times and crashed towards Qin Pingon. Qin Pingon didn't even attack. His fist will flowed out like a god spirit protecting the area. Together with the goddess, they were like 2 ancient god spirits who had been reunited 10,000 years later. They were using the Tao of gods against the Tao of gods. When the lightning collided with the fist aura, it shattered with a loud bang. Golden rain began to fall around Qin Pingon. Thunderclouds surrounded Qin Pingon and formed a natural execution platform. There were a total of 12 gongs and drums on the cloud block. There were 12 cloud blocks that contained the true meaning of thunder and lightning. Then each of the 12 thunderclouds had a long golden line that connected with the cloud block. Qin Pingon was still floating in the air. He stood where he was and allowed the 12 golden thunder to crash towards him. The deities beat the cloud block faster and faster, causing the 12 thunder whips that swept out from the thunderclouds to become more and more straight. There was no longer any gap between the casting of spells and skills. However, Qin Pingon still did not move. His fist will formed a complete circle as if he was standing in a bright moon. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Daoist Han, why don't you let this sister have her meal before beating the drum?" A green-robed sword immortal. Other than the 12 thunder bridges that were as thick as water, the rest were scattered thunder and lightning that intertwined like a net. Qin Pingon pressed his thumb on the narrow saber at his waist and gently pushed the saber out of the scabbard for a few inches. Then he slowly pressed the saber back into the scabbard. He seemed to be very bored. He clicked his tongue and said, "Luckily this goddess of Siyun has lost her consciousness. Otherwise she would have dared to go against her superior. This kind of rebellious behavior is against the rules of heaven. Her ending will be very tragic." Han Yushu sneered and said, "Go against her superior? Who do you think you are?" A ray of dark green saber light flashed through the gaps between the thunder and lightning. Qin Pingon finally drew his saber out of the scabbard. With a casual slash, the saber green glow fell to the ground. The saber green glow paused 1,000 feet away and then disappeared in a flash. Qin Pingon turned his body sideways and used his narrow saber to block in front of him. The green glow saber first broke through the majestic fist intent that was as bright as the moon and hit the saber. Qin Pingon took a step back and at the same time, raised his arm and sent the saber out of his body. A mountain hung upside down like a huge flying sword. Qin Pingon held the saber in his right hand and clenched his left hand into a fist. He punched towards the mountain that was pressing down on him. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked. Another 4 mountains fell one after another. The sword tip was pointed directly at Qin Pingon. Han Yushu smiled and said, "Does this count as asking for Daoist Chen's sword?" Qin Pingon punched out 2 more times. Every time he punched out he shattered a mountain and his body fell by more than 10 feet. However, Qin Pingon still had the mood to speak leisurely. "Why, Daoist Han wants to confirm my martial arts realm? Daoist Qin has reminded me." Han Yushu made a series of hand gestures. Where Qin Pingon stood, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers disappeared. Not only that, the spiritual energy of the 2 heaven and earth restriction formations, along with the fate of the mountains and rivers, were all swallowed into Han Yushu's stomach. It was obvious that he wanted to strip the heaven and earth into a place that Qi cultivators feared the most. Han Yushu then took this opportunity to absorb spiritual energy and wait for action. He could not only exhaust Qin Pingon's spiritual energy, but also allow himself to fight for a long time and use more of the 3 mountains' blessed lands Abhijina and spells, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Bai was also in the battle at the Fuyao continent. After the battle, many of the peak cultivators in the world had actually carefully analyzed and carefully reviewed the battle situation. In the end, they had no choice but to admit that Wen Hai's meticulous, stupid method was actually the best and only way to succeed. However, this kind of peak battle was extremely difficult to imitate. The threshold was too high, even imitating 1 or 2 was extremely difficult. However, Han Yushu had the advantage of time, place and people today. He could imitate and imitate. Of course, he did not have Wen Hai Zhou's great Tao of heaven and earth technique, but the young man in front of him was not for nothing. 5 mountains talisman 5 mountains. When the second last mountain pressed down, Qin Pingon habitually punched out again. Unexpectedly, it only made the mountain shake slightly. In the next moment his entire body was pressed down to the ground by a mountain. This mountain was extremely strange. It seemed to be able to take the initiative to pull in the momentum of the pressure. It did not give Qin Pingon a chance to escape with the shrinking ground mountain river. The man moved the mountain to follow. That young man's reaction was actually fast enough, but in the end he could not escape. Han Yushu smiled slightly. Being suppressed by an almost real Mount Tai, whether it was a martial artist or a sword immortal, they were all suffering. Han Yushu used his sword technique to write a golden talisman on the mountain from afar. The cliff carved a list from the peak to the mountainside and then to the foot of the mountain. On a line, there was a piece of the 3 mountains orthodox Tao formula written in golden characters. Han Yushu was continuously increasing the weight of the true meaning of the great Tao for this Mount Tai of the 5 mountains. Only the 3 mountains blessed land had the mountain technique Tao formula. If someone climbed the mountain to take a closer look, The thin golden line drawn by Han Yushu was actually a river flowing down from the peak of the mountain. Using a Mount Tai as the talisman paper, the immortal Han Yushu used the Three Mountains Dao formula as the secret scroll. After the talisman was completed, the talisman Mount Tai became even more majestic. Han Yushu smiled. You shouldn't have told me your name and let me know that you came from the Luopa mountain, and that your name is Qin Pingon. The roots of the Mount Tai talisman had long been connected with the painting of mountains and rivers. Han Yushu frowned slightly. Why was that guy not moving? A martial arts grandmaster's physique was definitely not so. Paper mache. At the foot of Mount Tai, ripples rippled slightly. Someone stepped out of the door. It was Qin Pingon. This should be the Golden Book Dao formula passed down by the sect master of the Three Mountains Blessed Land. I kindly accept it. Han Yushu did not immediately put away the ancestral mountain talisman that consumed a lot of spiritual energy. He even allowed Qin Pingon to continue studying the contents of the Dao formula. He was worried that it was a life-saving smokescreen to make him remove the mountain talisman. As expected, that Qin Pingon started to become illusory. His figure started to sway slightly. Qin Pingon turned to look at Han Yushu. Are you really determined to kill me? Han Yushu smiled and nodded. Otherwise. Qin Pingon looked back at the golden stream and sighed. He slowly rose with the wind. Imitating Han Yushu, he actually used his fingers to form a sword technique. From the foot of the mountain to the peak, he drew the second mountain talisman. However, compared to Han Yushu's talisman drawing, the stream of golden light was thick. When Qin Pingon first learned this talisman, it was crooked and unseemly. Moreover, the golden light of the Dao formula was as thin as a small ditch. However, Han Yushu's expression changed slightly. When a talisman cultivator drew a talisman, it was actually very simple. It all depended on whether the talisman was successful or not. If it was not successful, it would be a mess of branches, a waste of spiritual energy and talisman paper. If it was successful, it would just be the finishing touch of the talisman. There was a difference in the quality of the talisman. And when that green-robed cultivator reached the peak of the mountain, he actually drew the extremely difficult Three Mountains talisman for him. Han Yushu's expression was uncertain. Before today, you must have come into contact with the side branches of the talisman of the Three Mountains. The person who taught you the talisman must be a talisman master. Qin Pingon looked at the sudden disappearance of the small golden ditch. He was already satisfied. He turned and nodded. If I say it, I'm afraid I'll be scared out of my wits. Oh no, you should have guessed it. You guys like to hide behind the scenes and point fingers. Not only are your realms high, but you're also quite smart. Compared to Xinjiang Mountain and Qingfeng City, you're much harder to deal with. Yes, much harder to deal with. It's good that you're hard to deal with. Otherwise, wouldn't all the martial arts I've learned be useless? Han Yushu still did not dare to put away the Three Mountains talisman. That guy simply turned around and continued to observe the details of the talisman. For the first time, Han Yushu was somewhat hesitant. Did he really have to exhaust the remnants of the ancient god's broken golden body? This ancient existence was the opportunity for Han Yushu to reach the Ascendant Realm in the future. If he killed this young man, the Three Mountains Blessed Land could forget about establishing a sect in the vast world. Han Yushu could actually accept this. How could the glory and disgrace of the Wanyao sect compare to his own breakthrough and further progress? Now, the number of Ascendant Realm cultivators in the vast world had decreased by a lot after the war. Therefore, with each additional Ascendant Realm cultivator, the invisible fate of the Great Tao would increase by a little. If he let the god who was equivalent to half an Ascendant Realm cultivator dissipate in exchange for the merit of killing Qin Pingon, Han Yushu was really unwilling and reluctant. How difficult was it for an immortal to ascend to the Ascendant Realm, where the Great Tao was as unfettered as a boat? Especially when the Great Tao opportunity that could be easily obtained turned into a bleak hope. He was reduced to the same situation as ordinary Immortal Realm cultivators. Every time he went into seclusion, it was like walking through the gates of hell. Of course, it was even more torturous for Han Yushu's Tao heart. Qin Pingon clapped his hands and laughed. I understand. Fellow Daoist Han and that sneaky guy from Xinjiang Mountain are the same kind of people. It can accommodate a martial artist from the mountain Qin Pingon, but after all, it's still a Taoist field in a snail's shell. It's difficult to achieve anything. However, it may not be able to accommodate a returnee with the title of hidden official. You're worried that I'll settle the score with you later. When you pull out a radish, you'll bring mud with you. If one day you're wiped out by me, wouldn't you be capsized in the gutter? Fellow Daoist Han, am I right? Han Yushu's expression returned to normal. Since things have come to this, fellow Daoist Qin, don't try to sound me out with words. It's meaningless. Qin Pingon smiled and said, if guarding the big and small heaven and earth can allow fellow Daoist Han to advance by one realm and fight against the enemy with the ascendant realm, I'll immediately admit defeat and apologize. After all, I'll spend money to ensure my safety. Han Yushu's expression was playful. He said slowly, not only can the dead not be solved, but you don't have to spend a single coin. Qin Pingon continued, as long as I join you. Han Yushu laughed and said, as expected of the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Han Yushu finally removed that Mount Tai. At the bottom of Mount Tai, there was a Qin Pingon with a dusty face sitting up. He laughed loudly and his figure flashed. Qin Pingon, who was hovering in the wind, was about to shrink the mountains and rivers, trying to meet up with that person halfway. Mount Tai appeared out of thin air again and crashed to the ground. Qin Pingon stopped in his tracks and said helplessly, all right, I'll stop teasing fellow Daoist Han. With a snap of his fingers, a natal flying sword brought some ripples and returned to his natal aperture acupoint. Han Yushu's eyes were shining. He sighed and said, great creation, great creation. No wonder you can be the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As expected, you've nurtured 2 natal flying swords and each has its own supernatural power. The previous one can transform into thousands of swords, and this one can quietly create a small heaven and earth. With the powers of the 2 flying swords accumulated, you'll really be invincible in the same realm. There's still a chance. Interesting. Just like the sword cultivator Lu Kai, who is also one of the 10 young people, his 2 natal flying swords, Load of Mind, and Immediately, seem to be able to restrain the hidden official's 2 swords? No matter, as long as the hidden official is willing to sincerely join our camp, we'll first resolve today's deadlock. This deadlock that's enough to put people on tenterhooks will definitely be resolved. I'm not afraid of being reasonable. Everything can be discussed. This has always been my motto in the pugilistic world. Qin Pingon nodded and walked up to the sky step by step. He glanced at the ancient deity with the figure of a woman and retracted his gaze. He smiled and said, no wonder fellow Daoist Han would act so recklessly. Turns out that you want to win big in the gamble. As long as you rope me in, not only will you become friends with Luopa Mountain, at least half of the incense that the Great Wall of Sword Qi left in the vast world will be yours to use. Han Yushu clasped his hands behind his back and held the 2 scroll paintings that were stacked together. The eyes of this immortal of the Thousand Jade sect were full of undisguised admiration. Qin Pingon, you're too strange. After becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the Inverted Mountain and the Cross-Continent Ferry had countless tricks of deception. It was a mess and no one knew where to start. Even we spent a lot of effort and could only carefully gather intelligence from all sides. It wasn't until the last few years that we were able to confirm your true identity. No wonder some people said that Qin Pingon of Luopa Mountain, surviving in the Pearl Grotto Heaven was not scary, becoming the hidden official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi was not scary, and becoming one of the top 10 young people was not scary. The only scary thing was how Qin Pingon of Luopa Mountain of the Aquarius continent could become the Qin Pingon of the Great Wall of Sword Qi step by step. What? Opportunity? Fate? Brain? Temperament? It seems that all of these things added together and there was no mistake in all of them to become who you are today. Qin Pingon, do you really think I don't know that you reached the end of the peak realm from the peak realm? I just pretended not to know before. The hidden official on the list is unmistakably at the martial 9th realm. The reason why I am so patient with you is that I sincerely hope that from today onwards I can call you fellow Daoist Qin, and you call me fellow Daoist Han. These are all sincere words from the bottom of my heart, and we are both worthy of the same name. You can rest assured that with your wisdom and status, it won't be long before I need to sincerely call you Senior Qin, or Great Sword Immortal Qin. Qin Pingon asked doubtfully, fellow Daoist Han, have you not thought about what if we don't come to an agreement and what if I escape again? Don't you know that I can return to the vast world alive is just a what if? In the eyes of you outsiders, I am the best at avoiding what if in my life. But at the same time becoming some what if? Han Yushu smiled and said, I have my own ways to entertain the hidden official. There are absolutely no mistakes. It's just spending money to avoid disasters just in case. Could it be that the hidden official who has a high position at such a young age only thinks that he is the only one in the world who can deal with what if? Qin Pingon chuckled and digressed. The last time I returned to my hometown from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I once had a friend who spoke drunkenly after drinking. But at that time my two good friends were not good at drinking. One probably couldn't remember what he said, the other was sleeping soundly on the table and didn't listen. That friend of mine said that the Great Wall of Sword Qi is a place where kindness and hatred are distinguished, a home for revenge and definitely not a place to hide evil. Han Yushu sneered and said, the hidden official's meaning is that there is no room for discussion? Qin Pingon nodded and said, fellow Daoist Han's mouth is full of shit. Fortunately we brothers were far away so it didn't splash all over me. Han Yushu sighed, then don't blame me for killing you, but it's a pity for the ancestral property of the Wanyao sect. In that case he could only find another way to establish his own sect. The repercussions of killing Qin Pingon were too great. Such a big mess, maybe it was just to clean up so that he could change his face in the future and reappear in some continent of the vast world. Then he would waste half of the credit of killing the hidden official. As for the Wanyao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains, needless to say, they could only continue to be in seclusion for at least a few hundred years. As Han Yushu spoke, his fingers twirled the scroll behind him and his robe sleeves fluttered. It was obvious that Han Yushu's current actions, even if he was in the immortal realm, even if he was in the two big and small worlds where he served as the heaven, was still not easy. Because it was a great magical power to reverse the flow of the long river of time. After this, the hidden official who had only returned to the vast world after so many years, would have to face an immortal and half an ascendant realm alone, relying on the physique of a martial artist and two flying swords. After a moment, Han Yushu looked at the young man who seemed to be in a trance, and his expression was complicated. Young, too young, so young that it really made others jealous. Time flowed backward and the two stood facing each other again in the distance. The young man seemed to have sensed that something was wrong, and immediately reached out to cup water, gently shaking a ball of water in his palm. He lowered his head and focused, then suddenly looked up and said angrily, Han Yushu, you can actually change the long river of time? What did you do just now? What did you say? He was really cautious and noticed the accident so quickly. Han Yushu returned the look and said mockingly, guess? Qin Pingon suddenly narrowed his eyes. Fellow Daoist Han, do you mean that there's no room for discussion? Han Yushu's mind was shaken. A papier-mâché immortal, nothing more. Qin Pingon shook his head and looked at the immortal with pity in his eyes. Compared to Wen Hai's careful methods, you're thousands of miles away. I'll take you to a good place. In the next moment Han Yushu was also in the middle of the two layers of heaven and earth restriction. One layer was the small world of Sword Qi. Han Yushu could no longer care about being surprised, because in an instant Han Yushu was returned the same look by this young man. A dignified immortal realm was actually forcibly pulled out of his mind, and involuntarily dragged to the outside of a mountain peak. And Qin Pingon's mind that had been left here after his real body brought Han Yushu here, it seemed to have tricked someone and fled like a rainbow as if it was being chased by a 14th realm cultivator and could only run for its life, but still suffered a punch to the head and was thrown out of the heaven and earth. Han Yushu knew that things were not good, and then he felt as if the weight of the entire vast world was pressing down on him alone. He heard a majestic voice like a great bell resounding through heaven and earth, completely shattering Han Yushu's mind and all the souls outside of it. The Jindan and Yuanying outside of heaven and earth were all turned into fine powder, and only a walking corpse's skin was left. On his deathbed, the immortal Han Yushu only heard 4 words in his life: ant and stupid. In the world of the scroll, Qin Pingon, who was bleeding from all 7 orifices of his head, first tried his best to stabilize his mind, and then saw with his own eyes that in his flying sword sparrow in the cage, the threads on Han Yushu's body were instantly torn and dissipated. Immortal Han Yushu's karma and fate were dissipated by a single punch from the being on the mountain peak. Seeing this, Qin Pingon was reassured that he could choose money over his life. Not bothering to wipe off the blood, he quickly reached out and grabbed the 2 scrolls that had slipped from Han Yushu's hands. Wiping his hands, he unfolded the scrolls. Hundreds of feet apart, Qin Pingon followed the secret records and spells recorded in the archives of the Summer Palace, as well as the insights of the talisman that he had studied for many years on the city wall. In addition to the benefits of the Three Mountains talisman, he began to point out the mountains and rivers in a somewhat clumsy manner. At the same time, he began to operate his two natal items. On one hand, he was controlling the flow of the 5 mountains and rivers on behalf of fellow Daoist Han. On the other hand, he was seizing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to replenish his natal items of the 5 elements. In the small world of the human body, all the natal qi residences and the mountains of the crown prince were like rain after a long drought. Finally, he could eat his fill without any worries. After all, this was the first time that Qin Pingon had used such a grand method. He was very flustered. Suddenly, he gently lifted his foot and steered one of the natal items that had burst out from Han Yushu's body to his side. It was the Dharma saber that had almost cut off his head. Qin Pingon immediately put it into his robe sleeve. Just as his hands were free, he had something else to do. With a stretch of his arm, he quickly put a talisman of the ancestral mountain that wanted to merge into the scrolls of mountains and rivers. Like the Dharma saber, if fellow Daoist Han's companions wanted to deduce the cause of Han Yushu's death in the future, Qin Pingon would not mind if their minds were to crash into some ruins of heaven and earth. It would be like being in a battlefield where the great wall of sword qi and the fate of the desolate wilderness were entangled and confused. If they wanted to see Qin Pingon, who bore the real name, they might have to chat with the dragon god, Lu Fian, or even the sword immortal in the process of unraveling the cocoon. Oh my, this immortal has a lot of money. He's so busy with magic treasures. Such a dazzling situation of picking up junk in the bundle shop was quite similar to the time when he stopped while he was ahead, when he sparred with Li Jin in the past. It was a pity that Immortal Han's item, which was right in front of him, was destroyed along with his 7 or 8 natal items, which glowed with precious light and were of extremely high quality. It was a pity that Immortal Han's soul, golden core and nascent soul were all shattered. Not a single one of them was left behind. In the end, the goodies should not be allowed to flow into the fields of others. It turned into the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. In any case, just like the Grand Mountain, it was left behind in the painting. As for the cloud block, the Dharma saber, the 2 mountain and river talismans of the ancestral mountain of the myriad jade sect, and the purple gourd that nourished the true samadhi fire, they were already in Qin Pingon's robe sleeve. He still did not dare to put them in the things close to him, let alone put them in the flying sword 15. It would be a waste if he did not use the heaven and earth in the sleeve. It was worthy of being the first natal magical ability of the bundle shop. Qin Pingon's shoulder suddenly tilted. He complained that the sleeve was really heavy. He could not help but sigh. The more of these paper immortals, the better. As for why the existence on the mountain peak left Han Yushu's skin behind, Qin Pingon did not need to guess to know the reason. It was a promise after the other party heard the answer. However, Qin Pingon's previous request was for him to bear the fist of the 11th realm. Of course he could not die. He could not die under that fist, nor could he delay the battle and die under Han Yushu's spell. The existence on the mountain peak agreed to this matter. Otherwise, as long as the mountain peak had the intention to close the door and not accept guests, Qin Pingon was afraid that even if he was an ascendant realm cultivator, he would not be able to bring Han Yushu's mind to the mountain peak. As for why the fist of the 11th realm was called, martial artists of the ultimate realm would know at a glance. Because the current Han Yushu himself was a fist manual. Qin Pingon killed 2 birds with 1 stone. Over at Taiping Mountain, when Xianxia was about to get up, he heard a voice. He immediately sat back down on the steps and flicked his finger. He listened to the scoundrel, the wise mountain master's orders, and woke Han Jianshu up. Then he was not in a hurry to catch up with her. Xianxia then fixed the souls of the 2 earth immortals. If the 2 rough men heard some private conversations with Sister Jianshu in her room, wouldn't it spoil the mood? A moment later, Han Jianshu was not restrained and her movements were not hindered. However, she still did not dare to move. She became more and more worried. After getting up, her back faced Taiping Mountain. She did not know the result of the battle between the immortals and the sword immortals. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, a saber-wielding figure charged straight through the heaven and earth restriction from the sky. His entire body fiercely slammed into the ground. The momentum was so great that it was like an earth bowl flipping its back, to the extent that the saber in that person's hand fell to another place. Han Jianshu was relieved. However, her thoughts and words were all in vain. She still could not find her father. Jiang Shangzhen immediately stood up. A willow leaf hovered near the big pit as if it was protecting the path. Dressed in a green robe and covered in blood, he staggered out of the big pit. He kept his saber and raised his arm, wiping his face carelessly. With a tap of his toes, he shrank the mountains and rivers and directly arrived at the mountain gate. Jiang Shangzhen's expression was solemn. He asked, "Han Yushu?" Qin Pingon nodded and said, in the end he did not bear to let go of the painting of 5 sacred mountains and completely reduced it to a pile of ruins. Otherwise there would be a fight. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and asked, "Where is he?" Jiang Shangzhen was actually very curious. Qin Pingon's painting of heaven and earth move was most likely Qin Pingon's finishing move. This meant that Han Yushu definitely did not gain any advantage. However, Qin Pingon's head was severely injured and his Qi refinement warrior's Qi cavities were trembling non-stop. Could not be faked. Our mountain lord Qin was indeed severely injured. Then why did Han Yushu disappear without a trace? If it was said that Qin Pingon killed this person, Jiang Shangzhen really did not dare to believe it. According to common sense, once the painting of 5 sacred mountains was used, Han Yushu would be in an invincible position. Damn it, this Jiang Shangzhen's acting was really good. Back then, why did he agree to become a consecrator of Luopa Mountain? It would easily spoil the simplicity of Luopa Mountain. In the future he especially had to keep Chao Qinglang away from him. Qin Pingon turned his head and spat a mouthful of blood on the ground. Just as he was about to speak, he held his forehead and cursed. With a wave of his sleeves, a few talisman flew out of his sleeves and slowly revolved around Han Yushu. The mountains and rivers were hazy, causing Han Yushu to temporarily be unable to see or hear the scene and conversation at the mountain gate. If she dared to use the mountain view Abhijna under the eyes of the 2 sword immortals, perhaps this sword immortal senior surnamed Qin would not mind using her head as bait. Qin Pingon sat on the steps and said softly, "Let's not talk about him first. I need to hurry and heal my injuries. If you were not here I would have died today. Damn the 1000 Jade sect, immortal Han Yushu, I will remember this. Han Yushu is most likely hiding in the dark. Sovereign Jiang, help me keep an eye on him. If you can get rid of him, then do it. Later on you can push this rotten debt to me. He's already the Grand Master of the 1000 Jade sect. I have a backer and I have more than one senior in the sect. Last time when my good friend Huaiqin was in trouble in the North Continent, I laughed at him for being too careless. In the end it was my turn this time. The ancestral hall almost had to light a natal lamp. Anyway, this matter is not over." Jiang Shangzhen was full of admiration. His master's words and expression were extremely similar to an immortal master of a large sect who had suffered grievances. Perhaps the young master had too many dealings with such people, so he imitated it vividly. Especially the phrase, "Master Daoist," hiding in it. It was the finishing touch. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly made a throat-slitting gesture and said softly, "How about?" Qin Pingon hesitated for a moment. Without even looking at Han Yushu, he shook his head and said, "There is no hurry. There is no rush to completely fall out with the 1000 Jade sect. I will take responsibility for my own actions. I can't drag sect Master Jiang into this. Just wait, I have my own methods. Without using my sword, I will swagger to the blessed land of the 3 mountains and make the father and daughter obediently kowtow and admit their mistakes." While speaking, Qin Pingon had been chatting with Jiang Shangzhen in his mind. He was very calm and composed, but every word he said caused Jiang Shangzhen to be shocked. Han Yushu is already dead. He can't be more dead. Most of the treasures of the immortals have been taken by me. I didn't kill him with my own hands, so I can't do it. There is only a chance if I exchange my life for a drop in realm. The reason why I could kill him was because of a trick. I can't say more about the specific reason. I can only tell you one thing. It was the first time I brought an outsider with me to the time scroll. In addition, I suffered a punch equivalent to the 11th realm, so I was seriously injured. The injury is real, but it doesn't matter. It's a good thing. During that trip, I returned to my original place and went upstream along the long river of time. This was just following the original path that still existed. I brought along Han Yushu's mind, but it almost made me lose my mind. This kind of thing before ascending to the Ascendant realm, it's really... Don't do it if you can. Han Yushu's death was extremely hidden. I dare not say that no one in the whole world knows about it, but certainly no one will notice it in the near future. Han Yushu's own 2 small worlds, plus the natal magical power of my flying sword, is another world. It is enough to hide the mysteries of heaven for many years. Moreover, I have a big meeting gift waiting for an Ascendant Realm cultivator to come and collect it. So when the other party understands the mysteries of heaven, I will sense it. At least I know. It's about time for both parties to meet and have a chat. Yang Pu suddenly whispered, Seniors, that Han Jianshu seems to be peeping at your conversation. Because the sword Immortal Senior Chen was seriously injured, he didn't speak to old Lord Jiang telepathically. So Yang Pu noticed that Han Jianshu had been staring at them. He could roughly guess the content of their conversation based on their lips. Qin Pingon immediately turned and stared at Han Jianshu. Jiang Shangzhen didn't need Qin Pingon to say more. He cupped his fists towards somewhere in the sky and smiled. Sect Master Han, you're leaving? You're not bringing Sister Jianshu with you? A beautiful woman like her had fallen into the hands of a certain Jiang. Her reputation was worrying. Why don't you return to the Divine Seal Peak with me and Daoist Chen? It's a small misunderstanding, it's better to talk it out. While the two were chatting casually, they talked about the survival of the Wanyao sect in the blessed land of the Three Mountains. Qin Pingon didn't think of such a scene in the past. Jiang Shangzhen did, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. Han Jianshu said in a deep voice, I'll stay here and accompany old Lord Jiang to the Divine Seal Peak. It's fine. These words were obviously directed at Han Yushu. Although Han Jianshu still couldn't find any traces of his father, Han Jianshu wasn't too surprised. If he could find traces of an immortal, it meant that the two sword immortals on the platform would find his father even earlier. If Jiang Shangzhen went crazy, who wouldn't he dare to kill? This was probably one of the reasons why his father showed mercy to the sword immortal of the Daoist sect. He was the biggest mad dog in the Tongyi continent, he dared to bite anyone. During the battle, Jiang Shangzhen fought with imperial concubine Yuan Shou, and the sword immortal minister who replaced the throne. There was also imperial concubine Chong Guang, the great demon who had been at odds with him for many years. This great demon also rose to the high position of imperial concubine in the wilderness in the later stages of the battle. What truly left Han Jianshu fearful was the words of the Daoist sword immortal after the battle ended. He had chosen to address Jiang Shangzhen as Sect Master Jiang. Furthermore, Jiang Shangzhen had previously addressed him as his friend and brother. This was even more troublesome than the Lord Daoist. This was because it was obvious that one statement was somewhat unfamiliar while the other was slightly fawning. This meant that the Daoist sword immortal with the surname Qin was from a sect that was definitely a prominent existence that was even more massive than the Jade sect. But that Luapa mountain? Qin Pingon? Han Jianshu suddenly fainted again, and was forced into a mysterious state where his body and mind were motionless. Jiang Shangzhen could slay an immortal's willow leaf, and his supernatural power wasn't only about killing, it was infinitely mysterious. It was a pity that most of Jiang Shangzhen's enemies couldn't open their mouths to tell others about the strange supernatural power of that willow leaf. Why was Jiang Shangzhen so afraid of the White Emperor City Lord? And the degree of his fear far exceeded that of the great heavenly master of Mount Longhu. Naturally, it was because Jiang Shangzhen and Jing Juzhong were on the same side in a certain matter, and Jiang Shangzhen admitted that he was inferior and was a junior. Jiang Shangzhen first took the initiative to stabilize Han Jianshu's mind and soul, and then said telepathically, Luapa Mountain's Qin Pingon has said this. Han Jianshu is a little stupid, but he's not so stupid that he can't be saved. He will eventually come to his senses, so there's a little trouble. Shall I help you solve it? Qin Pingon laughed. Otherwise? I was waiting for you to say that. If it's done, the chief consecrator can be discussed. Jiang Shangzhen said, You are the mountain lord who will be the chief consecrator. Isn't it just a matter of a word? Qin Pingon couldn't help but laugh and scold. Bullsh***t, my Luapa mountain isn't a place where one person has the final say. Jiang Shangzhen threw over a pot of wine. While Sister Jianshu is sleeping soundly, let's drink a pot first. Han Yushu and Han Jianshu, the father and daughter of the Five Realms, met the mountain lord consecrators Qin Pingon and Jiang Shangzhen. They really did not burn incense or turn over the almanac. Therefore, to cultivate on the mountain one had to cultivate the heart, and experience the mortal world was a must. Qin Pingon suddenly said, I have my reasons for killing Han Yushu. It's not as simple as the Thousand Jade sect encroaching on Mount Taiping. Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Are you treating me like an outsider? Are you hurting our feelings? Qin Pingan reached out and patted Jiang Shangzhen's arm, but didn't say anything. Jiang Shangzhen patted the back of Qin Pingan's hand and smiled. Does Jiang Shangzhen need anyone's pity? That's too pitiful, not necessary. Qin Pingan nodded and started drinking. A willow leaf killed an immortal. Now only a willow leaf was left. Jiang Shangzhen purposely suppressed the bottleneck of the pure jade realm for many years in his early years, so as to prevent old man Sun from using the bullsh *t reason of the capable ones doing more work. In terms of cultivation potential, Jiang Shangzhen was really excellent. Otherwise, when he was young, he would have been seen as the future mountain lord of Jui Peak. Otherwise, why would there be so many people gloating when Jiang Shangzhen didn't manage to take over Jui Peak? The reason was simple. If he didn't have the qualifications to take over Divine Seal Peak, what was the point of gloating? It was precisely because a cooked duck could fly away that Jiang Shangzhen, who sat at the table holding chopsticks for many years, was worthy of being laughed at. Sun Yuan's methods of controlling people were excellent, but he only favored Jiang Shangzhen, who was not a direct disciple, and even allowed the Cloud Cave blessed land to be separated from the vassal town. Even though Wei Ying succeeded as the sect lord, she was still respectful towards Jiang Shangzhen. It wasn't just because Wei Ying still had a slim chance of winning against Jiang Shangzhen. Wei Ying had always admired and envied Jiang Shangzhen for everything he had done. For example, when Wei Ying was the sect master of the True Realm sect, the chief Reverend Lu Laoqing was the first sect master of the True Realm sect. After Sun Yuan passed away, the only person who could make an immortal realm cultivator fear was Jiang Shangzhen, the first sect master of the True Realm sect, who seemed to have gone on a tour at Bookslip Lake for a few years. Wei Ying was well aware that as long as Jiang Shangzhen was still the Jade Gui sect's immortal master of the Jade Gui sect, even if he had to give up the position of the master of the Cloud Cave blessed land, no one in the Jade Gui sect of the Tongyi continent or the lower True Boundary sect of the Aquarius continent would dare to rebel against their superiors. They would not even dare to have such thoughts. From Lu Laoqing to Lu Jimao to Li Fuyao, they were all like this. There was only one reason why Wei Ying had no grudge against this. Wei Ying had long regarded the Ascendant Realm as her own. It was not ambition but the truth. Jiang Shangzhen's thoughts, words and deeds, the demeanor of an immortal master, his means of earning money, spending habits, and the major decisions he made at every critical moment were all too elegant. At the most critical moment of the sect war, Jiang Shangzhen used a secret of the Jade Gui sect that was not passed on to others. He violated a great taboo and forcefully ascended to the Ascendant Realm. His path was similar to that of the former sect master of the Tongyi sect. His ending was also similar. They both forcefully ascended to the Ascendant Realm and had to pay a great price. The cultivator's longevity bridge, which was originally abnormally stable, was completely cut off at the end of the bridge after the Ascendant Realm fell. However, cultivation after that was the same as walking on the broken road and wandering in place. It seemed that he was only a few steps away from the Ascendant Realm, but it was a natural moat that was difficult to cross in this lifetime. Therefore, when the overall situation was set, Jiang Shangzhen retreated successfully and rarely appeared in the Jade Gui sect. Firstly, Jiang Shangzhen indeed needed to go into seclusion to heal his injuries. Secondly, just like how Jiang Shangzhen mocked himself that he would be dissatisfied even if he had been in charge for 3 years, the current situation in the Tongyi continent was very chaotic. It was no longer the kind of situation where both sides revealed their identities and fought to the death. Instead, it was the kind of situation where the storm had settled and the people who survived the disaster met again in the Jianghu. They were full of smiles, and when they bowed with their hands folded, there was a flash of a blade hidden in their sleeves. Otherwise, it would be the likes of the immortal Han Yushu who hid behind the scenes and plotted against each other. Over the years, there were many immortal masters from the Tongyi continent who were guests at the Divine Seal Peak. They admired the Lord Zhang's heroic spirit and lamented the immortal Zhang's experience of the Ascendant Realm. When they turned around and drank with their own people, they would chat and laugh from ear to ear. It was easy to waste the wine. However, Jiang Shangzhen did not feel aggrieved. Jiang Shangzhen was the most self-aware. On his path of cultivation, he often laughed at others. Whenever he had the opportunity, he would openly hold a banquet to celebrate. Back then, the Ascendant Realm cultivator from the Tongyi continent, Du Mao, was able to become the ancestor of the Jade Gui sect's resurgence. Wasn't it all because of Jiang Shangzhen's contribution in hosting a banquet on the Sea of Clouds in the territory of the Tongyi sect? Moreover, he did not know how the mountains and rivers of the continent were in the eyes of others. Anyway, Xianxia really could not bear to look at it for a few more times. Thousands of miles of mountains and rivers were like a broken chess piece. His heart was filled with sorrow. One should know that when Xianxia was running around to accumulate military merits, he seriously looked at the mountains and rivers of the continent. Even if he looked back now, what else could he do? There were ruins everywhere, countless deserted tombs, and unburied corpses were still everywhere on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Could he bear to look at this Taiping mountain? Qin Pingon cleaned up his face and said, "Don't be discouraged. Otherwise you won't be the Xianxia I know. For example, I relied on falling more than 10 times and my jindan was broken again and again, to reach the peak of the mountain with great difficulty. Just take it as me nagging. You probably don't need me to comfort you." Xianxia looked up at the sky. Of course. From the first day I climbed the mountain to cultivate, I regarded the ascendant realm as something in my hands. Therefore I have never cultivated seriously like these years. He turned his head and lightly clinked his wine pot with Qin Pingon's. After drinking, Xianxia wiped his mouth and looked into the distance. He smiled and said, "If I didn't receive your flying sword message, even if the great celestial master of Mount Longhu came again, I might not be willing to meet him. Originally I wanted to recuperate and go on a mountain trip. I wanted to play chess with Xiaoya and find Su Jun with my sword." Qin Pingon stood up and said, "I'll go up the mountain by myself first." Xianxia waved his hand. "Don't disturb me from having fun with Sister Jiangshu." After Qin Pingon climbed the mountain, Xianxia looked at the female cultivator of the upper 5 realms who was about to be unheard of Luopa Mountain Qin Pingon. They hadn't seen each other for many years. Her realm was high and she was not cute anymore. When he first saw her, she was still a girl with a hint of sadness. She wanted to run away from home but did not dare to. Her face was rosy and her eyes were charming. Her body also carried the fragrance of plants that had lived in the mountains for a long time. When she was cute, she was really cute. When she was no longer cute, she was really not cute at all. Xianxia stood up and stretched. The sky was high and the ground was wide. He felt refreshed. He walked to a jindan earth immortal whose soul and body were separated. He turned his head and asked, "Yang Pu, do you know the origin of this guy?" Yang Pu shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. This person has always been hiding. I've never seen him before." Xianxia rubbed his chin. The ruins of Taiping Mountain, the mountains and rivers were broken and the spiritual energy was scattered. There was almost no fate to speak of. In fact, for a large sect like the Yugui sect, if one did not talk about morality, it was also a relatively weak existence. However, it was the first choice for sects like the Wanyao sect and the Golden Peak Temple. This was because it was not as grand as it used to be. Taiping Mountain was still Taiping Mountain. Its territory spanned thousands of miles. As long as it was operated properly, even if it was a ready-made one, it was a feng shui treasure land worth a few thousand grains of rice rain money to any sect. If it was operated properly and enough money was spent, in at most 200 to 300 years, the ancestral temples would be built. Mountains and rivers, deities of all sizes would be sculpted into golden bodies and enter the ancestral temples. Layers upon layers of condensation, gathering and binding the fate of the mountains and rivers would be the location of one of the few sects in the Tongya continent. However, it was impossible to truly return to the glory days of the past. The reason was simple. Even if the mountains and rivers were still the same, the people were already old friends of the past. After all, if any cultivator came here to cultivate in groups, they would not be the cultivator of Taiping Mountain who cultivated in the past. Little Longqiu received the orders of the patriarchs of the Central Plains. She came here for the remnant Dao aura of the ancient mirror. She might not succeed, but she could try her luck. If she could really take over the territory of Taiping Mountain, of course it would be better. The Golden Peak Temple planned to do so. However, the guarding cultivator of the Golden Peak Temple was lucky today and did not meet Qin Pingon. Otherwise, there would be another door god now. Xianxia actually did not want to become enemies with Qin Pingon when he was in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land. That was why he returned to Haoran. He chose to take the initiative to retreat before the world. This was actually an extremely rare thing. At that time, Qin Pingon did not really know how difficult it was to deal with Xianxia. As for what happened later, he chose to stick to him shamelessly. It was also not just because Xianxia knew about the relationship between left and right in Qin Pingon. Among the cultivators on the mountain, Han Yushu was slightly better. He was actually very smart. However, for someone like Han Jianshu, even if he was in the Jade Roar realm, he still often knew the truth of a matter. He only stopped because he was afraid that Qin Pingan had a senior brother called Left and Right who was a great sword immortal. However, he would think a few steps less. He was like a chess player who only knew how to copy the rules. He was better than a bad chess player, but not much better. For example, he would not think about why Qin Pingan could become Left and Right's junior brother, and why a reclusive great sword immortal like Left and Right would be willing to use his unique method to favor his junior brother Qin Pingan. The world was complicated. One truth could cover up many truths. Just like Jiang Shangzhen himself. Did he only become a friend of the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu, one of the Howren Ten, because he became the sect master of Jade Grey sect? Of course not. Before this, Jiang Shangzhen had risked his life time and time again to fight with his sword. Therefore, even if Wei Ying was the sect master for another 1,000 years, as long as Jiang Shangzhen was not on the Divine Seal Peak, the Grand Celestial Master would never set foot on the Divine Seal Peak. Once Jiang Shangzhen was forced to leave Jade Grey sect, the Celestial Master's residence of Mount Longhu would even have a better impression of the entire Jade Grey sect. Fortunately, Wei Ying was very clear about these small matters and did not hold any grudges. This was also the reason why Jiang Shangzhen was relieved to let Wei Ying take over Jade Grey sect. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly smiled and said, "Yang Pu, when you become a gentleman one day or when I return to the Ascendant Realm, we can invite Mountain Lord Qin and have a good drink together. You can choose the place. Even the Dafu Academy is not a problem." In the past, Jiang Shangzhen was not very willing to be polite with a little fool like Yang Pu. At most he would not bully him. However, in order to get the position of chief consecrator, Jiang Shangzhen was willing to cut off a chicken's head and burn yellow paper with Yang Pu, let alone have a drink with him. Yang Pu stood up and bowed. "This junior is very happy." Who said he was a fool? Yang Pu was secretly happy to be able to get to know the old sect master Jiang and sword immortal Mountain Lord Qin. Jiang Shangzhen sat back down on the steps. Probably because there was only one scholar beside him, he sighed with a rare scholarly sentiment. Reading more doesn't let people see the world and sigh with emotion. Instead, it makes people understand and believe that it shouldn't be like this. This is what Mountain Lord Qin said to you before. There are things to do and things not to do. As well as why you have to understand one thing and understand it before you make a decision. Yang Pu stood up again and stood sideways on the steps. He bowed again and said, "This student understands." Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "It's not my principle. Why are you thanking me? You really don't have any eyesight. Even I have to address him as Mountain Lord. What's the use of flattering me?" Yang Pu thought about it seriously and glanced at the wine pot with the talisman on it. He said, "Then this junior will accept the wine pot. This child is teachable." Jiang Shangzhen laughed heartily and looked into the distance again. He raised his hand high and gave the Confucian scholar a thumbs up. Sister Jiang Shu also woke up. She reached out and touched her forehead. "Old thief Jiang, what did you do to me?" Jiang Shangzhen smiled. "Sister Jiang Shu can call me Little Thief Jiang. It's more intimate." Yang Pu had already gotten used to it. He sat quietly beside the old sect master Jiang and sipped his wine leisurely. Jiang Shangzhen said, "If you want to leave, no problem. Follow the method I taught you and make an oath." Han Jianshu, you know what kind of temper Jiang Shangzhen has. Han Jianshu remained silent. Jiang Shangzhen told him about a secret method of heart oath from the Hall of Patriarchs. It was from the Tong Yi sect. Han Jianshu did as he said. Han Jianshu didn't want to provoke Jiang Shangzhen, who had a serious expression on his face. Jiang Shangzhen stretched out his hand and signaled Han Jianshu to leave. Jiang Shangzhen did not have his usual carefree expression. He stood up and reminded her telepathically. "Sect Master Han is also badly injured. Just now you listened to my advice and accepted the old saying that no discord, no concord. Therefore, after you received a secret letter from my friend, you decided to go to the Central Divine Continent immediately. Strange. Sect Master Han seems to have an impressive old friend in the Central Divine Continent. His words just now were not the least bit inferior to my friend who announced himself. Could it be that the Three Mountains Blessed Lands chose Taiping Mountain this time because they wanted to lean against a big tree and enjoy the shade of the Central Plains?" Han Jianshu frowned slightly and was deep in thought. She snorted and used earth escape to hundreds of miles away. Then she used water escape to enter a large river. Finally she traveled thousands of miles away. She had to hurry back to the three mountains blessed land in the East Sea of the Tongyi continent. She had to discuss this with the patriarchs in secret. Seeing those fancy escape techniques, Zhang Shangzhen facepalmed. The sister Jianshu was a little cute again. Standing at the peak of Mount Taiping, outside the flattened Hall of Patriarchs, Qin Pingon took out 3 incense sticks. The 3 incense sticks burned in the air. When the incense sticks burned out, Qin Pingon turned and walked to the edge of the cliff. His vision widened. The bright moon flew out of the sea and the yellow river flowed into the sky. In the day the hometown was far away and the mountains were beautiful. Mount Taiping cultivated me and the Hall of Patriarchs continued. He had to protect Mount Taiping for the sword cultivator Huang Ting in these 80 years. He had to make a trip to the Dafu Academy that he had purposely taken a detour to previously. Qin Pingon walked down the mountain. As for Han Jianshu's departure, he did not stop her. In fact, she hadn't even done anything superfluous. She had hidden a strand of sword will in one of her natal qi palaces. Otherwise, Zhang Shangzhen would have been able to use the willow leaf to help her deceive everyone. At that point, even the blessed land of the 3 mountains would have been discovered. However, there was no need to do so to avoid alerting the enemy. In the entire Wanyao sect, it was highly likely that only one immortal Han Yushu was qualified to occupy a place in the camp. With Han Yushu's cautiousness, he must have deliberately concealed the identity of his first daughter Han Jianshu. At the mountain gate, Qin Pingon walked to the Jindan Earth Immortal whose background was unknown. He pressed down on the ball of soul and patted it lightly. The Jindan Earth Immortal shivered and trembled in fear. He did not even dare to beg for mercy. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "Do you know who I am?" The Jindan Earth Immortal nodded. Qin Pingon, this senior, had said it himself. How could he forget? Qin Pingon said, "Can you make yourself remember this name?" The Jindan Earth Immortal's face was bitter. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration and swore in his mind, "I can swear that I will never tell anyone about what happened today." In fact, after the soul was stripped out of its body, it stood here as a door guard. All he cared about was guarding this little bit of inspiration. He really did not see or hear anything else. Qin Pingon said, "I am a guest of Jade Kasha sect. I can trouble sect master Jiang to impart a secret technique of heart oath to you. Take it as compensation for the loss of your cultivation base." The Jindan Earth Immortal felt as if he was struck by lightning. Sect master Jiang. Jade Kasha sect's Zhang Shangzhen? He turned his head in a daze and indeed saw a man waving at him from the steps. That wretched signature smile and expression was as real as it could be. It was more effective than any words. The Jindan Earth Immortal's knees went soft. It was not that he did not have a backbone, but it was as if he had been struck by lightning too many times today. As a mere Jindan Earth Immortal, he could not take it anymore. Zhang Shangzhen had no choice but to impart a secret technique of Jade Kasha sect to him. This was a treatment that even a female immortal of the upper 5 realms did not have. Compared to cultivators who used their real names to light up incense, using their own ancestral halls to swear was of course more effective. Qin Pingon looked at the Jindan Earth Immortal whose forehead was sweating. With both hands in his sleeves he said with a smile, "Tell me, where are you from? Tell me in detail. Who knows, I might visit you in the future." Of course, the Jindan Earth Immortal did not dare to hide anything. He spilled the beans. Whether he should say or not, who cares? He wanted to save his own life first. Therefore he spilled everything, no matter how big or small. As it turned out, this gold core Earth Immortal named Dai Yuan was actually a sinecure of Yu dynasty. Although he did not have a high position in the inner circle, he was still much stronger than the sinecures and visiting elders, as he had more real power. Back then, when the mountains and rivers of the Yu dynasty changed, the emperor fled with the crown prince. However, they did not go to the north, nor did they rush to the gate leading to the 5th realm. Because they did not have enough time, they hurriedly fled into a very secluded secret realm of mountains and rivers. It was not a big place, but it was the most precious treasure of the immortal sect Dai Yuan belonged to. It was big enough to hide several thousand of the emperor's relatives and all the immortal masters in the country, from the imperial court to the capital city, from the imperial court to the imperial court, 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 from the imperial court to the imperial court to the imperial court, and from the imperial court to the Jianghu, the imperial court, the mountain and the Jianghu were all broken. Therefore, when the world was at peace, the old emperor of Yu clan brought the crown prince and a group of mainstays of the dynasty to clean up the old mountains and rivers, and did not forget to issue a few edicts of grievance and resentment. Now, Yu dynasty and the immortal clan Dai Yuan belonged to had attached themselves to a major sect from another continent in the north. In just a few years they were thriving again. Even as he spoke, Dai Yuan was carefully observing the senior's expression. Fortunately, he kept his hands behind his sleeves and was smiling and did not seem to be angry. Qin Pingon said with a smile, "You mentioned that the mystic realm controlled by your sect has 4 great sceneries, namely the Green Pearl Well, the Dragon Summoning Pool, the White Jade Mountain and the Sword Tree, right? Fellow Daoist Dai, can you please tell me more about them? I'm a man who loves to listen to the stories of strange people and the secrets of mountains and rivers. Also, that ancestral master of yours is called Gao Taishu. It's a good name and he is an old earth immortal who has the potential to break through the bottleneck. Fellow Daoist Dai, you are indeed from a wealthy immortal clan. You have 2 gold core cultivators in your sect. No wonder you can help Yu dynasty continue its reign." Dai Yuan smiled awkwardly. In the past he really thought so. As one of the 2 gold core cultivators, he had the backing of his ancestral master and his sect. In Yu dynasty he was only slightly inferior to the immortal protector of the state who had hidden his strength and a general who was a martial artist of the far travel realm. Although the number of immortal mountains in Tongyi continent was still small compared to the vastness of mountains and rivers of a continent, it was easier for experts to emerge when the forces were gathered and the fate energy of mountains and rivers gathered. However, this was all in the past. Now, apart from the upper 5 realms, the rest of the earth immortals in the Tongyi continent would have to lower their realms when they met cultivators from other continents. This was especially true when they met cultivators from the Aquarius continent and the North continent. After hearing about the 4 sceneries, Qin Pingon clicked his tongue in wonder and said, "Fellow Daoist Dai, your sect is really good at making money. The water from the Green Pearl Well could make female cultivators retain their youthful looks. As for the Dragon Summoning Pool, it was impossible for it to be a real flood dragon. It was a close descendant of the flood dragon. There were 36 caves of different sizes and a snow lake at the top of the mountain. The accumulated snow had not melted even after 1,000 years. Although it was known as the White Jade Cave Paradise, it was actually not one of the 36 small cave paradises. Of course, it was a title given by Dai Yuan's sect. However, the mountain was indeed extraordinary. There was a half-real and half-fake palace made of white jade. Vermilion buildings shone brilliantly and people came and went. Every 100 years an opportunity would befall the world. It could be a heavenly material and earthly treasure or a cultivation manual, which could be found by the direct disciples of the sect. In Dai Yuan's opinion, the sword system tree was the most ordinary one. In fact, a young nascent soul stage sword immortal was resting there after getting drunk and looking at the white jade cave while admiring the mountain. During this time he casually hung his sword on the tree. Later, when the nascent soul stage sword immortal reached the upper 5 states and the patriarch Gao Wenshu received the mountain and mountain bulletin, he ordered people to erect a sword system stele under the tree. Qin Pingon asked, "Can the Green Pearl Well really preserve a woman's youthful appearance?" Dai Yuan said in a low voice, "To tell you the truth, senior, it's pure nonsense. Every year, several hundred kilograms of snow was moved from the snow lake in the mountain city to fill up a well with water. Then a few kinds of exotic flowers and herbs were secretly crushed and thrown into the well, making the water in the well more colorful. Then a few famous female cultivators of the Jade Annals and every queen of the Yu dynasty were invited to put in a few good words for the Green Pearl Well." Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. Suddenly he asked, The Yu dynasty is not close to here. The Ho family of the Old Dragon City is not a top sect. It's just one of the few big families in the Old Dragon City. Daoist Dai, you have the guts to come all the way here to covet the Peace Mountain and wrestle with the Wanyao sect and Little Longqiu? Dai Yuan immediately clarified, this is Ancestral Master Gao's idea. I've been confused. It's just that I don't dare to disobey Ancestral Master's orders. Dai Yuan put his arm around Dai Yuan's shoulder and continued to explain patiently to the senior beside him. As for the Ho family of the Old Dragon City, they have produced a very promising scholar with outstanding military achievements. Now he has become a gentleman of the Lakeview Academy. He is also a righteous gentleman who will most likely come to our Tongyi continent and become the vice mountain leader of the academy. Actually, our sect and the Emperor of the Yu dynasty have heard about it. The gentleman of the academy has always had a normal relationship with his family. But this kind of thing we really don't dare to ignore it. Qin Pingon smiled, it's really hard for you Tongyi continent cultivators. You actually have to go to the Aquarius continent to gather information. Dai Yuan sighed, the Aquarius continent today is really something. Qin Pingon said, alright that's it. Daoist Dai just pretend that nothing happened today. Maybe I'll visit your mountain one day. Daoist Dai you've said so much I've benefited a lot. Dai Yuan bowed even lower and cupped his hands. Senior, you're just an immortal who has descended to the mortal world to ask about the land. I'm really lucky to be able to help you. Qin Pingon patted the Golden Core cultivator's shoulder. Daoist Dai, don't worry about returning home. You just have to remember not to say anything that you shouldn't say. Just find a random excuse to get away with it. As for Senior Longqiu's nascent soul, I'll help you mediate. I won't let him bear any grudges against you. Dai Yuan's face was blank. Then his heart tightened. Mediate for what? There's no need for that. I get along well with Little Dragon Qiu's nascent soul Senior. When I have nothing to do I'll watch the mirror's image. Qin Pingon glanced at the Golden Core cultivator. Dai Yuan immediately cupped his hands again. Thank you, Senior. I'm so grateful. Seeing that the senior's eyes were still unfriendly, Dai Yuan came to a sudden realization. With a guilty expression he hurriedly took out an antique ink stick from his sleeve and offered it with both hands. Please accept it, Senior. It's a small token of my appreciation. I heard from the Yu family's perfected state protector that this item has a small origin. It's called Pine Tree Daoist ink under the moon. Every night a little Daoist will fly on the ancient ink stick and ask questions. The answer is Black Pine Tree Messenger, Ink Spirit Minister. It's an old item from the palace of a great dynasty in the Central Plains. It's said that the emperor only gave it to the young and handsome officials of the Hanlin Academy. Qin Pingon took the ink stick and waved his hand. Dai Yuan pretended to be calm and left. He rode the wind and left. At first he was neither fast nor slow. Then he used all his strength to ride the wind and soon his figure disappeared. Qin Pingon slightly increased the strength of his fingers and was about to crush the ink stick. However, Xianxia said, if you don't want it you can sell it to me. Qin Pingon smiled and stopped what he was doing. The ancient ink slipped into his sleeve. Xianxia was more considerate. He sensed Qin Pingon's mental fatigue and stood up. Little Longqiu, this nascent soul stage big shot, I'll help you deal with him. Qin Pingon nodded. When Xianxia did things he would only be more thorough than him. He walked back to the steps of the mountain gate and sat down. Qin Pingon now somewhat understood where Cui Dong's second dream came from. Yang Pu hesitated for a moment and picked up the empty wine pot. He stood up and said goodbye. Mountain Lord Qin, I plan to return to the academy. Qin Pingon immediately gathered his thoughts and stood up to cup his fists. Forgive me for not seeing you off. After Qin Pingon stopped he handed the ancient ink stick to Yang Pu and smiled. You can't be biased. Yang Pu lowered his head and looked at the wine pot in his hand and then at the ink stick in Mountain Lord Chen's hand. He kept it in his sleeve and bowed again. After watching Yang Pu leave, Xianxia also solved the problem. Xianxia threw a piece of black stone to Qin Pingon and said, don't underestimate this thing. It's one of the glittering piles in the past. It's just that it was used by the Yuanying realm big shot to admire the moon in the water. It's pretty good. With this stone you can see all the mirages in the continent. If Old Sun is still here he will definitely fight with you for it. By the way, Old Sun asked me to pass a message to you at the end of the last meeting in the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak. Back then he did not act properly, but he still doesn't think that he did wrong. Qin Pingon nodded. I can understand. Since he didn't accept it, he had to accept it. Anyway, some personal grudges won't stop Old Sun from being a true hero. Jiang Shangzhen held the back of his head with both hands. It's enough to hear you say that. Old Sun seems like he doesn't care about his reputation, but he cares about it the most. However, as a sect master, there are many things that are beyond his control. Qin Pingon asked, what about my senior brother Zhou? Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. I don't have any concrete information. I only heard that he and the level 14 sword cultivator Xiao followed one of the doors to the ruins of N that appeared out of nowhere and went to the wilderness to ask for swords. There are also rumors that Mr. Zhou and Xiao broke through the sky canopy and went to the ancient battlefield beyond the heavens. Anyway, the only thing I can confirm is that they haven't returned yet. Qin Pingon asked carefully, Buried River Goddess? Green Tiger Palace of Heavenly Fault Peak? Jiang Shangzhen had a playful expression and smiled. The Green Tiger Palace's ancestral hall has moved to the Aquarius continent. It's doing well and has become a consecrator of the Dali dynasty. Our old friend almost couldn't bear to go south and return to his hometown. As for the Great Spring Mirage City and the Buried River Goddess, you can take a look at them yourself. I guarantee that they won't make you sad. Qin Pingon felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Jiang Shangzhen guessed Qin Pingon's thoughts and said, as for that one Haizhou, he went ashore in your hometown, the Aquarius continent, and then he disappeared. Jiang Shangzhen's expression had never been so serious before. It's scary. I can't see it clearly, but it still makes me feel scared. When the Aquarius continent's formation was activated, it gathered and shrouded an area. No one knew what happened inside. Anyway, this is the biggest taboo in the Confucian temple. Only the talisman Zhou Xian and the great heavenly master know the truth. Even I, the old sect master of the Jade Medallion sect, don't have the right to know. Qin Pingon pressed his forehead with a painful expression. There were 3 dreams in the creation cave. In one of the dreams, someone opened the sky first and someone else ascended to the sky. Behind the 2 of them there were a few more people and then there were dozens more. However, this dream repeated itself. Qin Pingon couldn't see any of them clearly and couldn't remember any of them. Qin Pingon let out a long breath and asked softly with a heavy heart, Luopa Mountain? North Peak? Jiang Shangzhen said, don't worry, the mountains and rivers are still intact. Otherwise, I wouldn't have the mood to hide in the God Seal Peak. I would have gone to your hometown. Qin Pingon placed the back of his hand on his forehead and sat back down on the steps. Jiang Shangzhen smiled faintly and asked after he sat down, do you know a lady called Kuyu? She has a round face and wears cotton-padded clothes and cloth shoes. She looks cute, has a good temper, and speaks honestly. Kuyu is probably the only good lady from the demon race who is sincerely accepted by the vast world. She's very good. I don't know if I'll have the chance to meet her again, but I'm looking forward to it. Presently, this was something that was universally acknowledged in the world. 2 large batches of genius cultivators that were rarely seen in 1,000 years had sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, and they belonged to the profoundness of the times and were blessed by the heavens. Not only had they survived the great battle, they had both broken through and obtained extremely great fortuitous encounters. When the fighting broke out, the 2 heavens involved even more heavens. That was especially true of the vast lands and the wildlands. The spirit energy of heaven and earth, as well as the natural destiny of mountains and rivers, had previously flowed in an orderly fashion. The first wave didn't have many people, but it was a sign that heaven and earth were going to be transformed. The most typical example was the 10 most junior cultivators and the 10 most reserve cultivators. In fact, even earlier during the great year of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, a large number of sword deity embryos led by Ning Yao appeared. Their counterpart was the 100 sword deities of the moon-bearing mountain in the savage world. The next group was not as young, but before the war they either focused on cultivation and were unknown, or because they hid their true cultivation. Then in the chaos of heroes they appeared out of nowhere and rose rapidly. In the end, each one of them was bright and dazzling, like a river of stars in the sky. For example, the new sect master of the Jade sect, Wei Ying, who was already a great sword deity, broke through to the immortal realm in the battlefield of the central capital of the old Dali. There was also the sword deity of the Golden Armor continent, Su Jun and Su Ku. As the guest of the Lu family of the Snow Mountain continent, they stepped into the Tongyi continent for the first time. Some busybodies had already begun to gather intelligence reports from various continents and limited mountain and river reports. They began to count the names, numbers, realms of these geniuses, especially their performance in the major battles, and then used this to guess the final height of their great Tao. Qin Pingon was puzzled and shook his head. The round-faced lady in cotton-padded clothes? I don't know, I've heard of her but I've never seen her. Like Qin Pingon, he was one of the 10 young people. In his early years on the city wall, he had a small misunderstanding with a lady that was completely negligible. At that time, Qin Pingon mistakenly thought that she was Lu Kai, a sword cultivator whose flying sword naturally restrained him. Too many years had passed and his brain was not very good, so he could not remember it all. What round-faced lady in cotton-padded clothes? Perhaps it was uncertain. It was useless to say or think more, and it was easy to misunderstand more. Jiang Shangzhen felt that it was a pity. Qin Pingon took out the white jade hairpin and prepared to tie up his hair again. In an instant, Qin Pingon quickly put away the white jade hairpin, and then hurriedly let Jiang Shangzhen leave this place. The next moment, Qin Pingon lowered his head, bent his waist and rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, he was far away from the mountain gate of Taiping Mountain. Then on the ground, a small but extremely big pit appeared. Qin Pingon seemed to have been punched without any strength to fight back, and almost lost half of his life on the spot. Even the 2 robes could not stop the blood from flowing all over his body. His small body was like a small world and everywhere was like a spring. Jiang Shangzhen squatted next to the pit, and after confirming that the young hill master of Luopa Mountain was seriously injured, Jiang Shangzhen was confused and could not tell whether it was true or not. He could only ask in his mind, "Hill Master, what are you doing? Who are we going to trick this time? Another immortal came? And the kind that is not made of paper? Give me a definite answer, I will protect you." Qin Pingon, who was dying, said weakly, "Protect your ass, quickly pull me up." Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly pulled Qin Pingon out of the ground. Qin Pingon looked dispirited and fell back on the ground, muttering to himself, "Good punch." Jiang Shangzhen looked around and clicked his tongue in wonder. If this punch landed on his body, he would not be able to withstand it. The key was that Jiang Shangzhen could not detect the real source of the punch at all. There was nowhere to hide and he could not withstand it. Fortunately, his hill master was responsible. Qin Pingon sat up with a sullen expression on his face that he did not dare to curse. Finally, he said helplessly, "I can't not go to Cloud Cave Blessed Land." Jiang Shangzhen laughed. "That's good, my Cloud Cave Blessed Land is famous for having many beauties." Qin Pingon sat cross-legged, handed the white jade hairpin to Jiang Shangzhen, and asked him to take good care of it, and then fainted. Jiang Shangzhen put away the white jade hairpin, carried Qin Pingon on his back, and used the camouflage technique and flew south as fast as lightning. What was a friendship of life and death? This was it. Qin Pingon had given his life, and the hairpin that was more important than his life, to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen felt that it was not that important whether he was the chief high priest or not. The young hill master behind him had been feeling uneasy, but in the end, when he repeatedly murmured a girl's name in his dream, he gradually calmed down. Jiang Shangzhen suddenly stopped and turned his head to look. A young man in white who was bleeding from his 7 orifices did not wipe it. With the cultivation of the immortal realm, he forced himself to travel across continents with the means of the ascendant realm. He was already at the end of his rope, so when he bumped into him he could not stabilize his mind and body at all. Jiang Shangzhen almost stabbed the exhausted guy to death with a willow leaf. However, after seeing the man's face clearly, Jiang Shangzhen smiled. What an audacious man who didn't care about his life. The young man's footsteps staggered as he rushed forward. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen reached out and held his shoulder. The young man in white put his hands on his waist and gasped for breath. He raised his head and raised his hand, indicating that Jiang Shangzhen should not speak and disturb his master's rest. The young man in white smiled brightly, but his face was full of tears. With a hoarse voice he said, "Let me carry master home." 752. On the 15th night of the moonlight was like water and the night was as bright as day. One of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, the yellow crane base, was exceptionally beautiful. Tonight it was especially moving. There was a viewing pavilion built on a stone cliff. In the pavilion, a young man in white raised his butt and leaned on the railing, overlooking the flowing water. The river was vast and calm. Outside the yellow crane base was a river named Zhou Xian Cave. It was formed by the confluence of 3 rivers and 18 streams, including the Lotus Pond River and Gaian Stream. After passing by the Jinshan Temple upstream of the yellow crane base, the water suddenly calmed down and became quiet. Coming to see the yellow crane base was like a girl who married into a rich family from the countryside. She could not help but be virtuous. There was once an ancient sword celestial who got drunk in this pavilion. There was a story about how he killed mosquitoes on the river. The young man in white lowered his head and muttered, "Everyone's heart is like flowing water, so the moon in the water is like a boat." Zhang Xian took off his boots and sat down, leaning against the pillar of the pavilion. He held a wine cup in his hand. The cup was brewed with celestial wine named moonlight wine. Zhang Xian gently shook the wine cup and smiled. Dong Shan's words are like the words of a celestial. The white-clothed youth was none other than Cui Dongshan. Sensing the unusual phenomenon of the sword offering ceremony at Peace Mountain, he immediately set off from the old site of the southern peak and risked his life to travel across continents. It was indeed rare for an immortal to end up in such a state just for the sake of traveling. As the owner of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, Zhang Xian still used the camouflage spell when he traveled around his blessed land. He wore a white jade crown, a yellow belt, a green robe and a pair of cloud shoes. It was a completely different style from the poor scholar in green robe who went to the inn outside Hure town at the border of the Great Spring. Qin Pingon was already in a heavily guarded private residence of the Jiang family on the Yunding Peak. He slept deeply for almost 10 years and had yet to wake up. Cui Dongshan sat alone at the door of the house and guarded for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhang Xian could not stand it anymore and passed the white jade hairpin to Cui Dongshan. When Cui Dongshan saw the children from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, he came back to his senses and gradually regained his former demeanor. Today at dusk, Zhang Xian suggested that they visit Huang Heji to drink wine and admire the moon. Cui Dongshan brought a few children who were willing to go out to relax. Zhang Xian was really rich and overbearing, but his brain was also flooded with water. He actually spent a lot of money to make Huang Heji close its doors and refuse guests today. After the Jiang family's disciples who were in charge of Huang Heji received the Guyu money, they would join hands with the family's guests to close a mountain path from Jade Medallion sect to Huang Heji. They would also stop all the banished immortals who specially came to Huang Heji to enjoy the scenery. The 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land were located at the edge of the mountain and river boundary. The Jiang family spent a lot of immortal money to hire the mechanical masters of the Kanyu family and the Mahist family to work together to create an interconnected array formation of mountains and rivers, making it convenient for the banished immortals to visit along the way. For example, Huang Heji was the hub that connected the Yunding Peak and Mount Laojun. This caused most of the immortal masters who came to travel to visit the 18 sceneries in one go. The 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave was also famous for squandering money. As long as one had money in one's pocket, they would not have to worry about not having a place to spend it. Previously, Zhang Xian gave each of the 4 children a fasting jade token that was equivalent to a customs clearance document. Not only could they visit Mount Laojun casually, but the children also had the first-class fasting jade token of the Blessed Land. They could also pick up any inkstone from Yanxi Mountain. It was a special stone used to make the water dragon inkstone, one of the 10 famous immortal inkstones of Hauran. As long as the cultivators of the upper 5 realms did not use the magical power of heaven and earth in the sleeve, they could not break the prohibition even if they used things that were close to them, let alone carrying a wicker basket or a sack up the mountain. Mount Laojun was huge. The Jiang family had been mining it for thousands of years, but it was still far from being exhausted. Among the 4 children, Nalan's jade token was immediately in high spirits when the little girl heard about it. However, she was too embarrassed to ask Cui Dongshan and Zhou Fei to borrow things that were close to them. She just asked Yao Xiaoyan and Qing Chaolu to prepare their belongings and go to Mount Laojun to plunder the land. They must return with a full load. As for Bai Xian, forget it. Therefore, after leaving Yunming Peak and arriving at Yellow Heji, Nalan Yuji was not in the mood to stroll around. He directly asked Zhou Fei for the location of the array gate that led to Mount Laojun. Then he hastily led his men and rushed there. At that time Cui Dongshan was very emotional. This little girl who only cared about money was very congenial with Luapa Mountain. She was not afraid of acclimatization. Jiang Shangzhen raised the wine cup to Cui Dongshan and smiled. The mountains and rivers are broken, but the moon is still round. I am honored to invite you to enjoy this moon and drink this wine together. Cui Dongshan sat back on the bench and picked up the wine pot and a white porcelain wine cup. He murmured and poured a cup of wine for Jiang Shangzhen. The sun and moon swam in the cup. Then he raised the wine cup high and drank a cup of wine with Jiang Shangzhen with a smile. Cui Dongshan snorted as if he had been struck by lightning. His eyes rolled back and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Jiang Shang almost thought that someone had poisoned the wine. Cui Dongshan burped and said casually, Wei Ying is too similar to you. The first few decades or centuries were fine. It was a good thing for your sect. With his temperament and skills, he can guarantee the prosperity of Jade Grey sect. However, there is a big problem here. If Wei Ying wants to be himself in the future, he can only choose to kill Jiang Shangzhen. Not only was he exaggerating, he was also sowing discord between the two sect masters of Jade Grey sect. However, Jiang Shangzhen understood Cui Dongshan's meaning. Jade Grey sect was Wei Ying's Jade Grey sect after all. Wei Ying was ambitious and had high aspirations. He would definitely not be willing to be the second Jiang Shangzhen. It was very likely that in the future the foundation of Jade Grey sect, the strategy and the method of accumulating incense on the mountain would be deliberately opposite of Jiang Shangzhen's. The imprints of Jiang Shangzhen and Sun Yuan, the two sect masters, would be wiped out by Wei Ying one by one. In the end, Jade Grey sect would only be Wei Ying's Jade Grey sect. Then after more than 100 years, Jiang Shangzhen's situation in Jade Grey sect would become more and more awkward. The situation of the Jiang clan and the blessed land of Cloud Cave would only become more and more subtle day by day. Unless Jiang Shangzhen really retired completely and no longer showed his face in public. He could not be the sect master of Jade Grey sect, but he could not run to Calligraphy Lake to be a sect master of a lower sect. With Jiang Shangzhen's temper, he would definitely not stay in Cloud Cave blessed land. The only way out was to wander around and be a wild crane. It was not that Wei Ying would be hostile to Jiang Shangzhen, who had the best military exploits in Tongye continent, but the situation of the people around her and the sect would force Wei Ying to constantly take over Jiang Shangzhen's position. In fact, this completely predictable situation was Jiang Shangzhen's own fault. Jiang Shangzhen abdicated too early and too fast. He could have waited until Wei Ying reached the Ascendant Realm. At that time, Wei Ying would succeed to the position of suzerain, which was a matter of course. Jiang Shangzhen would also support a large number of trusted subordinates, such as those young people of Jade Grey sect who were still willing to worship Jiang Shangzhen as a god. When these young geniuses grew up one by one, the Hall of Ancestral Masters of the Divine Seal Peak would almost all be Jiang Shangzhen's followers. In the following 1,000 years, Jiang Shangzhen would be a veritable suzerain and the leader of the Immortals on the continent. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I am originally a transitional sect master. Not to mention the cultivators on the continent, even those cultivators with sect pedigrees in my own sect can't remember me for a few years. Cui Dongshan raised his head and said with a faint smile, Is Consecrator Zhou a person who belittles himself? How come I didn't know this before? Jiang Shangzhen leaned against the pavilion pillar and crossed his legs. He took a sip of the moonlight wine in his cup and said, In the end I'm still lazy. What others want but can't get, I'll throw it away like a pair of worn-out shoes. If I knew how to do things that should be taken for granted, I wouldn't be Jiang Shangzhen. Cui Dongshan also didn't want to talk about the affairs of Jade Grey sect. After all, it was someone else's family business. Looking at the deserted Huang Heji, he complained, You made such a big fuss and forbade tourists from coming to Huang Heji. Yunming Peak and Mount Laojuan's ferry must be full of complaints. What are you doing? Damn it, is there a need to do this? If my master knows about this, he'll definitely scold you for being a wastrel. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, I honestly paid for my own family with the identity of a banished immortal tourist. I also spent a lot of money on the Cloud Cave's blessed land, the Jiang family's snow. It's double the market price. I haven't asked for money from my family for a long time. It's been stored there and hasn't been touched. Every year the dividends and interest are rolling in the account book. It's not a small amount now. Of course my money is mine. The entire Jiang family's money is still mine. Cui Dongshan leaned against the railing and poured himself another cup of moonlight wine. He took a sniff and said, "If we're talking about the ability to earn money, Brother Zhou can definitely be ranked in the Howren 10. Lu Jubao, old man Zhou Xian, stinky chess loser you. Brother Zhou, you're a really capable person." Jiang Shangzhen waved his hand. "Not as good as you, the two of you." Cui Dongshan also waved his hand and said with a mischievous smile, "These words spoil the mood. Let's not talk about this. It's annoying. Master can wake up soon and see how the Cloud Cave's blessed land makes money." Huang Heji occupied a huge area. The cliff's edge was lined with white jade railings that were more than 10 li long. They were all made from genuine snow. And the green bricks on the ground were all made from green taro mud that was produced from the fusion of mountain roots and cloud roots. Other than this viewing pavilion that occupied the best position, the Jiang family also invited experts to use the two kinds of magical arts, Dao Field in snail shell, and Long Sun and Moon in a pot, to ingeniously superimpose and build nearly 100 immortal mansions. Each mansion occupied several acres of land. Therefore, in a single Huang Heji, whether it was a tourist or a resident of the mansion, everyone was quiet and did not disturb each other. Those snail shell immortal mansions in Huang Heji were not for sale, they were only for rent. However, the length of time could be negotiated. Whether it was a short stay for 3 to 5 days or a long stay for 3 to 5 years, the price was different. If one wanted to directly rent from the Cloud Cave's blessed lands Jiang family for 3 to 500 years, there were only two possibilities. Every single immortal mansion had its own unique features and was extremely exquisite. It was to the extent that just the designs of 7 immortal mansions were treasures of other immortal sects and dynasties, and over 100 of them could be sold every year. The key point was that the Jiang family also opened the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon in Huang Heji. It was unknown how many female cultivators on the mountain specially came to the Cloud Cave's blessed lands Huang Heji mansion. Relying on the Mirror Flower, Water and Moon, they negotiated with the Cloud Cave's Jiang family to share the profits. Not only could they live there for free, they could also earn a large amount of immortal money, which could be used to buy many of the 18 scenery's wonderful items, such as rouge, face powder, robes, hairpins, painting scrolls, calligraphy, portraits of young sword immortals. Also, the moonlight wine in Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan's hands was indeed infused with the moonlight essence of the blessed land's moon. This slight loss could be completely made up for by the expensive cost of the wine. The wine cup was a gift from the blessed land. After the cultivators drank the wine, they felt that it was troublesome and did not care for it. Then they would casually throw it into the river outside Huang Heji. However, as long as they were willing to take it away, what did it mean? The wine cup was not a document. Those who could travel to this blessed land and drink the moonlight wine would not treat the wine cup as a rare item. They would only use it for daily drinking, calling friends and singing at banquets. Every night when there was a full moon, the moonlight would flow and the reflection of the bright moon would appear on the white porcelain. The white porcelain's natural patterns were like cloud patterns. After hundreds and thousands of years, the moonlight wine in the Cloud Cave blessed land Huang Heji became a well-known elegant item among the cultivators on the mountain and the wealthy families at the foot of the mountain. Doing business was a business of taking money from other people's pockets. In the end, it was still a matter of working on the human heart. Jiang Shangzhen understood the human heart, especially the thoughts of women. He was even more proficient in how to earn the immortal money of women. This was only a means of making money on Huang Heji's side. The 18 sceneries of the blessed land were a source of income where immortal money surged everywhere. The moonlight wine in Huang Heji, the white clouds on Yunming Peak, the scenery and cultivation were not neglected. The white reed brooms swept the clouds into the sleeve and brought them home, and all of this was realized by Jiang Shangzhen. When Jiang Shangzhen took over the Cloud Cave blessed land, although it was already a superior blessed land and was already famous for its wealth, it was far from the current situation. This young Jiang clan master, who was known for being unruly in the continent, had stood his ground against the opinions of the masses in the clan's ancestral hall and moved people with reason and emotion. To put it bluntly, it was that whoever dared to say no in the Jiang clan's ancestral hall, he would kill that person today. He would let them come in standing and go out in a dead body. In the end, Jiang Shangzhen borrowed a large sum of money from clan master Sun Yuan and Song Xingtang, who was the Jade sect's god of wealth at that time, to raise the bottleneck of the Cloud Cave blessed land to a superior blessed land in one fell swoop. In this way, many of Jiang Shangzhen's ideas were realized one by one. The so-called 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave were actually the 18 forbidden areas of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. To the numerous native cultivators, the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land were like heavenly immortal treasures. The creator of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land had always been the Jiang clan's stylist. His surname was Chao and he was known as Stylist Chao. His ancestor was once a down-and-out Mahist cultivator who was recruited by Jiang Shangzhen. His descendants' cultivation realms were not high. Generation after generation the sons inherited the father's work. In the end, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land and the Chao clan became a renowned family of builders. In fact, Cui Dongshan, who didn't really want to drink wine, suddenly changed his mind. Not only did he pour a full cup of wine, he even moved his butt and passed the cup to Jiang Shangzhen. Jiang Shangzhen was a little surprised. He could only sit up and pass the cup to Cui Dongshan as well. Unexpectedly, the youth in white slightly lowered the cup in his hand. Before Jiang Shangzhen could move the cup down, the wine cup slightly clinked. Cui Dongshan changed the cup from one hand to two, said a toast and raised his head to drink it all. Jiang Shangzhen nodded slightly. He also held the cup with both hands and drank the wine in the cup. It was definitely a special honor. It was not inferior to the return of the Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master to Divine Seal Peak. When had Cui Dongshan, or half of the embroidered tiger Cui Dong, ever deliberately lowered his status to an outsider at the wine table? Jiang Shangzhen was very clear that it wasn't because of how Jiang Shangzhen turned the tide in the Tongyi continent that he won Cui Dongshan's toast. To be honest, in terms of merit, who in the world could compare to the embroidered tiger? The Dragon Tiger Mountain's great heavenly master, White Emperor City's Jing Juzhong, mellow scholar Chen Chunan, and even Bai Yi couldn't compare to the Dali Cui Dong. Therefore, it was his identity as a consecrator of Luopa Mountain and his friendship with Qin Pingon that allowed the young mountain lord's disciple, Cui Dongshan, to drink with Zhou Fei. Cui Dongshan casually threw the porcelain cup into the river and turned his head to look at the moon in the water. The white-clothed youth leaned against the railing again and lifted the wine pot. The wine poured into the water and muttered with a smile, "Not afraid of the deep water." Old Long Pan called the fairy to drink wine. The fairy despised me for being too young, I despised the fairy for being too tall, I poured snowflakes for 30,000 years, begging the master for money to buy the mountain. The master blamed me for being useless, I blamed the master for being too busy. Jiang Shangzhen imitated him and threw away the wine pot and cup. He clapped his hands and praised, "Good poetry. When I return I'll have someone carve it on the cliff. It should be passed down through the ages." Cui Dongshan turned his head. Jiang Shangzhen asked tentatively, "Have you flattered him?" Cui Dongshan asked back, "Brother Zhou, what do you think?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed loudly. He mistook the Cloud Cave Blessed Land for Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan said without reason, that Han Jianshu, Dai Yuan, and the others must have returned to their own mountains. They must be experts that are admired by many. Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "Of course. Han Jianshu will have many men's heartfelt admiration. Perhaps just a casual glance from her can make some young men toss and turn in bed, unable to sleep at night. Dai Yuan must also be an unrivaled earth immortal grandmaster in the eyes of many cultivators." Cui Dongshan asked again, "The drunk man under the sword tree is Lu Feng. Are you sure he went to the Green Netherworld?" Jiang Shangzhen was a little embarrassed and nodded, "This guy is troubled by love. He can't get rid of the knot in his heart no matter what." Cui Dongshan said, "This friend of yours is different from the Wind Snow Temple's Wei Jin and the Wind Thunder Garden's Li Tuanjing. Actually, he can learn from the Green Netherworld's Year Palace removal, Wu Shuang descends." Jiang Shangzhen said helplessly, "I told him about this. In the end he thought for a long time and said, how could I bear to part with her? He almost angered me to death." Cui Dongshan knew the inside story and was gloating. Just as he was about to say something, Jiang Shangzhen hurriedly cupped his fists and begged, "Don't mention the past. It spoils the mood. It's easy to get upset." Cui Dongshan said, "If Han Yushu's Wanyao sect did not meet my teacher, he would have taken advantage of the situation and even had the chance to become the second Jade Gray sect. Then he could wait patiently for Jade Gray sect to make a mistake. For example, he could make a mistake similar to Tongyi sect. Even if the Tongyi sect that is on the verge of collapse could recover, Wanyao sect would at least be able to fight for second place. Jiang Shangzhen hesitated for a moment. When he first met Qin Pingon at Taiping Mountain, Jiang Shangzhen was in a difficult position. His words were reserved, as if he was unwilling to talk about the current situation in Tongyi continent. It was because the Aquarius continent and North continent had a very deep and good relationship. Most of them were very legitimate. The cultivators of these two continents spared no effort in infiltrating Tongyi continent from other continents. The sword cultivators of North continent had a deep relationship with the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingon was also a hidden official for many years. The Aquarius continent was also Qin Pingon's hometown. During the war, the mountains and rivers of these two continents were connected to form one continent. It was enough to shock the eyes and ears of the two continents. Now that they had gone south to Tongyi continent, it was inevitable that they would be arrogant. Cui Dongshan laughed. You are very curious why Cui Dong wants to protect Tongyi sect in the dark, and not let the other continent's internal and external forces divide it up like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and then shook his head. If he wants to support a force like a hub to go south for the Aquarius continent, and use it to restrict the local sects like Jade Gui sect, I'm not surprised at all. What I am really curious about is, look at that Imperial Tutor's plan. It is obvious that he wants Tongyi sect to have a chance to return to its peak within 1,000 years, and become a continent second only to Jade Gui sect. One Tongyi continent was extremely tragic. Jade Gui sect's ascendant realms Sun Yuan. Jade Gui sect's ancestral hall, god of fortune Song Xingtang, Jade Pure Realm female cultivator Lu Huamao, Tongyi sect master, Great Sword Celestial Fu Lingqing. Taiping Mountain's old heavenly lord, Mountain Lord Heavenly Lord Song Mao. Fui sect master Ji Hai, they were all ancient people. After a long time they had become pages of an ancient calendar. The most outstanding and powerful cultivators of the upper 5 realms had all died in battle, and there were many followers who had generously sacrificed themselves. As for the Tongyi continent's earth immortals who were closest to the mountain peak, more than half of them ran away and hid in the 5th world to enjoy their lives. Now that there were cultivators from other continents infiltrating Tongyi continent, the key was that Tongyi continent had no power and no reason to show any toughness. The huge Tongyi continent had a bad reputation, and it had become the laughingstock of the entire world. It was like an old man in his twilight years with a broken spine, unable to straighten his back and speak to outsiders. Like Fuyao continent and Jinjia continent, even though their mountains and rivers had sunk, they had fought many tough battles from the top to the bottom of the mountain, and only in the end did their mountains and rivers crumble. But in this way, with Tongyi continent as a foil, even the central divine continent had a good impression of those two continents. Pitiful, hateful, laughable and lamentable, there was only one Tongyi continent. Cui Dongshan clasped his hands behind his head. What's there to be confused about? The young people of Tongyi sect are worthy of such treatment. Just like how Wei Ying is worthy of being the sect leader of Jade Gui sect, you are willing to give the position to a young person. It's the same logic. Do you think that the old bastard only has eyes for the Aquarius continent? To be honest, not to mention the North continent, even the Dali dynasty, Cui Dong does not care to be biased. Because he is even more lazy than you. This is a good way to put it. Cui Dong will definitely not allow people like Han Yushu to live an ignoble life, and even take advantage of the situation to steal a high position. That is too disgusting. The Tongye sect was even more miserable than the Yugui sect. They suffered the most, and it was in their hearts that they suffered the most. Since they suffered the most, they would have the best memory. They knew better than you what true suffering and torment were. Anyway, you and the young people of Jade Gui sect can be considered the true hope of Tongyi continent. Cui Dongshan turned his head. The sea of clouds covered the moon. He used a celestial technique and gently parted the sea of clouds with 2 fingers. He smiled. This is called parting the clouds to see the moon. Jiang Shangzhen said with a double meaning, Brother Cui's move is indeed celestial. Cui Dongshan did not agree. He asked curiously, when my master heard that the backing of Yu dynasty was the old Longqing Ho family, what was his expression? Jiang Shangzhen smiled. It was a half smile. He probably heard a joke that was not so funny. Cui Dongshan smiled and sat cross-legged. He shook his shoulders. That's great. We can go home now. Jiang Shangzhen said, bring me along. Cui Dongshan patted his chest. Before Brother Zhou Fei returns to the Ascendant Realm, even if I have to make a scene, kneel and kowtow, I will make sure that the position of head consecrator is always empty. I will wait for Brother Zhou Fei to take his seat. Jiang Shangzhen sighed. Although I never thought that I would be like this for the rest of my life, it's still the Ascendant Realm. It's not that easy to get there. It's difficult. Cui Dongshan narrowed his eyes and lifted a sleeve. He rotated it gently. Is that so? Is it difficult? If it were other celestials, even me, they would find it difficult. It's very difficult as ascending to the heavens. But a Tong Yi continent without an Ascendant Realm, and a future head consecrator that Luopa Mountain is sure to be, I think it's fine. Just wait. You can't rush it, but you can wait. As for whether it's 100 years or a few hundred years, I can't guarantee it. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and cupped his fists. Thank you for your auspicious words. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at Cui Dongshan's sleeve. That little girl called Sun Chunwang is still inside competing with you? Cui Dongshan nodded. Good seedling. Boss, you're a sword immortal. You're kind and generous. The sleeve that Cui Dongshan lifted was called by Ben Place. There was a little girl practicing swordsmanship inside. Previously, when he took the white jade hairpin from Jiang Shangzhen, Cui Dongshan saw a group of sword immortal embryos with different temperaments. Cui Dongshan was not idle. He often chatted with them and reasoned with them. He said that they were not young anymore and they were all sword cultivators. They had to be sensible. They had to pay attention to what they said, do things with dignity and be calm. Small money comes from frugality. Don't you know it? Anyway, those who deserved to be beaten were beaten, scolded and praised. Otherwise it would be inappropriate. Bai Xian, He Gu, He Xiangting, Yu Xiahui, Yu Qingzhang and Sun Chunwang. These 6 little sword cultivators were all kept in Cui Dongshan's sleeve. The magical power of the upper 5 realms was very different. For example, Qin Pingon could only store things and there was no other mystery. However, Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth in his sleeve could control the cultivators who fell into his sleeve. All of their perceptions and divine senses would be controlled by Cui Dongshan at will. It was easy to understand the saying that one day felt like a year. One could imagine how it felt to guard in a vast illusion for 100 years. Of course, Qin Pingon's heaven and earth in his sleeve was one extreme. Cui Dongshan's was another extreme. Even among the Ascendant Realm cultivators, except for Jing Juzhong of White Emperor City, no one was as powerful as Cui Dongshan's heaven and earth in his sleeve. One after another, Yu Xiahui, He Gu and He Xiangting almost lost their minds. They were thrown out of Cui Dongshan's sleeve by Cui Dongshan. After that, they looked at Cui Dongshan as if they were looking at the god of plague. Then it was Yu Qingzhang who couldn't stand it. After a few years in the mountain, it was Bai Xian who was old and had eyes on his forehead. However, this little bastard was not a cultivator who couldn't stand it, but he couldn't stand the innate emotion. He felt that it was too boring, so he begged Cui Dongshan to let him out. If Cui Dongshan really couldn't stand it, he would go out for a meal and chat and then throw him back. Cui Dongshan deliberately ignored him. As a result, the little bastard took out his flying sword and ran all the way. The flying sword followed him all the way until he ran out of spiritual qi. He fell to the ground and scolded Cui Dongshan for being a jerk. He didn't let Cui Dongshan see Master Hidden Official later, or he would make Cui Dongshan, a stupid student, suffer the consequences. So Cui Dongshan was very considerate. He first threw Bai Xian out of his sleeve and then suddenly grabbed him back. The kid was also able to judge the situation and was flexible. He began to flatter Cui Dongshan. When he found that it didn't seem to work, he began to say good things about Master Hidden Official. Cui Dongshan listened to him and then released the little bastard from his sleeve. He touched Bai Xian's head and smiled to remind the kid who didn't even dare to put his hands behind his back that he should be obedient in the future. Bai Xian had a sincere face and shouted that he must. However, Cui Dongshan was surprised. He said that such a loud voice would scare people to death. He was full of energy and could still practice the sword. So he threw Bai Xian back. He also found that the kid was most afraid of the female ghost with a pale face and bleeding eyes. So he let Bai Xian wander around dozens of places. Cui Dongshan said, "Illusions are born from the heart and realms are created by the heart." In the world of fish, insects, flowers and birds there was a world of its own. It was a gloomy haunted house. In the end, when Bai Xian finally saw the light of day again, the kid grabbed the sleeve of the crazy Master Cui and began to cry out loud. The last one was a little girl with an ordinary appearance, Sun Chunwang. She actually really concentrated on cultivating in the mountain and river in the sleeve. Moreover, she was very disciplined. She seemed to be sleeping but not sleeping. She nurtured the flying sword. Then she would get up on time every day to take a walk. She talked to herself and scribbled with her fingers. Finally, she would sit back on time and nurture the flying sword again. It was as if she was determined to continue like this until the end of time. Anyway, she would never open her mouth to beg Cui Dongshan for mercy. In addition, there were Chung Chaolu, Nalan Yufan, and Yao Xiaoyan. A little chef who would be in high spirits when talking about Master Chow, a little accountant, and a little muddlehead. Cui Dongshan found them pleasing to the eye, so he did not teach them a lesson. Recently, Cui Dongshan took the initiative to move the dragon beheading platform out of the white jade hairpin and let the group of children practice swordsmanship together. Occasionally, he would personally supervise them. Until today, the 4 children by Xian, Qing Chaolu, Nalan Yufan, and Yao Xiaoyan followed the unpredictable Cui Dongshan, and the guy called Zhou Fei left the secret realm of the Yunming Peak and came to Huangheji to play. Then when they heard that they could move stones at will in Mount Laojuan's Inkstone Mountain, they ran to try their luck and make a fortune. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "At least 9 Earth Immortal sword cultivators in 100 years. Our Luopa Mountain is really scary." Cui Dongshan complained, "Sword cultivators need money the most." Jiang Shangzhen complained, "Talking about money? Brother Cui, are you scolding people?" Cui Dongshan gave him a thumbs up. "Brother Zhou Fei is so generous." Jiang Shangzhen suddenly said, "I heard that the 5th world made an exception for a young scholar, and allowed him to return to the vast world. His name is Zhao Yao? Is he from the same place as our mountain lord?" Cui Dongshan nodded. "Zhao Yao is most likely the future Dali imperial tutor. He will be groomed as the imperial tutor for a few years, and will assist the next emperor. It is the old bastard's doing. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Shangzhen nodded. "That makes sense." The current Aquarius continent situation was extremely complicated. The Dali dynasty that once occupied a continent, the Song dynasty emperor, followed the agreement and allowed many of the old dynasties and vassal states to recover. But the capital of Dali that was built near Chibu in the central region was still kept. It was handed over to vassal King Song Mu to oversee. Just how to properly settle this vassal king, who had made outstanding contributions and had a reputation that spread far and wide, would give Emperor Song He a headache. Song Mu, or rather Song Jisun, in that war, his performance was too dazzling. He had gathered a large group of cultivators around him. Other than the true dragon GQ, who could be regarded as half of the Ascendant Realm and Martial Mountains Ma Kushuan, Song Mu had a close relationship with the sword cultivators of the North Continent. In addition, the 6 ministries of Pedu were all officials who had experienced the baptism of war. They were in the prime of their lives and were full of vitality. Each one of them was more than the other. Most importantly, each of them was brimming with talent and were extremely practical. They were definitely not people who would sit back and talk. That was why there was a saying that people would die from anger. It was widely spread in the Tongyi continent. Any middle-level official from the Dali Pedu was more than qualified to be the minister of the 6 ministries of the Tongyi continent. As for the Song clan dynasty, it used to be a continent that included the entire Aquarius continent. It was still ranked at the bottom of the 10 great dynasties. Now that it had given up half of its territory, it was named as the 2nd great dynasty in the Central Plains. And there was almost no objection on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. Cui Dongshan smiled and asked, "If I remember correctly, because of the war, the Cloud Cave Blessed Land lacked the rouge painting for 2 years. Recently, the Jiang clan has started to re-evaluate it?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "I can ignore the Jiang clan's affairs. But this matter, I have to watch over it personally." One of the 18 sceneries of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land was a rouge stage. It was also known as the Flower Deity Mountain by the Tongyi continent. At the peak of the high platform, there were 36 fairies and beauties standing on it all year round. Of course, they were all transformed by the Jiang clan's cultivators using the mountain and mountain secret technique. The rouge painting was divided into 3 volumes, 2 volumes and 2 volumes. There were 12 people in each volume. They were known as the 36 flower goddesses. They were all the most outstanding women in the celestial families on the continent and the dynasties below the mountain. Only they could stand on the platform, Cui Dongshan smiled and said, Brother Zhou Fei is busy collecting money again. No wonder you were willing to buy Huang Heji tonight. It's just a small amount of money. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, It's just for fun. Earning money is secondary. Cui Dongshan asked casually, Who's the first? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, It was originally the new emperor of the Great Spring Dynasty Yao Jinji. But this emperor asked someone to send a sum of money to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. I could only bear the pain and remove her name. In addition, Madame Huan Shi, who cultivated in the Daoist master residence, also sent a flying sword message to the Divine Seal Peak not long ago. How would I dare to act rashly? Before the truth of the 36 rouge paintings of the flower goddesses was revealed, the Jiang clan of the Blessed Land would give some information in advance. Therefore, those who were listed on the list, those who remained in the volumes, or those who were promoted from the lower volumes to the upper volumes, or even those who were unwilling to show their faces like the Great Spring Emperor Yao Jinji, could be discussed as long as they were given money. Apart from this, there were also many celestial masters who admired certain fairies. They could also give money to the Jiang clan. This was because there were more than 100 flower baskets placed at the Rouge Mountain. Each flower basket would be pasted with the name of a beauty candidate. Every celestial master would personally throw money into the flower basket or ask someone to send money to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. The amount of money in the flower basket would be obvious at a glance. It was said that when the old sect master Sun Yuan was still alive, he would take the initiative to find Jiang Shangzhen every time the Rouge platform was selected. Those fairies who were admired by Sun Yuan had to be listed on the list. There was no room for discussion. After all, the catoptric deflection was Sun Yuan's greatest interest. Back then, even though he was separated by a continent, the images of the fairies from the Aquarius continent were very blurry, but the old sect master still often waited for them to show up and threw money without blinking. It was no wonder that old Sun often pointed at Jiang Shangzhen's nose and scolded him in front of everyone in the ancestral hall. If you spent half of your money on cultivation, you would have been in the ascendant realm long ago. The most exaggerated selection in history was when a female cultivator's flower basket was piled up with a small mountain of money converted from summer money to grain rain money. That woman was known as Huang Yiyun by the cultivators of the Tongyi continent. Her real name was Yi Yun Yun, and she was an extremely beautiful female martial artist. However, she didn't get listed in the list in the end. It seemed that Yi Yun Yun had personally found Jiang Shangzhen. At that time, the Jiang clan master who had just reached the unpolished Jade realm, had a bloody nose and a swollen face. He grimaced in pain for a few days and scolded old Sun for being a good-for-nothing. Why did he have to take the blame for the trouble he caused? Cui Dongshan sighed. The Great Spring Dynasty, the buried river god Yao Jinji. It's a pity that Pei Qian should still be on her way home, so she can't be the first to know the news. My little senior brother will be remembered by eldest senior sister again. When they left the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it was Pei Qian who accompanied her husband on the entire journey back home. Pei Qian's last flying sword message to the cloud-covering mountain came from the Yu family of the Central Plains. Pei Qian had most likely chosen the route of the pure Jade continent and the North continent, so she returned to the Luapa mountain later. Otherwise, if she went directly to the Immortal Ferry in the easternmost part of the Central Plains and took the old Dragon City's treasure-swallowing whale ferry, she could directly reach the southern peak boundary of the Aquarius continent. Now she should be near the capital of Dali. Jiang Shangzhen had a particularly deep impression of Pei Qian. Back then he had experienced the power of that charcoal girl at the Luapa mountain. In a battle of the Great Dao he had wholeheartedly lost and admitted defeat. Cui Dongshan turned his head to look at the faraway Mount Laojun. Who would have thought that the cultivators of a continent could only travel to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land in the future to see the old scenery of the Taiping Mountain and the Fuyao sect again? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said softly, "Flowers bloom when you plant them with the intention, and willows grow when you plant them without the intention." I never thought that I, Jiang Shangzhen, would actually accomplish such a great thing just by focusing on earning money. On the Mount Laojun, other than the Vasilian Mountain, the most famous thing was actually a painting of the mountains and rivers of the Tongyi continent. The Cloud Cave Blessed Land had chosen the most beautiful mountains and rivers of a continent and immortal residences. Tourists would be immersed in it and experience it. Moreover, it was like a saint overseeing a small world. As long as one was a cultivator of the middle five realms, They could casually shrink the mountains and rivers and enjoy the scenery. Of course, the mountain and river restrictions of each family would not appear in the mountain and river painting. Some secluded immortals who wanted to make a name for themselves did not have enough foundation to occupy a place in the mountain and river diagram. In order to attract potential cultivators or to make friends with the incense on the mountain, they would take the initiative to take out the immortals' diagram of their own mountain and ask the Jiang family to help make a hot copy and place it in the diagram, so that the cultivators of the continent would know their name. The two of them were speechless. In early spring the moon was bright in the sky. The moon was white, the mountains were cold, and the water was cold. The two of them were enjoying the blooming of spring flowers. Xianxia said, "Qin Pingon should be waking up soon." Cui Dongshan nodded. "There's no hurry. We've waited for so many years. 1 or 2 more days won't make a difference." Xianxia raised his eyes and looked at the mountain and river gate of the yellow hedgy boundary. He smiled and said, "The little money grubber and the others have returned. It seems like they didn't gain much." Cui Dongshan glanced in that direction and said, "Why don't you try my husband instead? I'll empty the entire Inkstone Mountain for you. As long as my husband has nothing to do, he can cultivate there." Xianxia quickly waved his hand and said, "I don't dare, I don't dare." The group of children returned to Yellow Hedgie. Nalan Yuji was a small bookkeeper and a little money grubber. At this moment he was still not satisfied with using his hands to touch the white jade wall. Seeing that there were no outsiders around, he simply stood on his tiptoes and used his face as a rag. He wiped here and there, muttering about money and how it was all spent by the snow. Bai Xian, who had his hands behind his back, rolled his eyes. The little fatty Ching Chaolu was rewarded with a famous nickname by Cui Dongshan, the invincible little divine fist. Cui Dongshan also said that as long as he learned martial arts from his husband, your Master Chao, he would be able to reach a higher level. He would also reward Ching Chaolu with a more prestigious name. Nalan Yuji's Fengsuan item was immediately filled with ink stones. Yao Xiaoyan and Ching Chaolu also carried a bag each. A piece of inkstone that was mined from Mount Laojuan's Crown Prince's Mountain was difficult for immortals to predict. Only extremely experienced inkstone craftsmen from blessed lands could estimate the quality of the material. As for those inkstones that could be seen with the naked eye, naturally they would not be randomly scattered on the mountain. In fact, the matter of climbing the mountain to pick up inkstones was originally for the traveling immortal masters to enjoy themselves. In the little girl's Fengsuan object, in addition to the large and small stones and slates that have not been cut to determine the quality of the stone, there are also a few seals and mini fans. They were all stolen from her sister. Nalan didn't dare to take too much of the jade archive. She only took less than half of it. She planned to do business with Cui Dongshan. This guy looked filthy rich and liked to claim that he was Master Chao's proudest disciple. He seemed to respect his teacher and would probably be very willing to spend money. However, she could not take everything out. She had to say that she only had one seal that she had painstakingly bought with a lot of money. After selling it at a high price, she would talk about it a few days later. Oh, she accidentally found a folding fan and sold it to him. She said that it was the treasure of the Yen family's shop in her hometown. In the end, she would take everything out and simply let him buy it. Anyway, she would not sell it alone. In the end, she would give him a family friendship price. If Cui Dongshan did not agree, then forget it. If he did not want to buy it, then so be it. However, Nalan Yuji felt that she should not sell everything. She wanted to keep one of the seals because she liked it very much. The words on the side of the seal, 8,000 credits is not as good as $800. Sincerity is no match for evil. The seal words on the seal. Earning money is not easy, cultivation is very difficult. On a mountain, a group of cultivators left a snail shell mansion. There were 7 or 8 men and women. Their faces were young and their robes were different. At first glance, one could tell that they were either rich or noble people on the mountain. It was not that the mansion did not have a good view of the scenery, but the scenery around the Yellow Crane Peak viewing pavilion was so quiet. Seeing those young immortals coming from afar, Bai Xian jumped lightly and sat on the railing. He crossed his arms and looked at them coldly. Yao Xiaoyan was afraid of strangers, so she hid next to Nalan Yuji. Ching Chaolu was more carefree. She stood next to the white jade railing and looked at the river under the bright moon. The little fatty felt that if Master Chao was here right now, everyone would have a steaming hot pot. That would really be worthy of this beautiful scenery. A young woman in a dragon dress with a string of pearls in her hand opened her limpid eyes wide as she sized up the two little girls. They're so adorable, they're so delicate and delicate. Whose children are you? She walked quickly to Nalan Yuji and bent down, wanting to rub the little girl's head. Nalan Yuji turned her head away. The woman touched her again and the little girl turned her head again. The woman retracted her hand. Her eyes narrowed into crescents as she smiled. Little girl, what's your name? Nalan Yuji said in fluent Tong Yezhou language. I'm not familiar with you. That's more or less enough. After the woman heard this, dimples appeared on her cheeks. She looked even more beautiful. A young man with a first-class fasting jade tablet on his waist said in surprise, "These little guys, could they be the disciples of the Jiang family from the Cloud Cave Blessed Land? All of them have fasting jade tablets." The woman glanced at him. "Yuchi, is your family the only rich one?" The young man named Yuchi smiled. They were a group of young talents from Tong Yezhou. This time they were traveling together to kill demons and gain experience. At the foot of Tong Yezhou Mountain, there were many things waiting to be done. However, there were still many demon cultivators who stayed on Tong Yezhou Mountain. Some of them were sneakily hiding in the mountains, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Some of them couldn't change their natures. They ran around and caused trouble. However, there were very few Earth Immortals among these demon survivors. The great demons of the upper 5 realms, Nascent Soul and Golden Core demons, had either died in the war or fled back to the wasteland through the entrance of the Ultimate on the sea. Some couldn't escape in time and were killed by the surviving cultivators of Tong Yezhou Mountain and the nobles of Mount Longhu's Celestial Master residence. In addition, the Tong Yezhou Mountain was constantly infiltrated by cultivators from other continents. For example, the Ho family of Old Dragon City, which was allied with the Yu dynasty, and Sword Immortal Su Jun, who was guarding the mountain crossing. He was one of the people who spoke to the Tong Yezhou Mountain's god of wealth. No matter why these people came to Tong Yezhou Mountain, they were not careless about killing demons. Therefore, the Tong Yezhou Mountain was still very peaceful. The elders of the various families were more at ease with the juniors traveling together and going down the mountain to gain experience. At the pavilion, Cui Dongshan looked at the group of youngsters and could not help but laugh. He turned his head to look at Jiang Shangzhen. Look. It's all because of your Jade Medallion sects in action that these fellow seniors have turned into dragons upon encountering a storm. All of them don't even care about you, old sect master Jiang. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, well said, well said. It's better than being scolded for being a dog in the manger. The immortal sects of the northern lands, Golden Peak Monastery, Heavenly Fault Peak, Green Tiger Palace, Little Dragon Chio, and a few in the central and southern regions were now seen as potential sections. On the surface, the Tong Yezhou Mountain was dominated by the Jade sect. It was destined that there would not be any changes in the next 1,000 years. The Tong Yezhou Mountain, which had a terrible reputation, had tactfully sealed itself off. Other than that, some of the immortal sects that were originally deeply rooted and powerful had their vitality greatly damaged. Even the ancestral hall's incense had been wiped out. Therefore, the Golden Peak Monastery of the Northern Mountains joined forces with the Great Immortal White Dragon Cave of the Central Region and the Cloud Cottage of Mount Pu in the south. The three parties worked together to propose a Grand Mountain and Mountain Alliance. They advanced and retreated together. Currently, many of the disputes between the native cultivators of the Tong Yezhou Mountain and the foreign cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent would be mediated by two great cultivators who vaguely became the monarch of the mountain and the prime minister of the mountain of a continent. As for the owner of the Cloud Cottage of Mount Pu, it was Yi Yunyun, a woman who was purely a martial artist. Because she liked to wear yellow clothes, she had the reputation of Yellow Clothes Yun. However, this martial artist was obsessed with martial arts and didn't care about worldly affairs. As a result, she didn't care that the Cloud Cottage had become more than half a place for cultivation. During the war, she left her mountain alone. It was obvious that she was determined to die. She rushed to the Great Spring Dynasty and didn't plan to return to the Cloud Cottage. However, for some reason, the Mirage City was still standing. It became the biggest strange thing at the foot of the Tong Yezhou Mountain. The demon race's army and horses surrounded the capital of the Great Spring Dynasty from the beginning to the end but didn't attack. Because the Grand Alliance was held at the Peach Leaf Crossing in the territory of the Great Spring Dynasty, it was also called the Peach Leaf Alliance. Cui Dongshan clicked his tongue and said, "Poor brother Zhou Fei. Zhang Xian sat cross-legged with his hands in his sleeves. Who said it wasn't? Fortunately, the fairies in the Rouge painting can comfort me. The local cultivators of the Tongyi continent had long been dissatisfied with the attitude of the Jade sect's divine seal peak in many important matters. In addition, the location of the Jade sect's lower sect was Calligraphy Lake in the Aquarius continent and had a close relationship with the Song clan. Wei Ying was even promoted from the position of the True Realm sect's sect master. Therefore, the local cultivators of the Tongyi continent felt that Zhang Xian and Wei Ying were too selfish and unsightly. They wanted to rely on both sides, but they didn't. They had been exchanging the loss of the Tongyi continent's interests for the Jade sect's interests. The simplest reason was that Zhang Xian had a good relationship with the current Great Celestial Master. If he allied with the Celestial Master Mansion of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Xian would show more strength and resist the encroachment of the cultivators of the Aquarius continent and the North continent to the south. He would strictly prohibit the cross-continent ferries from landing on the shore. How could the current Tongyi continent be held back by outsiders? How could they allow outsiders to occupy high positions and implicate their own cultivators to be inferior to others? Cui Dongshan looked worried. Don't get into a conflict over there. If that happens, Brother Zhou Fei will be in trouble. It was as if Cui Dongshan had casually smeared his face with yellow mud. Zhang Xian's face was full of helplessness. What the hell was this? Not to mention a group of tourists. Even if the disciples of the Jiang clan or the direct disciples of the Divine Seal Peak dared to provoke the Sword Immortal embryos who were temporarily the Mountain Master's unofficial disciples, Zhang Xian wouldn't mind serving them according to the family rules. Fortunately, there was no conflict. The woman from Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage had a very good impression of the two young ladies and waved them goodbye. Nalan Yuji hesitated for a moment and waved his hand as a return of the greeting. However, the only child in the group of immortal masters looked up at Bai Xian, who was sitting on the railing, and asked, "What are you looking at?" Bai Xian ignored him. The child turned his head as he walked, staring at Bai Xian, and said, "It's just a few fasting tablets. What are you showing off for?" Bai Xian still didn't say anything. He just picked up the fasting tablet, shook his head and sighed softly. The child stopped and said with a smile, "What's your name? Let's be friends." Bai Xian put down the tablet and yawned, still ignoring his peer. The woman turned her head and said, "Linzi, don't cause trouble. You should control your temper. Have you forgotten the trouble you caused in the capital of the Great Spring? Aren't you afraid of being punished by your master when you return to the White Dragon Cave?" The woman shifted her line of sight to the young man named Yuqi and complained, "You don't care about Linzi either?" Yuqi said helplessly, "Miss Yi, you can call him Linzi as you like. But according to the seniority in my family, Linzi is my martial uncle." The child nicknamed Linzi twitched the corner of his mouth and no longer cared about the mute sitting on the railing. He just looked at Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan. He smiled and raised his hands, making a gesture of pinching cheeks. Bai Xian jumped up and crossed his fingers. Nalan Yuji quickly turned her head and said, "It's fine. Don't mess around. Master Chao isn't here." The child sneered and left in large strides. But his steps weren't fast and he still fell behind the crowd. He turned his head and opened his mouth to speak, but no sound came out. It wasn't anything from his heart. He opened his mouth slightly and said two words with a smile, "Coward." Bai Xian stepped on the railing and said angrily, "So annoying." Because Master Chao had warned them not to reveal their identity as sword cultivators. He wasn't like Qing Chaolu, the little lackey of the hidden official, who would pester the hidden official to teach him fist techniques every day. Bai Xian had secretly sworn that in this vast world, he would learn from the hidden official. As long as he fought with someone, he wouldn't lose a single battle. If he could use his flying sword, Bai Xian would have beaten that bastard until he cried for his parents. The little fatty Qing Chaolu suddenly stepped forward. He took off his bag and placed it on the ground. Then without a word he walked towards his peer who had an extremely high seniority in White Dragon Cave. That Linzi wanted to see the world plunged into chaos. He walked sideways and turned his head to look at the little fatty who looked silly. He hooked his hand, indicating that if you make the first move, don't blame me for not holding back. Yuqi sensed that something was wrong. He quickly walked to his martial uncle Linzi's side and said half-jokingly, all right. Martial uncle, you're just a middle 5-realm cultivator. Why are you competing with these children?" Linzi glanced at the two girls and smiled, They're just grotto-dwelling realm cultivators. While Yuqi was talking to Lindsay amiably, he spoke to the little fatty telepathically. Go back. Don't cause trouble. Otherwise, when your sex elders come, you won't be able to bear the consequences. In the pavilion, Cui Dongshan held back his laughter and clicked his tongue in wonder. White Dragon Cave's cultivators are quite unreasonable. Jiang Shangzhen extended a finger and rubbed his temples. My head hurts. The White Dragon Cave's ancestral master is only a nascent soul. However, the current White Dragon Cave's cultivators did indeed have the qualifications to do as they pleased in Tongye continent. It was not because of their cultivation level but because of their influence. Jiang Shangzhen asked, Aren't you going to do anything about it? Cui Dongshan shook his head. I'll take care of it. It's time for these sword immortal embryos to know what they're capable of. It's not good to think too highly of themselves or underestimate themselves. When they reach Luopa Mountain in the future, unless their cultivation level is higher, they'll be able to leave the mountain for training. Otherwise, there won't be many opportunities to fight on the mountain. Even without Huang Heji's incident today, I would have let them fight with outsiders in other parts of Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Since Cui Dongshan had said so, Jiang Shangzhen continued to watch the show. If this matter caused him to be recorded in the Mountain Lord's account book and lose his position as head consecrator, Jiang Shangzhen would definitely beat the crap out of the White Dragon Cave's ancestral master. Cui Dongshan focused his gaze and suddenly asked, Have you ever wondered why I was able to open the mountain restriction on the White Jade hairpin? Jiang Shangzhen nodded. Naturally, it's because Qin Pingon left behind clues. I'm guessing that you're the only one who can open it. Cui Dongshan asked again. Then have you ever thought that my husband's sword immortal sacrifice at Taiping Mountain was really just a romantic sword immortal or an impulsive decision? Jiang Shangzhen smiled. Lu Ji, Qi Tingji, Lu Jinglong, Xie Songhua, Song Pin and all the other sword immortals know that the hidden official has returned to the vast world. Cui Dongshan turned his head and said with a shocked expression, Brother Zhou Fei's brain sure is sharp. Jiang Shangzhen cupped his fists. You flatter me. We're all from the same family after all. On the other side, Qing Chaolu took a deep breath and chanted a few fist formulas in her heart. 1,000 stances, 10,000 punches, 1 stance. What was it again? Forget it, let's fight first. The little fatty stomped heavily on the ground and his fists moved like a snake. He then stomped on the ground and jumped up high. He raised his arm and his strength was full. His strength was like a thunderclap and he struck out like a whip. The young White Dragon Cave cultivator with a jade-like face was punched in the head, causing his head to tilt to the side. In the blink of an eye, he smashed into the ground with a bang. Finally, his upturned legs slumped to the ground. However, he fainted on the spot after taking a punch from the child. Qing Chaolu rushed forward and arched her legs slightly. She kicked the man's forehead and suddenly exerted force. The young man slid dozens of feet away and slammed into the white jade railing. Qing Chaolu continued running forward. She suddenly tilted her body and dodged an immortal arcane artifact that resembled an immortal binding rope. She pressed 2 fingers together and gently tapped the ground. With a flip of her body, she dodged another spell that restrained her. The little fatty was as agile as a leopard in the forest. He arched his back and continued running towards the young man who was already foaming at the mouth and twitching on the ground. In the end, he kicked Yuqi's head. The back of his head slammed into the white jade railing several times with a clang. The little fatty was only focused on this one person. He was very one-track minded and did not care about the rest. As for the kid named Lin Ziling, it was boring to hit him. Moreover, it was easy for him to be unreasonable. Master Chow had said that after learning boxing, one must be aware of the light and heavy punches. Qing Chaolu was really afraid that with one punch she would cripple or kill that muddle-headed kid. This was the advantage of sword cultivators, especially sword immortal embryos. Among cultivators, sword cultivators and military cultivators were the best at nourishing the spirit and strengthening the body. Therefore, sword cultivators did not summon their flying swords and military cultivators did not use their spells and abilities. They were very much like pure martial artists. Cui Dongshan was stunned. The little fatty's temper is not bad. Even I have misjudged him? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, Indeed, he doesn't usually look like one. Cui Dongshan said regretfully, Among this group of people, there are still those who are willing to be reasonable. Otherwise, today's results would have been better. Bai Xian and the rest would have had a chance to draw their swords. What a pity. The Mount Pu Cloud Cottage of the Tongye continent was similar to the Thunder God Temple of the Snowy continent. They were both fist types that could be famous in their own continents. Yi Yunyun and the martial sage Wu Chong, who carried a bamboo sword and a wooden spear on his back, were both living martial artists. They were both named as the top 10 grandmasters in the history of the Tongye continent. They were fully deserving of the title of martial sage. However, Wu Chong was not interested in establishing a sect. He was even less interested in passing down the legacy of the fist type than Yi Yunyun. He did not even take in a single disciple. Moreover, whenever Wu Chong made a move, it was extremely heavy. A martial artist of the Tongye continent fought him in a Wenquan. In the end, the martial artist was severely injured and died in less than 10 years. Wu Chong only suffered minor injuries. During that battle, Wu Chong had coincidentally left his hometown and was in the central divine continent. He originally planned to ask Wenquan Pei Cup, but the mountains and rivers of his hometown collapsed too quickly. Wu Chong could not make it in time. He could only go to the South Pasua continent alone and kill many demons on the battlefield. A delicate youth wearing a green robe and a white jade belt flashed and stood beside the little fatty. He reached out and grabbed Qing Chaolu's shoulder. He smiled in a clumsy Tongye continent accent and said, "That's enough. Otherwise, this kick will really hurt the foundation of the great Tao of others." Qing Chaolu retracted his fist and silently retreated to Naren's jade archive. Bai Xian squatted on the railing and slapped the little fatty's head. He smiled and said, "Little lackey, you're half as elegant as me now." Qing Chaolu smiled foolishly and scratched his head. It was his first time fighting after learning martial arts, so it was quite embarrassing. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the delicate youth's footsteps. Interesting. It's that Wu Chong's stance walking. He probably took in a disciple from outside the village. He's a very young golden body realm cultivator. Cui Dongshan curled his lips. That's considered young? If he met my even younger senior sister, wouldn't that brat bounce 3 times on the ground with one punch? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "Brother Cui, if you say that, we won't be able to continue this conversation." Cui Dongshan stood up. "This fight definitely won't be able to continue. I'll go clean it up. Brother Zhou, stay here and drink." The child from White Dragon Cave, who was nicknamed Linzi, had a livid expression. He stood beside the delicate youth and stared at Qing Chaolu. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tell me your name." Qing Chaolu thought for a moment and answered in a methodical manner, "I just got a nickname in the pugilistic world, Invincible Little Divine Fist." Linzi was so angry that his eyes turned red. He was about to take out an offensive natal item when the delicate youth reached out and pressed down on his shoulder. He was intimidated and his spirit chi was forcefully suppressed. The youth smiled and said, "Linzi, there's always someone better than you. So when you're outside you can't be too willful." The child said angrily, "Guobaimu. Yuchi is about to be beaten to death. Why are you siding with an outsider?" The delicate youth was somewhat helpless and said telepathically, "Have you forgotten? Yuchi is a Dragon Gate realm cultivator. No matter how careless he is, even if he gets punched, he won't be knocked to the ground by that child and faint on the spot. There's an expert who secretly used the body-fixing technique on Yuchi." A white robe appeared on the railing out of thin air. He squatted there and said with a smile, "Hello, I'm a friend of Invincible Little Divine Fist. If you want to beat, scold, or kill, come at me." When Cui Dongshan appeared and squatted on the railing, Bai Xian, who was originally sitting there, quickly slid down to the ground. Guobaimu faced the white-robed youth and cupped his fists. "Junior Guobaimu greets Senior Immortal Master." Cui Dongshan wiped his face with his sleeve and was a little worried. The other side had such a clever kid. How could he add fuel to the fire? The 2 protectors of the snail shell immortal abode were really incompetent. They were still watching from the sidelines and didn't show up. Cui Dongshan waved his hand at Guobaimu, indicating for him to go to the side. He looked at White Dragon Cave's Linner and said, "Your White Dragon Cave's Elder Master is the Prime Minister of a continent. As Yuchi's martial uncle, you're a cave realm immortal less than 10 years old. You're a unique cultivation genius in the continent. Your seniority, status, and cultivation are all there. What are you afraid of? How dare you say that my invincible little divine fist is a coward? Why don't I help you pick someone and you 2 can spar?" Bai Xian's eyes lit up. He stretched out his hand and pressed Qing Chaolu's big head. He gently pushed it away and strode forward. I'll do it, I'll do it. The White Dragon Cave's child's expression was uncertain. A young cultivator standing beside Miss Yi was about to speak. Cui Dongshan didn't even turn his head. Go away. I can't afford to offend the monarch of the mountain, the Golden Peak Temple. I can only pick on the soft persimmon of the White Dragon Cave. At this moment, two elders in the Yellow Crane Base Immortal abode finally couldn't hold themselves back and arrived together with the wind. One was the chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Temple, Nascent Soul Realm. The other was a martial artist of the Cattail Fan Cloud Cottage, Far Travel Realm, and one of Yi Yunyun's direct disciples. With the protection of these two experts as well as the martial artist of the Golden Body Realm, Guobaimu, and the Dragon Gate Realm, Yuqi, this trip could be said to be smooth sailing. They didn't expect to stumble like this in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. It wouldn't be good if word got out. The reason why the two Dao protectors didn't rush to appear was because they were worried on a deeper level. They were worried that the four children had a relationship with the Cloud Cave Jiang clan or the Jade Gui sect's Divine Seal Peak. Their trip to the Cloud Cave Blessed Land was a kind of goodwill towards the Jiang clan and the Jade Gui sect, or rather a show of weakness. Disregarding that Cattail Mountain Cloud Cottage's Yi Yunyun, the other two Nascent Soul Realm elders of the Golden Peak Temple, Du Hanliang and the White Dragon Cave's old ancestor had grasped the hearts of the people of the Jade Gui sect's Divine Seal Peak. They had always been careful and paid great attention to the situation. Especially Du Hanliang, who had secretly paid a visit to the Great Sword Immortal Wei Ying, which led to the Alliance of Peach Leaves. However, Du Hanliang didn't even mention a word about this matter to the White Dragon Cave's old ancestor. Seeing the handsome youth in snow-white clothes, the Far Travel Realm martial artist cupped his fists and bowed, while the chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Temple bowed. Cui Dongshan accepted it with a smile, but his mouth was still fanning the flames. What, you want to bully us just because you have more people? I'm someone with a teacher. When my teacher appears, he'll destroy the White Dragon Cave with one punch and destroy the Golden Peak Temple with one kick. Are you afraid? That Far Travel Realm martial artist cupped his fists again. Immortal Master, you must be joking. It's just a misunderstanding not worth mentioning. The children don't often go down the mountain to travel, so they don't know the severity of the situation. Cui Dongshan sighed. Another one who was more reasonable. Very annoying, he shifted his butt and slid down the railing. He bent his knees and slowly stood up, shaking his snow-white sleeves. Bai Xian glanced at that White Dragon Cave child and followed suit. He crooked his palm but he didn't speak. He only said two words one-on-one. Cui Dongshan slapped Bai Xian's head and reprimanded, "Idiot, if you're careless you'll kill this White Dragon Cave's middle 5 realm immortal with a fart. When the time comes, can you afford to pay for a few pieces of snow? You have to use the money. You have money?" Yao Xiaoyan said softly, "Sister Yuji has money." Nalan Yuji nodded and said, "Is 5 xiaozhu enough money?" Bai Xian sneered, "When I fight one-on-one I always sign a life and death contract. Pay my ass." Cui Dongshan said to Yuji, "Remember to copy this down. When you go to Master Chao's hometown it'll be useful. I definitely won't lie to you." Bai Xian put his hands behind his back and said like an old man, "You're called Linzi, right? When the forest is big there are all kinds of birds. Very well, I won't bully you. Your realm is higher than mine and you're older than me. Let's fight one-on-one. If you beat me to death I won't have anyone to avenge me. If I beat you to death those white dragon pits and whatnot of yours can come and find trouble with me. If I frown I'll be your long-lost father." Cui Dongshan had already strangled Bai Xian's neck with his arm. The child was still shouting over there, "Come and beat me to death. If you have the ability let's fight one-on-one. If I wasn't stopped by my brothers I would kick your dog face. When you go back home your parents will ask you where your son is. Damn it, you better watch yourself. Don't be alone at night." Bai Xian turned sideways. One foot stepped on the ground, the other lifted up and kicked quickly. In the end he spat hard. It was like he was using a flying sword. Cui Dongshan almost couldn't hold back and let go of this little wild dog. Why was this little bastard so annoying? Cui Dongshan felt that if he were that immortal Master Yuji he would also want to beat this little bastard to death. The group of people didn't continue to cause trouble. They carried away the still unconscious Yuqi. The child of White Dragon Cave who had been renamed Linzi, and had a wild father, was dragged away by the young woman surnamed Yi. In a private residence of the Jiang clan on Yunming Peak, Qin Pingon opened his eyes and closed them. After a while he sat up and noticed that his shoes were facing the bed. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment, then he smiled. He put on his shoes, picked up the blade-strengthening gourd and the narrow saber chop can from the table, and hung them on his waist. After walking out of the house he discovered that it was a place with beautiful scenery. It wasn't very luxurious. Instead it was very quiet and elegant. The residence wasn't big. There were bamboos in front and water behind. On the other side of the gurgling stream there were bamboos. It was a sea of bamboos, verdant and glistening. The shadows of the bamboos danced in the wind and the moon. After admiring the scenery of his residence, Qin Pingon shrank the mountains and rivers. He pushed open the restrictions of the mountains and rivers with a palm and rode the wind to the peak of Yunming Peak. He asked a few questions of a cultivator of the Jiang clan before slowly descending the mountain, preparing to head to Huang Heji. On Huang Heji's side, Cui Dongshan sat back on the railing. Bai Xian had obtained Cui Dongshan's approval and was sprawled on the railing like a duck. Cui Dongshan asked with a smile, "Qing Chaolu, you're that bold?" The little fatty said gloomily, "I'm the only one who learned fist techniques." What he meant was that Master Chow wasn't by his side. Out of so many people he was the only one who could fight. He couldn't embarrass Master Chow. Cui Dongshan sat on the railing and supported himself with his hands. He swung his legs in a lazy manner, but he said the most hurtful words. "Little fatty, it's a pity that the rank of your flying sword isn't high. Your cultivation talent is mediocre. Let's not talk about Qin Li and the other elders, who were brought out of their hometown. You can't even compare to Bai Xian and the others. You're at the bottom." They were all sword cultivators, but there was a difference between Sword Immortal Embryo and Sword Immortal Embryo. There was a difference between heaven and earth. But within the Sword Immortal Embryo, there would be a difference of superiority and inferiority. Could be the difference between heaven and earth. The Sword Immortal Embryo of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was roughly at the Aurus Core stage and had a chance of reaching the Nascent Soul stage. If one's luck was better, such as not dying prematurely or dying on the battlefield, they would be sword cultivators of the upper 5 realms. Simply put, they had a chance of becoming a Jade-level sword cultivator. This vast world's Aurus Core and Nascent Soul sword cultivators could be called Sword Immortals. In terms of sword cultivators, Tongyi Continent was only slightly better than Aquarius Continent, and was about the same as Snow White Continent. Qing Chaolu was gloomy. He lowered his head and said, "When I was training with Master Chow in private, Master Chow said that for the cultivators in the world as well as us sword cultivators, talent can really be used as food. If you have good talent, you can have a lot of rice. One bowl can be 2 or 3 bowls of other people's. This is called the ancestor bestowing food to you. But if you don't have a lot of rice, you won't starve to death. If you want to eat more and grow taller, you have to be more hardworking than others and give yourself special treatment." Master Chow also said if other people with good talent are still working hard, what to do. "Don't be afraid because there are ways." Cui Dongshan smiled. "What ways? Tell me." Qing Chaolu raised his head, shook his head. He was happy. "It's an exclusive mental cultivation method that Master Chow imparted to me. I won't say. Unless there's someone stupider than me and it's a friend, I will tell him. Anyway, Bai Xian, Yuji and the rest are all smarter than me. Why should I nag about this?" Master Chow said before, if a person's ability is not great, if the logic in his mouth is too great, it will annoy others. So there's no need to rush. I'll leave it for now. Cui Dongshan nodded. "No wonder my master will only teach you fist techniques." Qing Chaolu shook his head hard and said telepathically, "That's not it, it's others who are not willing to learn. Master Chow can't force others to learn fist techniques. Master Chow's fist techniques are so high, it's so rare. But let me tell you something secretly, don't spread it. Actually, Bai Xian, Higu, He Xiangting and the rest all want to learn, but they can't bring themselves to do it. Master Chow probably knew, so he said it twice and told me to go back to the house to walk and set up more stances. You can even remember this. Yuji will copy it down sentence by sentence. I'm afraid I'll miss out on the theory, so I often borrow it from her. I have to give her money for every page I read. I don't have money on me, so Yuji specially helped me organize a small account book." "You really gave it to her? Otherwise, a real man never goes back on his word." Cui Dongshan slapped his forehead. "Yuji, this little money grubber would probably be Pei Qian's little follower in the future. And the kind that would be very loyal? As for Ching Chaolu, this little fatty chef, his master would really like her. Zhou Xian would probably like her too, not to mention the fist techniques. At least the old chef's culinary skills would be the best candidate to inherit his legacy. His master never liked children who could bear hardships. Even if the child could not bear hardships, his master would not feel that it was wrong. Cui Dongshan suddenly stood up and turned around, only to see a green robe passing through a mountain gate on the other side of the river below Yellow Crane Peak. Cui Dongshan stood on his tiptoes and stretched his neck, waving with all his might, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Master, master! Here!" The green robe turned into a rainbow, rushing straight to the peak of Yellow Crane Peak. Like a sword cutting the river, the originally calm river surface was surging up and down. In the blink of an eye, the man landed on the white jade railing, smiling warmly. He stretched out his hand and gently pressed on the head of the youth in white. The student was still a youth, but the master was already taller and more slender, so he needed to bend down slightly to talk to the student. He did not say anything. Jiang Shangzhen slowly walked over. Qin Pingon jumped down from the railing. Cui Dongshan immediately followed. Bai Xian chuckled. This big white goose was obviously more of a lackey than Qing Chaolu at the hidden official's side. Bai Xian suddenly felt that something was wrong. If Qin Pingon knew about today's matter, he estimated that he would not be any better than Qing Chaolu. Bai Xian tiptoed and was about to sneak away, but Qin Pingon stretched out his hand and gently pressed on his head. Qin Pingon asked, "What happened?" Nailin Yufan and Yao Xiaoyan, the two girls, immediately felt that someone was supporting them. Even Yao Xiaoyan, who had a soft temperament, was somewhat indignant. It was a late unhappiness. Bai Xian hurriedly reminded the little fatty at the side. A man should take responsibility for his own actions. Qing Chaolu, show some martial spirit. Today's matter, I have already done my best for you. Qing Chaolu shrunk his neck and said, "Oh." Qin Pingon listened to Nailin Yufan's straightforward military report and glared at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan blinked his eyes and played dumb. Qin Pingon said, "Well done. In the future you have to stick together no matter who you are. You can't be bullied by outsiders. But don't forget the 3 rules I said before." Nailin Yufan coughed a few times to moisten his throat and began to recite loudly. "First, try not to fight people you can't beat and don't scold people you can't beat. We are young and we are not afraid of losing face if we lose. The green mountains do not change and the green water will flow forever. Keep the accounts carefully and practice swordsmanship well. Second, if you have a reason and you have to fight seriously when you have to fight, but you must have a sense of propriety, and you must never fight to the death with others easily. Third, if you can't beat them, don't try to be brave and run away quickly. If you can't run away, bow down and admit your mistake first and then find Master Chow to get back your face. In addition to the 3 rules, there is a postscript. In short, pretend to be a grandson before the fight is to be a grandfather after the fight." Bai Xian, who liked to put his hands behind his back every day, was a little guilty today, so he applauded for the first time to reward Nailin Yufan. Cui Dongshan also clapped quickly without making a sound. This was the unique skill of Luopa Mountain and it was a secret. He was indeed a teacher. Listen, this teaching and explanation, the words were simple, the principles were simple, and the principles were simple, interlocking, and invulnerable. Qin Pingon reached out and weighed Qing Chaolu's bag, which was full of big and small inkstones, and said, "It's a little light, you can carry 5 or 6 pounds more." Qing Chaolu nodded vigorously and Yao Xiaoyan was a little embarrassed. Qin Pingon immediately smiled at the little girl and said, "Girls don't have to carry so much." Qin Pingon turned to look at the empty-handed guy who was hiding. "Am I right, Master Bai Xian?" Bai Xian said with a cheeky smile, "Young master, it's young master." On Qin Pingon's side, Bai Xian had always been very heroic. This little rascal was not stingy and immediately grabbed Cui Dongshan by the neck and pulled him back. Let's go to the pavilion to talk." Bai Xian immediately wailed, "Master Chow, save me." Qin Pingon stopped Cui Dongshan and glanced at Huang Heji's snail shell dojo and smiled at Qing Chaolu and the other children. "Go back to Yunming Peak first." The children swaggered out of Huang Heji and went to the riverside ferry, and then to the opposite bank to return to Yunming Peak. Bai Xian, who was listless, immediately put his hands behind his back when he could not see Cui Dongshan, and cursed, saying that the White Dragon Cave bastard would suffer from his sword sooner or later. On Huang Heji's side, Jiang Shangzhen quickly left, saying that he was going to Mount Laojun, and that there was a fairy sister he was familiar with there, so he gave a pavilion to the teacher and student. Cui Dongshan snapped his fingers and a golden lightning pool flashed, isolating the world. After Qin Pingon sat down, he asked softly, "Why are you here? Did you happen to be in Tongyi continent?" Cui Dongshan pecked on rice like a chicken and nodded vigorously. "Teacher, don't you think it's a coincidence?" Qin Pingon was skeptical, and after a moment of silence he looked around and said softly, "Seeing you, I feel like I'm dreaming again." Cui Dongshan sat upright and grinned. "It's true, it's absolutely true, there's no what if." Qin Pingon nodded and looked at the spring river bright moon night, and a smile gradually appeared on his face. Dream after dream, when the heart is in the right place, the mind is not in the right place. In the misty world, life and death is fleeting, real and illusory, but seeing the bright moon above Huang Heji's head, one could not help but be speechless and silently look at the moon in the middle of the river. Returning to self-reflection, I went out of the river and laughed. Only then did I know that I have a pearl shining through the mountains and rivers, not afraid of a big dream, planting the Tao tree in my heart for 10,000 years. Qin Pingon took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He waved at Cui Dongshan and then turned to look at the river outside the pavilion. Cui Dongshan moved to sit beside teacher and looked into the distance together. Qin Pingon patted Cui Dongshan's shoulder lightly and asked, "Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan nodded and smiled. "Very good. Seeing teacher, it's even better." Qin Pingon lightly clenched his fist and knocked on his chest and asked his student, "Are you okay?" Cui Dongshan still nodded. "I'm okay. How about teacher?" Qin Pingon nodded. "I'm okay." Qin Pingon placed his hands on his knees. "Over at Luopa Mountain?" Cui Dongshan laughed. "That's even better. Otherwise, how would I dare to be the first to see teacher, to be scolded and beaten?" After a moment of silence, Cui Dongshan laughed. "Tell teacher something fun?" Qin Pingon laughed. "Tell me." Cui Dongshan held back his laughter. "There's a female martial artist called Xianxia. She's at the peak of the mountain, and has made a name for herself in the Central Plains and Aquarius continent. That year after the war ended, there was an endless stream of people who went to seek her out. Then I met a hero who went to seek her out. That brother was only at the 7th level and he swore to me that there was no pressure at all in beating her. After one punch he could lie on the ground and sleep, peacefully waiting to wake up. He just had to ask her for compensation for his medical expenses." Qin Pingon's face was puzzled, shocked, and then his eyes were full of laughter and finally some sadness. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "No wonder someone was willing to fight 4 rounds with Chao Ci." Cui Dongshan grunted, because she felt that since teacher had lost 3 rounds as the first disciple, she had to lose 1 more round or else she would be punished. So even though she knew she couldn't win, she still fought. Qin Pingon raised a hand and scratched his head. "So that's how it is." After a moment of silence, Qin Pingon smiled. "Then wouldn't I have to beat Chao Ci 7 times in a row? As for whether it works, I have to try. Looks like I'll have to make a trip to the Central Plains." Cui Dongshan turned his head. Hey, why was this sister eavesdropping on my conversation with teacher?" Qin Pingon turned and saw a girl in yellow standing beside Jiang Shangzhen. She had just arrived and logically speaking should not have heard him. But with Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan around, it was hard to say. Qin Pingon glanced at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan immediately raised his hands. "In all honesty." As expected, she smiled. "I didn't listen much, just the last sentence. You have to beat Chao Ci 7 times in a row. That's admirable. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but when you spoke, your martial arts aura was a little scary, so I couldn't help myself." She clasped her hands. "So I'll apologize to you first." The girl was extremely beautiful, even more slender and elegant than a pavilion. When she stood beside Jiang Shangzhen, they were a good match. Qin Pingon put on his boots, stood up and smiled. "It's illegal to boast." The girl outside the pavilion was the owner of Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage, the ultimate martial artist Yi Yunyun. She was one of the 10 grandmasters in the history of martial arts in Tongye continent, and the second in martial arts today. With the majestic fist intent of a grandmaster and her yellow clothes, it was easy to recognize her. Yi Yunyun's eyes sparkled and she asked, "Can I spar with you?" Qin Pingon waved his hand. "No need. I can see that Cloud Cottage has a good reputation." What kind of logic was this? Yi Yunyun asked doubtfully. Isn't it a reason to practice martial arts in the same realm? It's a rare opportunity. Although you're a senior, shouldn't you cherish it a little? Now in Tongye continent, Wu Kuang hasn't returned, and I'm the only 10th realm martial artist. Yi Yunyun was the youngest martial artist in the vast world, other than Chao Xi. Although it was very likely that Zhou Xian or one of the direct disciples of the Thunder God Temple's Pei Asyong would replace her position soon, Yi Yunyun was the youngest. But Yi Yunyun was still the youngest. So since the other party didn't deny that they were in the same realm, they must be both 10th realm martial artists. Qin Pingon looked calm. Jiang Shangzhen and Cui Dongshan both had strange expressions. Yi Yunyun became more and more confused. Senior, did you not travel to Tongye continent for Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage? Almost every ultimate martial artist traveled across continents to spar with someone in the same realm, and there were very few exceptions. Yi Yunyun didn't think that a pure martial artist of the same realm would joke about the outcome of the one boxing with Chao Xi. Qin Pingon said, "Actually, I'm a junior." Yi Yunyun suddenly understood. The martial arts fate surged to Tongye continent just now. It seemed that this person had just reached the 10th realm from the 9th realm. If so, even if he was older according to the rules of the martial arts world, he could still be counted as her junior. But in this way, Yi Yunyun had a reason to use the one boxing. A foreign martial artist breaking through the realm with the title strongest in his hometown was a great one boxing in itself. Luckily, Wu Kuang wasn't in Tongye continent. Otherwise, she wouldn't even have a chance to use the one boxing. Yi Yunyun cupped her fists solemnly and didn't say anything. Many of the snail shell immortal mansions looked at the pavilion with their eyes wide open. It was very lively. Some female cultivators with graceful figures had already secretly activated their catoptric deflection. Because Huang Yiyun was going to use the one boxing with someone. Unfortunately, there was a mountain and river array set up at the pavilion, and they couldn't see the pure martial artist's face inside. Could it be that martial Saint Wu Kuang had returned home? Qin Pingon glanced at the snail shell immortal mansions. Many cultivators had walked out of the mountain and river array and were either leaning or sitting on the white jade railing. So even if they were originally willing to spar, they had completely lost interest in it. A young woman was traveling alone in the Tongye continent. She first took a cross-continent ferry from the Central Plains to the old site of the Fusho sect. Then she headed north from the Great Spring Dynasty. She followed a route she had once taken and headed north. Along the way she passed by the ruined Hu-Er town and the border inn. She traveled through thousands of mountains and rivers, both familiar and unfamiliar. She walked all the way to the small arch bridge of Heavenly Fault Peak. Then she suddenly didn't want to go home. She went back the same way all the way back to Great Spring Empire. He passed by Mirage City, climbed the Screen Peak and then went down the mountain. Finally she went all the way south, planning to take a look at Qishan Ferry in the southernmost part of Tongye continent. After seeing Qishan Ferry, she realized that she still didn't want to go back to Aquarius continent. So she went to Jade sect. After hesitating for a long time, she was willing to spend money to travel around the Cloud Cave blessed land. Moreover, she made up her mind to only go to Mount Crown Prince of Mount Laojun. Because she heard that at Inkstone Mountain there she could pick up stones that could be used to make inkstones for free. What if? Therefore she stayed at Inkstone Mountain for many days. She really picked out a few good inkstones and put them into her fengsuan object. But today the slender young woman saw the 4 children. She could tell at a glance that they were sword immortal embryos. Then she focused her mind and hid her body. She pricked up her ears to listen to the 4 children's cautious and soft conversation. Cui Dongshan suddenly turned his head to look at the opposite side of the river. Even he felt that it was inconceivable. How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Jiang Shangzhen's mind followed closely behind. Good fellow, no one noticed that she had quietly broken the mountain and river restriction? Were those consecrated elders and guests guarding the ferry all useless? On the opposite side of Yellow Crane Peak, the earth suddenly trembled. The entire river stagnated. A young woman in black was stunned for a long time. Then she rose from the ground and landed near the pavilion. She turned her back to the pavilion and faced Yi Yunyun. She only said one sentence, "Are you worthy of my master's Wen Quan?" Everyone watching from afar thought it was a joke, but no one dared to laugh out loud. A man in a green robe rushed out of the pavilion and came to her side. He gently raised one hand and bent 2 fingers. He gently knocked a chestnut on the young woman's head. His voice was gentle. How can you talk to your senior like that? The young woman frowned hard. She turned to look at her master. She was afraid that she was dreaming. She didn't even dare to cry out loud. She was afraid that she would wake up from the dream if she wasn't careful. Qin Pingon pressed Pei Qian's head with his palm and shook it. He said with a smile, "Oh, you've grown so tall. Why don't you greet your master?" Pei Qian finally turned sideways. He lowered his head and called his master softly. Then he said sadly, "It's been so many years. My master wasn't here. No one cared about me." Qin Pingon sighed and knocked a chestnut on his first disciple's head. Then he looked at Huang Yiyun with a smile and cupped his hands in return. Yiyun didn't know what to do. That young man in a green robe with a saber and a wine pot. His expression and eyes seemed to be sincerely apologizing, but also seemed to be saying, "Don't practice Wen Quan. You'll die." 753. Cui Dongshan and Jiang Shangzhen looked at each other. One said, "Fellow Daoist Jiang, you're the host, so you should be in charge of cleaning things up." The other said, "Fellow Daoist Cui, don't give up. You can't just disappear like that." Once the two ultimate martial artists completely let go of their hands and feet and exchanged punches, and were unwilling to move to another place to compete with their fists and feet skills. One punch overturned a pavilion and rolled it into the river. One kick shattered a large area of white jade railings. It was really hard to say whether half of the treasure bowl of Huang Heji would be left behind. Fortunately, Qin Pingon said to Jiang Shangzhen, "Let's go back to Yunxian Peak first." Then Qin Pingon cupped his fists towards Huang Yiyun again. "Junior Chao Mo, I'll ask Senior for advice later." Yiyun felt as if the weight of heaven and earth had suddenly lightened. She cupped her fists in return. Jiang Shangzhen immediately cupped his fists and apologized to the young mountain master. In fact, he had taken Yiyun from Mount Laojun without permission to Huang Heji today because he had some selfish motives. If the 18 sceneries of Cloud Cave became 17 sceneries, Jiang Shangzhen could only accept it. Anyway, there were still 7 or 8 alternate scenic spots in the Blessed Land. However, the disciples and guests of the Jiang clan who were in charge of Huang Heji would inevitably make a scene at the Jiang clan's ancestral hall. Pei Qian also cupped his fists and said to Yiyun, "Junior Jingqian, I've offended you today. If there's a chance in the future, I'll visit Senior Yi at Cloud Herb Hall." Yiyun nodded. Qin Pingon left Huang Heji with Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan. Teacher, master, student, disciple. It was a coincidence that the three of them gathered in a foreign land. Master seemed to be thinking about something. Pei Qian followed him all the way without saying anything. Cui Dongshan was counting his fingers and muttering something. Qin Pingon walked down Huang Heji and stopped at the riverside ferry. He suddenly said, "I've thought about it. The Luopa Mountain sect will be located in Tongye continent. However, I still need to go to Mount Laojuan's mountain river diagram for the specific location." Cui Dongshan raised his sleeves and shouted, "Teacher, you're wise and far-sighted. You have great achievements. Not only would Luopa Mountain be promoted from an immortal mountain to a sect, it would also become a lower sect." This meant that Mr. had already made up his mind. When he returned to his hometown, he would no longer deliberately hide the heritage of Luopa Mountain. Not only that, he also wanted to create a sect that would shock the 3 eastern continents of the world, the North Continent, the Aquarius Continent, and the Tongye Continent. Qin Pingon said helplessly, "Forget it. Calm down." Cui Dongshan's current behavior was quite similar to the Ascendant Realm extraterrestrial demon in the prison of the Great Wall of Sword Chi. Back then, in that faraway village, the young mountain chieftain who served as a young secluded official felt that the demonic frost of the outer sky was quite similar to his student Cui Dongshan. This was probably the biggest difference between a tourist returning home or not. Cui Dongshan immediately shut his mouth. Luopa Mountain was not a sect now. It was not famous in the Aquarius continent. However, this young mountain chieftain who had not truly returned home was already thinking of creating a lower sect. It was definitely not an easy task to make any mountain in the world a sect. To build a lower sect was already as difficult as ascending to heaven. Especially to build a lower sect across continents, it was naturally more difficult than ascending to heaven. Firstly, it was difficult to obtain the approval of the Central Plains Confucian Temple, which required the consumption of the sect's merit. Secondly, it was difficult to conform to the local customs. Why did Elder Sun of the Jade Gui sect ask Jiang Shangzhen to pass those words to him? Why was Jiang Shangzhen the first sect leader of the Calligraphy Lake True Realm sect? Similarly, as a lower sect, the Skeleton Beach Linen sect had also experienced difficulties in establishing itself in the North Continent. They had to change their location several times and moved all the way to the southernmost point of the continent. In the end, they had to rely on the confrontation with the Ghost Valley's Jingguan city to gain a firm foothold. Although all of this was within the Linen sect's calculations, they were actually aiming for the painting of the goddess in the City of Murals from the beginning. However, the Linen sect had previously been in a precarious situation. The way the North Continent's cultivators treated their guests had indeed made the Linen sect's older cultivators suffer. This was just like how many descendants of officials from aristocratic clans and powerful clans would also run into difficulties when they became local officials. They would appear to be friendly on the surface, but there would be a lot of resistance behind the scenes, making things difficult for them everywhere they went. In the past, the first district magistrate in the history of the Pearl Paradise, Wu Yuan, had still been ostracized by the great clans of Fortune Street and Peach Leaf Alley together as the disciple of the imperial tutor and the son-in-law of a powerful clan. If it had been a regular frigid official without any backing, perhaps it would not have been so difficult. This involved far too many ways of the world and conflicts in the officialdom. It involved the arm wrestling between the four great clans and the Song clan. As a result, Wu Yuan had been ostracized and her promotion was slow. In the end, she left quietly and was transferred to the foot of the Zhongyue mountain of the old Zhuang Empire to take up the position of governor. Afterwards, Yuan Jingding and Chao Gingxin, the two descendants of the Pillar of Upper Kingdom, instead had much smoother careers in the Dragon Province. This was yet another example of how the predecessors in the officialdom planted a tree for the descendants to enjoy the shade. Pei Qian was in high spirits. She would do whatever her master said anyway. As long as her master was by her side, she did not have to worry about making mistakes. She did not have to worry about whether her punch was right or wrong. She did not have to think so much. As long as her master was here, she would be very at ease. She was fearless. Pei Qian subconsciously extended her hand to grab her master's sleeve. However, Pei Qian immediately stopped and pulled her hand back. Qin Pingon asked, if our Luapa mountain doesn't have a single cultivator of the upper 5 realms, would the merit recorded in the imperial court of the Song clan, as well as the Cliff and Lakeview academies, be enough to make an exception and be promoted to a sect? Cui Dongshan hesitated slightly. Qin Pingon added, and the two of us aren't included. If he could not open the sky with a single strike and enter the 5th world, then he would have to follow the rules. In that case, he had no choice but to follow the rules. He needed to exchange merit for a pass. Since Zhao Yao could use this to return to the righteous world, then he, Qin Pingon, could also go to the new world. As for whether he could succeed with a single strike or not, that was not important. If the current Qin Pingon could reunite with his senior brother Zhou, he would definitely ask his senior brother to open a path for him after they finished chatting. If his senior brother was not willing to use his sword, then he would use his master. Every mountain has an immortal abode. Whether it can be promoted to a sect or not, it can have a cultivator of the upper 5 realms. It can't even be a consecrator or a guest. It must be a direct descendant of the sect. This has been an iron law of the righteous world since ancient times. However, the situation in the world has changed, especially the mountains and rivers of the 4 continents, so it is indeed negotiable. In order to stabilize the providence of the mountains and rivers as soon as possible, the Confucian temple in the Middle Earth made an exception for some former sect candidates. As you said, there is indeed hope for them to be promoted to a sect. Cui Dongshan raised his snow-white sleeves and scratched his chin with his claws. He replied, however, the merit accumulated by Luapa Mountain is still not enough on the surface. It's difficult to convince the public. However, if the 3 parties are clear about it under the table, it's actually enough, very enough. This is the result I want. Luapa Mountain doesn't need to be too ostentatious for the time being. In the future, the promotion of a sect and the selection of a new sect need to be carried out at the same time. It's even very likely that it will be done when everything is ready in the Tongye continent. 10 years, at most 10 years, at that time, Emperor Dali and the academies of the 2 continents will come and ask. Anyway, Luapa Mountain is not a storyteller telling stories under the bridge. Qin Pingon nodded slightly and then asked in confusion, as for your so-called very enough? What do you mean? Cui Dongshan began to count with his fingers. Mi Yu of the Pure Jade Realm and Cui Wei of the Nascent Soul Realm, our two Old Sword Immortals and Great Sword Immortals have actually made a lot of contributions. However, their identities were previously attached to the cloud-splitting mountain and they did not reveal themselves. We will make a decision after you return to Luopa Mountain. Teacher Xianxia was on the top of Xia Mountain. He not only killed the enemy with his fists, but also helped to devise strategies. He was very good. He also helped Luopa Mountain Wind Snow Temple, and Lord of Xia accumulate a lot of incense offerings. Although Sui Yu has not been able to become a nascent soul realm sword cultivator, Dolly still has some contributions. As long as she returns to the sect, it will be a big contribution that can be assigned to Luopa Mountain. Anyway, the third sect master of the True Realm sect is Lu Laoqing, an old friend of teacher. He will not be too calculative on this small matter. As for Lu Baixiang and Wei Xian, there is no need to reveal their identities for the time being. As for senior sister, she is even more amazing. On the battlefield of the Jinjia continent and the Aquarius continent, she killed countless enemies and earned more contributions than the two sword immortals. The oldest warrior of the North continent, the martial king of the End realm, coveted senior sister's martial arts aptitude. That shameless old boor poached her to our Luopa Mountain and almost knelt on the ground to beg senior sister to be her disciple. Pei Qian coughed softly. Cui Dongshan immediately changed the topic obediently. In addition, there is also Changming, the Daoist friend that teacher abducted from the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He also has a huge merit of mountains and rivers. The Song clan knows about this. Qin Pingon corrected him. What abduction? He is the Daoist that I invited sincerely for Luopa Mountain. Cui Dongshan whispered, Teacher, Changming is now the head of Luopa Mountain. Qin Pingon was stunned for a moment. Isn't Changming and Wei Wenlong overseeing the accounting room together? Because in Qin Pingon's original idea, Changming was born as the manifestation of the world's gold and copper coins. He was most suitable to be the god of wealth of a mountain. He was the most suitable to be Wei Wenlong's god of wealth. And in any mountain in the world, if an immortal master wanted to be the patriarch of discipline who could convince the masses, there were two conditions. One was to be very good at fighting, have a strong fist, and be qualified to be an evil person. The other was to be willing to be a lonely minister without a mountain and be the lone husband that was criticized. In Qin Pingon's impression, Changming smiled faintly every day, was gentle and virtuous and had a very good temper. Of course, Qin Pingon was worried that it would be difficult for her to gain a foothold in Luopa Mountain. The most important thing was that Qin Pingon had a most important requirement for the Patriarch of Discipline of Luopa Mountain in his mind, deep in his heart. The other party had to have the courage to fight with him. The other party had to be able to say no to him, the mountain master who was often away from home on some important matters. The other party had to be able to make him obediently admit his mistakes even if he had to bite the bullet. Therefore, the position of the head of discipline of Luopa Mountain was the most important position in Qin Pingon's mind. Originally, according to Qin Pingon's original plan, the headmaster Xianxia would be promoted from consecrator to the head of discipline of Luopa Mountain. Although his original plan had been disrupted, Qin Pingon did not reveal the slightest bit of emotion. Instead, he pondered slowly and carefully. Pei Qian suddenly said, Master, I heard from old chef that it was little senior brother who recommended Changming to be the head of discipline. Qin Pingon laughed. Then what do you think of the effect of Changming being the head of discipline? Pei Qian nodded and said honestly, Master, let's be honest. Anyway, I can't chat with her, but she should be a good head of discipline. Changming likes to be stubborn and not recognize her relatives, but she is reasonable and will not put on the posture of quarreling with others. She can hit the snake's weak point. One or two seemingly soft words can make people afraid. Changming smiles every day when she meets anyone. At first I felt that she was very amiable, but after a long time, it is actually strange. Qin Pingon breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Qin Pingon narrowed his eyes. Since it is a sect, our Luopa Mountain will need a cultivator of the upper 5 realms who can show up often. It can't be a consecrator, which is a bit troublesome. If it doesn't work, we will have to borrow someone from the Cloud Mountain. Cui Dongshan laughed. Sure, let's get Miyu to come. Anyway, he felt that being a consecrator was too distant, and he had already paved the way. From a consecrator of the Cloud Mountain to a direct descendant of the Luopa Mountain orthodoxy, it was more natural. Outsiders will habitually mistake it for Lord Wei of the Cloud Mountain. Miyu has been in the North Continent's Sparrow residence for many years. Every few months he will send a flying sword message to the Cloud Mountain to ask if Mr. has returned and if he is home. If there is no news of the Mountain Lord, Mi Sword Deity will have to settle down and spread his family there. Qin Pingon shook his head. It better not be a sword cultivator, it's too scary. Cui Dongshan said in a low voice, both Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City are now sections. Xingyang Mountain even has a lower sect, which is located in the middle mountains where there are the most potential sword cultivators. It has been expanding aggressively over the years and is doing very well. The Su family of Qingfeng City also hopes to select a lower sect in the south. Now they are helping to build connections in the capital city of Li Dynasty through their in-laws, the Yuan family of the Upper Pillar State. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, Xingyang Mountain finally has an Upper Five Realms sword deity? Is it the ancestral master who went into seclusion to hide from Li Tuanjing and Wenjian? Cui Dongshan gave him a thumbs up. Mister, you have a great foresight. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and nodded. If that is the case, then our Luopa Mountain will have to bite the bullet and push out a pure Jade Realm sword deity that we have borrowed. Otherwise, it will be easy for Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City to let their imaginations run wild and they will not be able to sleep well. Qin Pingon was silent for a moment and suddenly said, after reaching the Aquarius continent on the way back to our hometown, we must remember to take a detour around Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City. Otherwise, I am worried that I will not be able to hold back and will go to the Ancestral Hall as a guest. Cui Dongshan said, I will remember. I will remind Mr. to turn a blind eye on the way. Qin Pingon finally said, what I think now does not mean that we will do it when we return home. Let's take it one step at a time. When we reach Jisei Peak we will discuss it together. Cui Dongshan nodded slightly. Qin Pingon said in his heart, always in the Dharma, everywhere unhindered by the Dharma. Cui Dongshan reached out to cover his mouth and whispered, Mr. Senior sister wanted to pull your sleeve just now. Pei Qian's face flushed red. He said angrily, big white goose. Qin Pingon's face was full of smiles. He raised his arm and shook his sleeve. Just take it. Pei Qian was embarrassed. He flew into a rage out of humiliation and hit Cui Dongshan's shoulder with his elbow. The big white goose immediately groaned and flew out. It spun countless times in the air and rolled 7 or 8 times when it landed lying straight on the ground. Qin Pingon asked, Jiang Shangzhen did this? Cui Dongshan stood up like a carp and nodded. Cloud Herb Hall is a rare mountain stream in the Tongyi continent. Jiang Shangzhen probably hopes that his big sister Yi will quickly become familiar with our Luopa Mountain so that we can interact more in the future. After all, when the truth comes to light and we announce the location of a sect, with Huang Yiyun's lofty personality, she may not be willing to come over. When we establish a sect here, Pu Mountain will have more or less fallen out with the Golden Peak Monastery and White Dragon Cave. When Cloud Herb Hall forms an alliance with us, the timing will be just right. Jiang Shangzhen must have guessed Mr.'s thoughts, otherwise he would not have done this. Brother Zhou will be a consecrator and will do his best. On this side of the ferry, a ferry was still floating in the middle of the river. Other than the 3 of them there were no other people. This was all thanks to Jiang Shangzhen's extravagant spending. Until now many tourists were still stuck at the entrance of Cloud Herb Peak and Laojun Mountain, unable to go to other scenic spots through Huangheji. Unless they had the guts and the ability to break the mountain and river restriction like Pei Qian. Actually, there was a cloud bridge on the river. Previously, Qing Chaolu and the others used this bridge to cross the river. If ordinary cultivators were to look at the river from Huangheji, they would not be able to see it clearly so as not to obstruct the scenery. Qin Pingon stopped at the ferry. Obviously he planned to take a boat to cross the river. Previously he and Pei Qian, master and disciple, crossed the river one after another. Their movements were not small. The river water rolled over and over, causing the small boat to undulate unsteadily. The old Hao master who was rowing the boat was muttering, most likely cursing and swearing. Therefore Qin Pingon wanted to personally apologize. This had nothing to do with who the old Hao master who was ferrying people to earn money was, what realm he was in, and whether he was the hermit master who liked to sing fishermen's songs. While Qin Pingon was waiting for the ferry to approach, he said to Pei Qian who was standing quietly beside him, in the past I did not let you grow up in a hurry because I had my own worries. However, since you have grown up and suffered a lot, growing up like this is actually growing up. You don't have to think too much because this is how I have been all along. Moreover, in my eyes you will probably always be a child. Pei Qian nodded and said softly, as long as I am here, everything will be fine. I will not be afraid anymore. Qin Pingon turned around and stretched out his hands to gesture. One was the height of Pei Qian when they parted, the other was the height that Qin Pingon thought Pei Qian was when they met again. Qin Pingon did not reach Pei Qian's shoulders. He smiled and said, actually I am quite disappointed in my heart. You grew so quickly, I always felt that I did not take good care of you. I have to make up for it in the future. Oh right, you did not fall behind in copying books all these years, did you? Pei Qian smiled and said, no. Qin Pingon thought for a moment and said, as for the pressure fist, forget it. Not long after I broke through the realm I took a solid punch and was seriously injured. You see, Huang Yiyun and I did not dare to accept the Wen Quan, right? Pei Qian's face was bitter, but his eyes were holding back a smile. Qin Pingon stretched out his thumb and wiped away the tears in the corner of Pei Qian's eyes that he was unaware of. He said softly, you still like to cry just like when you were young. Cui Dongshan complained, teacher, in fact I also have a lot of bitter tears. They can be held in the palm of my hand to reflect the bright moon. Get out. Before the ferry reached the shore, the old boatman used the bamboo stick in his hand to stop the ferry from reaching the shore. He said angrily, crossing the river by boat each person has to spend a piece of snow. Are you not willing to spend this money? Qin Pingon clasped his hands and said, I apologize for my rude behavior before. If my words are not sincere enough, then I will spend money as an apology. Pei Qian followed her master to apologize, but she was far less eloquent than her teacher, so she did not speak. The old boatman immediately beamed with joy and hurriedly let go of the bamboo stick. The ferry gently bumped into the dock. The Jiang family's way of making money is too black-hearted. They already have that cloud bridge over the river, yet they still go against their conscience and ask me to ferry them. If it weren't for the fact that we're living under someone else's roof and have rules, I wouldn't have let you pay for the ferry today. Qin Pingon gave 3 snow as money. The old boatman put it in his sleeve and turned the bow to the shore. The old man stood at the bow of the small boat. The 3 of them boarded the boat. Qin Pingon sat at the bow. Pei Qian and his master sat side by side. Cui Dongshan sat alone in the middle of the boat. He tossed one of his sleeves into the water as if he was fishing with his sleeve. The boat slowly reached the center of the river. The old boatman suddenly turned his head and said, you look like a scholar with a full stomach. With all due respect, may I ask what is meditation? Qin Pingon smiled and said, what is Buddha's heart? I don't know what meditation is. The old boatman thought carefully and nodded his head in praise. Teacher is so knowledgeable. Your words are true. I have been boating here for many years and have asked many scholars, but none of them could give me such a good answer. To ask one's heart is to have a thought. Thinking from this is to cultivate. Not knowing is to have a calm heart. If one can ask one's heart continuously, it is to gradually cultivate Buddhism and go to Spirited Mountain. Finally, one's heart will have Spirited Mountain. Qin Pingon added, I borrowed the answer from the sages in the books. Cui Dongshan quickly raised his head and clarified, no, no, no. There is no such thing in the ancient books. It is my teacher's idea. There is no need for you to be so modest. The old boatman nodded and said, I believe that you have figured out the answer yourself. You have the answer in your heart long ago. You are just waiting to ask tonight. Qin Pingon smiled and said, my name is Chao Mo. You can just call me by my name. The old boatman shook his head and said, there is no seniority in learning. You do not need to be so modest. But you have a good name. The world's most famous name is Chao Mo. He is the first assassin in the legend of the assassin. The key is that he can win after losing. Since you have the same name as him, I believe that you will achieve great things in the future. Qin Pingon quickly said that he did not dare to think about it. He secretly glanced at Cui Dongshan. Cui Dongshan immediately gave him a look, hinting that he was thinking too much. Qin Pingon was relieved. He almost thought that the boatman in front of him was Chao Mo. Wouldn't that be awkward? Some people resign and return to their hometown. Some people rush to the examination hall at night. Life is so busy. Why bother? The old boatman sighed and could not help but turn his head and ask, Teacher, Do you know what Zhou Xian said about the 16th day of life? Qin Pingon nodded and said, sailing with friends under the moonlight at the bottom of the cliff, with the breeze blowing gently and the waves still. This is what Zhou Xian said about the first day of life. The old boatman used all his strength to prop up a bamboo wormwood. The boat moved slightly faster in the water and said, Zhou Xian is heroic. I feel that the 16th day of life is not as good as nothing happens today. Qin Pingon smiled and said, you are right. But the Tao is in the tiles. Being busy is cultivation. Rest is cultivation. There is progress every day. Speaking of which, if I can turn the busy day into nothing, then I am a cultivator who cultivates Tao both inside and outside. I am a Daoist master on earth. The old boatman gently propped up the bamboo wormwood and paddled the water. The small boat swayed and rippled. Teacher, your words are wonderful. All Jindan practitioners and Taoists on earth should listen to your words. In the scorching heat of the summer you can get a dose of cooling powder. Qin Pingon cupped his hands and smiled. You are too serious. Pei Qian did not say a word. She sat beside her master. The breeze on the river brushed her face and the moon shone brightly in the sky. Pei Qian listened to the conversation between her master and the outsiders. Her mind was peaceful and her mind was clear. She gradually relaxed. The Aquarius continent, the North continent, the White Jade continent, the Central continent, the Jinjia continent and the Tongye continent. The young female martial artist who had walked through the 6 continents by herself closed her eyes slightly, as if she was sleeping. She seemed to be able to rest peacefully for a while. Her fist quietly merged with the heaven and earth. When they reached the ferry on the other side, Qin Pingon and Pei Qian got off the boat and went ashore. Cui Dongshan said that he was not satisfied and wanted to take another ferry. He asked his master to wait for him for a while. Qin Pingon and Pei Qian took a stroll by the river. The old boatman laughed and took 2 snowflakes. Cui Dongshan stood at the bow of the boat and said with a cheeky smile, if you walk by the river often, be careful of the money. The old boatman did not seem to understand the strange words of the young man in white. He only cared about rowing the boat to earn money and went to the ferry at Huangheji. Cui Dongshan jumped and lightly stepped on the railing of the boat. He put his hands behind his back and walked slowly. In the past he was famous on the stars. Now he has fallen into the sea of miasma. The green bull visited the Jade Palace alone but left the yellow crane to guard the golden core. The old boatman turned a deaf ear. Cui Dongshan laughed again. He is used to riding a wooden horse in the Big Dipper, but Dongshan came to the water to row an iron boat. The old boatman glanced at the handsome young man and laughed. Star Monarch, drink good wine and persuade each dragon to drink. They exposed each other's roots but left some leeway. They only talked about a part of the great Tao. Cui Dongshan talked about the old boatman who changed his name to Ni Yunzan in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. He had a deep relationship with the Daoist temple of the East Sea Monastery. He was the celestial Huangheji who had once traveled far to the Big Dipper and left a golden core in the human world. The old boatman revealed the origin of Cui Dongshan's skin. He was once an old dragon of the Gu Shu kingdom. He was able to ascend to the galaxy and was lucky enough to be persuaded to drink wine by the celestial lord of the Big Dipper. However, what they talked about was only their skins. They were very old and in ancient times, they could be considered half an old friend. Cui Dongshan sneered. Then do you know that there was once a girl named Sui Yuyu in the Lotus Flower Blessed Land? Her lifelong wish was to follow the teacher to the Tiantai and sweep the fallen flowers with the celestials? If she knew that her teacher, who was once the most powerful swordsman, who was only half a step away from becoming the first person to ascend from the Blessed Land, had to wear a funny feathered cloak and be a poor boatman who only earned a few snowflakes to spend money. He also had to call someone else teacher. Would she, as a disciple, be heartbroken? Then do you know that Sui Yu also left the Blessed Land and even became a cultivator of the Divine Seal Peak of the Jade Medallion sect for a few years? Did the 2 of you not meet? Did the old boatman not ask you to wait here for her to form her Aurus core? The old boatman sighed. It's better not to know. The celestial who left the story of killing the mosquito in Zhanghuai was the one who supported the current situation. The mosquito that was slain was naturally not an ordinary creature. It was a pure Jade Realm monster that could stealthily steal the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. This almost untraceable thief of heaven and earth had once almost caused Xianxia to be in a terrible fix. Just searching for its trace took a Herculean effort. At that time, although Xianxia had already ascended to the pure jade realm, he still had not won the reputation of a willow leaf that can slay immortals. Xianxia had failed to kill the mosquito twice. The difficulty was so great that it was like an ordinary person standing on the shore and using a stone in his hand to smash a mosquito in a stream. At that time, the old boatman's state and swordsmanship were not higher than Xianxia's. It was just that he had a unique skill combined with his swordsmanship, which just happened to restrain the pure jade state monster that came and went without a trace. But in the end, to be able to kill the mosquito on the river with one sword was still not a feat that an ordinary celestial in the pure jade state could achieve. If the old boatman did not come from the Daoist temple of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land Temple, and was the teacher that the right side of the Sui dynasty could not forget, Cui Dongshan would not bother to pay attention to him. He could hide his identity here and sail the boat for thousands of years without a name. In addition, the old boatman deliberately tested his teacher with words just now. Cui Dongshan could not bear it. What resignation and returning to his hometown. What assassin biography. In fact, they were all tactful words with hidden meanings. His teacher was open-minded and could not care at all. It was fate that brought them together and they parted on good terms. But as a student, how could he tolerate the old boatman talking nonsense over there? The key was that the old boatman left the old boatman to guard the Jindan. The Jindan was not an ordinary thing. It was hidden in the cliff of Yellow Crane Island. It was the Jindan left by an ancient crane ancestor. Cui Dongshan sneered, "The Big Dipper is high up in the sky. My teacher carries a knife at night. Be careful not to chop you half to death." The old boatman named Ni Yunzan laughed. "There is no enmity between us. That teacher is not you. He would not hurt people for no reason." Cui Dongshan stretched out a hand and said, "Let's not talk nonsense. Give me the Jindan. I will help you give it to the disciple of the Jindan who has not yet reached the nascent soul stage." The old boatman laughed and shook his head. "The old boatman said that I should wait here for the fated person. If Sui dynasty can meet me, I will naturally take advantage of the situation and give him the Jindan. But since he is so close and we have not met, then he is not a fated person. The most we are not fated. Since we are not fated, it is not good to force anything. Don't make it difficult for me. If we really fight, what can you do even if you win? If I don't give you the Jindan, can you really take it away? You're just an immortal. Since when did you have such great means? So what if you can kill me?" On the path of Dao, having a high cultivation level and a strong fist is just more of a killjoy. You are not as good as your teacher. The old boatman gently tapped the water with the bamboo and laughed. "The mountain is like a butterfly, the flowers are like cheeks. There is no one on the empty mountain, the water flows and flowers bloom. No one steps on the white clouds, no one sweeps the fallen flowers. This is the most natural." On the shore, Qin Pingon heard this and laughed. "The spring mountain is still picking herbs. This journey is difficult. When the lotus does not fall, the prajna flower will bloom." The old boat master laughed heartily and threw away the green bamboo wormwood that was condensed from the essence of water in his hand, allowing it to drift away in the water. This otherworldly master removed the camouflage spell and wore a feather cloak with flowing lights. He liked to talk to people in Buddhist language, but he wore a yellow Daoist robe under the cloak. The middle-aged Daoist held a golden mud ball in one hand and a white jade rui scepter in the other. A golden three-legged toad sat on his shoulder. Meanwhile, Cui Dongshan quietly kept the green bamboo wormwood into his sleeve. This item was no ordinary item. It was equivalent to the condensation of many water cores. It was more than enough for the blessed land of lotus roots to have a golden body solidified into a river god. After the Daoist kept the golden pill, he said to Qin Pingon, "We will meet again if fate wills it." His figure flashed and disappeared like a corpse of an immortal. The crane cloak on his body floated and fell onto the boat. Cui Dongshan could only help to keep the feather cloak that was equivalent to an immortal's shed skin. He would keep it for hundreds or thousands of years. On the shore, Pei Qian asked softly, "Master, did you see through the roots of this boatman at a glance?" Qin Pingon laughed. "No, I boarded the boat to cross the river only to apologize. However, when I went to the yellow hedgy viewing pavilion, I inadvertently glanced at the river surface. The river water was surging and the boat was swaying non-stop. Senior's acting at that time could not be considered too perfect. Senior is after all an otherworldly expert. He did not want to do it deliberately. Otherwise it would not be difficult for the boat to capsize and fall into the water. Pei Qian immediately sighed. Master is indeed used to the Jianghu. He is 100 times more experienced than me. Qin Pingon flipped his hand and smacked the chestnut. At the Great Wall of Sword Qi, after many years of thinking, he still felt that the atmosphere of Luopa Mountain was led astray by Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan. On the river surface, Cui Dongshan lay on the bow of the boat and shouted, "Mr. Senior Sister, wait for me." He used his 2 big sleeves to paddle the boat. On the yellow hedgy viewing pavilion, after Qin Pingon and the other 2 left, Zhang Xianxia turned to look at the people who were watching the show and waved his hand. "Disperse, disperse, all of you, disperse." As for the yellow hedgy snail shell Immortal Mansion's mirror flower, it had been sealed by Cui Dongshan and Zhang Xianxia at the moment Pei Qian crossed the river and ascended, causing many female fairy cultivators to be aggrieved. Zhang Xianxia realized that his words were useless. He could only say to Yi Yunyun, "Sister Yi, can you say something?" Yi Yunyun cupped her fists in that direction. Those who came out to watch the show immediately dispersed like a tide of birds and beasts. All the cultivators who walked out of the mountain and water gate of the snail shell Immortal Mansion quickly returned to their mansions. They had to give face to Huang Yun. They did not dare to not give face. Moreover, to be able to meet the great master Yi Yunyun in the Cloud Cave Blessed Land, today's show was already not small. However, 3 people walked out of the yellow hedgy mountain Immortal array in the opposite direction of the crowd. They walked towards the viewing pavilion. They were the first disciple of the martial saint of the Tongyi continent, Wu Chong, a golden body realm martial artist, Guobaimu. The remote travel realm martial artist of the cloud cottage of Mount Pu, and the young female cultivator in the dragon maiden dress Daoist robe. One was Huang Yun's direct disciple, Xue Huai, a realm 8 martial artist. The other was a disciple of the Yi clan of Mount Pu. Her ancestor was one of Yi Yunyun's elder brothers, the young female cultivator named Yi Xuanji. The disciples of the Cloud Cottage were all handsome people. They cultivated in many spells and martial arts. However, as long as they crossed the 2 major thresholds of the Golden Body Realm and the Golden Core Realm, they would only choose one to cultivate in the future. They would either focus on cultivation or martial arts. The reason for this was because most of the pillars of the Mount Pu fist seed were related to a few immortal array diagrams passed down in Mount Pu's ancestors. Therefore, Mount Pu had always had the saying, "The pillars come from the diagrams and the fists go into the diagrams." However, Guobaimu and the other 2 walked slowly. They did not dare to disturb Huang Yun from chatting with her friends. Even if Yi Yunyun was a clay Buddha, she would still be a bit angry. Is it because Chao has just reached Realm 10 and has not completely suppressed his martial arts fate, so his realm is unstable? If that's the case, I can wait. Zhang Xianxia smiled and did not say anything. He only brought Yi Yunyun to the edge of the cliff. Zhang Xianxia reached out and stroked the white jade railing. He chuckled softly. Chao has actually rejected your Q-ask fist seed 3 times. Yi Yunyun was confused. 3 times. Zhang Xianxia explained patiently. The first time is because Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage has a good reputation, so Chao is not willing to spar with you. In your eyes, this might not be a reason at all. However, my good friend always likes to think more than normal people. For example, if Yi Yunyun wins the Q-ask fist seed against a foreign martial artist at this juncture, it will be fine. It will definitely increase the morale of the people on and off the mountain. However, if Huang Yun, the second strongest martial artist of a continent, loses, it will be one disaster after another for the people who are already in a mess. This is especially true for Mount Pu's Cloud Cottage. They had just formed the Alliance of Peach Leaves. If Huang Yun loses to a foreign martial artist right after that, would it be reasonable? How can the Mount Pu fist seed that you created be carried forward? Huang Yun can sit on the chair of the Alliance of Peach Leaves and not say or do anything, but she can't lose. Otherwise, just wait. The foundation that Cloud Cottage has accumulated with great difficulty will be scattered overnight. Who knows how much gossip outside will swarm towards Mount Pu and Huang Yun. At that time, no matter how good your martial arts are, you won't be able to block the fist intent that surges in people's hearts. Yi Yunyun frowned. From your tone, it seems that I will lose? However, she had to admit that she really wanted to say a few words for the Tongyi sect. That was why she participated in the Alliance of Peach Leaves. However, she didn't care about losing her power and let the Golden Peak Temple and White Dragon Cave take charge of the overall situation. She almost had no objections and only nodded. And today that was why she wanted to spar with someone. She really wanted to prove to the world that there was more than one martial Saint Wuchang in the Tongyi sect. Jiang Shangzhen didn't comment and continued to speak. The second time I declined was because I was also a martial practitioner of the same realm and was highly valued by Huang Yiyun. In Chao Mo's eyes, it was actually very ordinary, really very ordinary. Especially since both of you have made it clear that you won't fight to the death. Chao Mo was even less interested. This friend of mine is very pure when it comes to sparring. There are only two kinds of sparring. One is when a martial scholar 2 realms higher than him helps to feed his fist. The other is when he fights to the death on the battlefield. As for the rest, it doesn't benefit his martial arts much. It can even be said that it doesn't benefit him at all. Especially after the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the young hidden official, the not-so-young mountain lord, didn't have many people of the same age who could compare with him in terms of fighting. Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing and a pot of moonlight wine appeared in his hand. He held it with 2 fingers and shook it gently. The fragrance of the wine spread out. The last time was when he called himself a junior to you. That's why there was asking for advice on fist theory. The first time he declined was out of consideration for you and the Cloud Herb Hall. The second time he declined was because he wanted to make himself comfortable. A pure martial practitioner who has learned fist techniques can not only spar with others, but also can refuse when others spar with him. The third time he declined was a reminder that he shouldn't do it more than 3 times. Yi Yunyun frowned slightly. Is he still a pure martial practitioner? How did he reach the martial practitioner of the same realm? Jiang Shangzhen smiled but didn't say anything. Isn't it? How is it? Aren't they all martial practitioners of the same realm? And he reached the 10 realms of martial arts with martial arts fate. Yi Yunyun sighed and said something from the bottom of her heart. No matter what, after hearing so much from you, this Chao Mo should be a person worth befriending. A person who could make Jiang Shangzhen act so stubbornly to speak for her was definitely not simple. When she sparred with others, she was first rejected by Chao Mo, who was her master many times. Then she even said something harsh to a junior Xianxia. Yi Yunyun naturally felt a bit aggrieved. As for Xianxia, Yi Yunyun had heard of him. A young martial practitioner who was extremely dazzling on the battlefields of the Gold Armor Continent and the Aquarius Continent, lost 4 rounds with Chao Ci on the city wall of the capital city of the Great Duan Dynasty. It didn't sound very good. He lost 4 rounds in a row. But which martial practitioner in the world didn't look askance? Although Chao Ci was easygoing, she definitely wouldn't accept anyone's challenge. Not to mention that Chao Ci was willing to accept 4 rounds in a row. The reason was very simple. Chao Ci had already regarded Xianxia as someone not far behind martial arts. So Yi Yunyun couldn't help but ask curiously, isn't this Xianxia from the Thunder God Temple of the Snow Mountain Continent? How did she become Chao Mo's disciple? As for some rumors on the mountain peak, saying that Xianxia was actually Chao Ci's junior sister and the last disciple of the female martial god Pei Bei, Yi Yunyun knew that was not the case. Jiang Shangzhen said with a smile, Sister, you will naturally know in the future. My friend Chao Mo is an extremely interesting person. Don't worry, take your time. Yi Yunyun said, if you act like this, won't Chao Mo bear a grudge? Jiang Shangzhen leaned against the railing and said with a smile, I'm not a matchmaker. Chao Mo won't mind. Yi Yunyun said, I'll have to trouble old sect master Jiang to speak nicely. Our relationship is actually just SOSO, really SOSO. Jiang Shangzhen laughed heartily. To be able to talk with Sister Yi for so long, this is just SOSO, very extraordinary. As the 3 people gradually approached, Jiang Shangzhen stopped talking to Yi Yunyun. He leaned against the railing and took a sip of wine. Shui Huai cupped his fists respectfully and said, Master. This level 8 martial artist was a scholarly old man with a thin face. He wore a silk headscarf on his head and had an ancient air about him. If one didn't know their identities, they would mistake him for Huang Yiyun's ancestor. Yi Xuanji reached out and grabbed Yi Yunyun's arm. She seemed to be acting coquettishly and said softly with a smile, Grandmaster, Grandmother. Guobaimu cupped his fists and said with a smile, Greetings, Senior Yi. Yi Yunyun nodded to Guobaimu and then tapped Yi Xuanji's arm with 2 fingers. The young female practitioner had no choice but to let go of her arm. Whether she was the head of the Yi family in Mount Pu or the Grand Master of Cloud Herb Hall, Yi Yunyun could be considered an elder who didn't smile much. Guobaimu, who looked like a delicate young man, was actually in his 20s. He had an extremely good aptitude for martial arts and reached the Golden Body realm at the age of 21. In recent years he had even won the title of Strongest twice. This meant that Guo Baimu was a typical example of a well-prepared person. Once he reached the far-wandering realm with the title of Strongest again, it was almost certain that Guo Baimu could reach the peak realm before the age of 50. A martial arts school only had two people, master and disciple. In the end there was an ultimate grandmaster and a young peak realm master. Of course this was shocking. Wu Guang's eye for choosing disciples was indeed admirable. Yi Yunyun had taken in a dozen or so direct disciples. In addition to the entire Mount Pu, direct disciples were taken in again and again disciples were taken in again and again. The number of people who practiced martial arts was as many as several hundred. However, up until now no one had been able to ascend to the peak. Even Xue Huai, who had the best aptitude and was extremely hardworking in his training, would not be able to break through the bottleneck of the overturning earth, of the far travel realm in his lifetime, let alone ascend to the peak of the mountain, overturning heaven with his fists, and take another step forward to reach the limit of the realm. Jiang Shangzhen gently pushed his butt against the railing and threw the empty wine pot into the river. He stood up straight and said with a smile, "I'm Zhou Fei. Fei as in fat and thin. Fei as in thin and fat as in a continent. You probably can't tell, but Sister Yi and I are actually siblings." When Jiang Shangzhen introduced himself he didn't even look at Xue Huai and Guo Baimu. He just stared at the little girl. Xue Huai was expressionless. Guo Baimu only took it as a harmless joke from a senior on the mountain. But Yi Xuanji couldn't understand why her grandmaster didn't look unhappy at all. Mount Pu's Huang Yiyun, because of her beauty, had punched many times to teach those blind cultivators on the mountain a lesson. Jiang Shangzhen looked up. Someone had come to join in the fun. He didn't have a Daoist pedigree, nor did he have a Daoist lineage or Daoist meridians, but he wore a Daoist robe of the Golden Peak Temple. Although his realm was low, he stood out from the crowd. This old cultivator and Yi Yunyun did a proper Daoist bow. Golden Peak Temple's consecrator, Lu Ying, greets Mountain Lord Yi. Yi Yunyun didn't react. She pretended not to see or hear anything. Lu Ying didn't have a good reputation. Now that he was a minister supporting the Mountain Lord Temple Master Du, he became arrogant and didn't pay much attention to the things he did. Being ignored by Huang Yiyun, Lu Ying didn't feel anything. His Daoist heart was calm. This was within his expectations. There was no need to worry about it. The same rice at the foot of the mountain raised all kinds of people. The same Daoist tree on the mountain bloomed all kinds of flowers. One couldn't force them to be friends. The chief consecrator of the Golden Peak Monastery, the nascent soul cultivator Lu Ying, had a similar background as the chief consecrator Little Long Qiu. He had been a wild cultivator in the mountains for many years, living a carefree and happy life. Immortals with the word sect could not match up to him. His realm was high enough, but his reputation was too bad. Immortals who did not belong to a sect did not look up to him. They were neither high nor low. If they wanted to establish their own sect, they lacked a lot of foundation. Moreover, they had a reputation. Which wild cultivator did not carry a few grudges and murder cases on the mountain and did not do a few things that could not be exposed? For example, Lu Ying's relationship with the Daoist priest of Taiping Mountain was very bad. Lu Ying, who had just reached the nascent soul realm, deliberately bypassed the territories of those sections. He was an old Daoist who could move mountains and seas in a relatively remote mountain lord dynasty. In the end, he was almost killed by the woman Huang Ting, who went down the mountain to travel alone. At that time, Lu Ying was kind and wanted to become Daoist companions with that beauty. That woman was too much. She started a fight without saying anything. The key was that she didn't report her name from the beginning to the end. At that time Huang Ting was only in the Golden Core realm. She fought with the enemy using spells. In fact, it was hard to say who won or lost. So in the end, Lu Ying found out that the woman was actually a sword cultivator. How could there be such an immortal master who didn't like to put on airs? In the end, Lu Ying was lucky enough to escape the calamity of a continent sinking. Seeing that the Golden Peak Monastery's Du Hanling was a hero and was bound to rise, Lu Ying decisively sought refuge with the Golden Peak Monastery. Du Hanling was also willing to spend some resources, allowing Lu Ying to obtain an extremely important position as the chief consecrator. Lu Ying was hell-bent on running around for the Golden Peak Temple. Lu Ying had a good relationship with Yin Miaofeng, whose Daoist name was Daoist Baozhen. It was mainly because Lu Ying thought highly of Yin Miaofeng's direct disciple, Xiao Yuanran. He always felt that this young Golden Core cultivator was very likely to be the next temple master of the Golden Peak Temple. Yishuanji was whispering with her own grandmaster when she was suddenly shocked. It turned out that Zhou Fei suddenly pointed at Lu Ying and said angrily, "You lecher, where are your dog eyes looking at my sister Ye's body? Disgusting, disgusting, disgusting." Jiang Shangzhen not only slandered him, but also pretended to go in front of Yi Yunyun, as if he wanted to stand up and block Lu Ying's line of sight. Lu Ying was silent. He didn't explain anything to Huang Yiyun, nor did he get angry with that guy with a hole in his head. Daoist elders were nascent soul cultivators. They were sage-like and had good self-restraint. Guobaisi frowned slightly. Although the delicate young man had an ordinary impression of Lu Ying, who was trying his best to befriend him, this Zhou Fei in front of him was talking nonsense and sowing discord. In the end it was more annoying. Sometimes, a sentence or two from the cultivators on the mountain could kill someone. Jiang Shangzhen glanced at the young man and said, "Young hero, you're still too young. You don't know the sneaky eyes and dirty thoughts of some old men." Yishuanji blinked. This Zhou Fei, with a strange name, dared to speak so brazenly in front of their grandmaster. He was really impressive. But Zhou Fei said that Lu Ying was an old man? Then what about Zhou Fei himself? If they weren't of the same kind, how could he speak of his experience? Jiang Shangzhen seemed to have a telepathic connection and immediately said to the young lady with a smile, "I, Zhou Fei, have never hidden my feelings when looking at women. If they're not pretty, I won't look at them. If they're pretty, I'll look at them more. My eyes are open and my heart is open. I'm very different from this licentious person who can strip people's clothes with his gaze. Miss Yi, you don't know how crafty this lecher's gaze was just now. It's fine if it's like looking at a mountain and disliking flat ground. But this guy has a strange hobby. His gaze went all the way down like a waterfall, and in the end, it clearly stopped a little longer at Sister Ye's feet." Yishuanji was speechless. "You Zhou Fei can even see that. Aren't you of the same kind?" Yunyun still stayed out of it. She knew clearly what kind of person Jiang Shangzhen was. Lu Ying finally stopped being a coward and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Zhou, don't joke around. Meeting on the mountain is fate. It's good to cherish it." If he was still a cultivator from the mountains and lakes, he could say whatever he wanted. The mountain was big and the world was small. It was fine as long as he didn't meet them in private. But since he was the chief of the Golden Peak Monastery, he had to give the Immortal Master some face. After all, he was now outside and to a large extent represented the face of the Golden Peak Monastery. Yi Yunyun ignored Jiang Shangzhen's nonsense. She also didn't want the group of people to be led into a ditch by Jiang Shangzhen. She patted Jiang Shangzhen's shoulder with the back of her hand and asked Guobaimu, "When will your master return to Tongya continent?" No matter how frivolous Lu Ying was, he didn't have the guts. As a nascent soul cultivator, he dared to covet the beauty of an ultimate realm martial artist. It was tantamount to courting death. Since Lu Ying showed up and saluted, he was well behaved. Yi Yunyun knew that Jiang Shangzhen was trying to find something to talk about and deliberately slandered Lu Ying and the Golden Peak Temple. Guobaimu answered, "Previously, there was a flying sword message to Sword Immortal Su Jun Master is now a guest of the Lu family of the White Peak continent." The letter didn't say when he would return. He went to the southernmost Old Yuzhou and traveled to the blessed land of the Cloud Cave of the Jade Grey sect. In addition, there was the Mirage City of the Great Spring Dynasty in the middle and the Golden Peak Monastery in the north. This was the route that the cultivators of Tongya continent chose. It was almost a must-pass through these three places. Yi Yunyun nodded and said with a smile, "When your master returns to Tongya continent, the two of you can come to Yunchao Hall as guests." Guobaimu smiled brightly and said with cupped fists, "I will. Senior Shui has already given me a lot of pointers on this trip down the mountain. When the time comes, I will be bold enough to ask Mountain Master for advice." The young man's delicate face wasn't too handsome. It was just that when he smiled, he looked especially confident. It was hard for the elders not to like such a young man. Jiang Shangzhen lowered his voice and said, "Sister Yi, the way this young hero Guo looks at you is also strange. He doesn't have any evil intentions. It's just the kind of admiration between men and women. After all, everyone loves beauty. Sister Yi, you don't have to be angry. If I were him, I would also see Sister Yi as a fairy that can only be seen from afar and not touched. I would only dare to secretly look at you and like you. The delicate young man's face turned red. He subconsciously clenched his fists and said in a deep voice, Senior Zhou, I respect you as a senior of the mountain. Please don't speak so recklessly. Otherwise, don't blame me for having to fight you even though I know I'll lose for sure. Xianxia moved behind Yi Yunyun and stuck his head out. Come, good boy. You're young but you have a temper. Why don't you fight me? The young man had never seen a cultivator on the mountain who threw his face to the ground like this. A big man like him was actually hiding behind Senior Yi. This made Guobaimu hesitate for a moment. Because the young man's intuition told him that if he really fought he would lose. Even if he won the fight he would lose even more. Lu Ying was happy to stand aside and watch. He felt relieved and sneered in his heart. Good boy, you have guts. Provoking me is equivalent to provoking the Golden Peak Temple. You still dare to provoke the martial sage Wu Chong's first disciple? Don't you know what kind of temper Wu Chong has? As a pure martial artist, his swordsmanship was superb. His bamboo sword was as powerful as a sword Immortal's flying sword. He was also good at spear arts. It was the foundation of Wu Chong's martial arts. He had once wholeheartedly collected more than 300 types of spear techniques in the world, smelted them into one furnace, and created 6 styles that were unparalleled in the world. When Wu Kuang sparred with others, his blows were heavy. Previously, the Tong Yi continent's 10th realm martial grandmaster had been severely injured and killed by his grappling fist. Furthermore, Wu Kuang was unrivaled in the martial arts of the Central Plains. There were rumors on the mountain that Pushan Huang Yiyun had lost her mind. After obtaining an ancient painting of an immortal facing the wall, she had resolutely turned to cultivate immortal techniques. She said that she had learned from that cultivator and was going into a life-and-death seclusion. She would either become an ascendant realm cultivator or die of old age in the immortal cave. This caused Izhou Mountain to have no more realm 10 ancestor to take charge. So this person in front of him. Do you really think you're Xianxia? The person in front of him was most likely a cultivator from another continent like Sword Immortal Sujun. His realm was definitely not low. His sex backing must be even stronger. Otherwise he wouldn't have the right to speak without thinking. Thinking of this, Lu Ying was really angry. Those damn immortal masters were really a bunch of bastards. They relied on their ancestors who were thousands of years old and tens of thousands of years old to descend the mountain. It was only right for them to abuse their power. For example, Ma Linshur from the White Dragon Cave and the grandson of the White Dragon Cave's Master of Justice, the Dragon Gate cultivator Yu Qi. Which of the descendants of immortal clans in these immortal archives were not arrogant and arrogant? They were all like this. But Yi Xuanji from the Cloud Herb Hall was a little rare. Unfortunately, she came from Pushan and was followed by Xuehuai, who was at the far wandering realm. Lu Ying didn't dare to touch her. Otherwise he would definitely let her know what it was like to be an immortal. Yi Yunyun punched backward. It hit Jiang Shangzhen's forehead. Jiang Shangzhen was hit so hard that he fell backward and bounced 3 times. Not only Yi Xuanji and Guobaimu, but even Lu Ying was a little surprised. How did she know Huang Yun? Yi Yunyun didn't even turn her head. She said, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to Mount Laojun. Jiang Shangzhen quickly struggled to get up. Yes. It's a rare opportunity. I have to talk with Sister Yi. Just a few words. I promise I won't disturb Sister Ye's business. Yi Yunyun said to Xuehuai, you can continue to practice. Xuehuai, who had been silent all this time, said through telepathy, Master, the matter of the Blessed Land Rouge painting? Do you need me to discuss it with some of the ancestors of the Jiang family? Yi Yunyun said, I have my own plans. Xuehuai didn't dare to say more. They turned around and walked back to the snail shell mansion. Jiang Shangzhen patted his green robe and shook his sleeves. I've lost my face. Sister Yi, you've made me suffer. Yi Yunyun walked to the railing and said, Jiang Shangzhen, what do you think of the Golden Peak Temple and the White Dragon Cave? Can they really help the Tongyi continent? Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Du Hanling can be considered an ambitious and ruthless person. With the style of the Mountain Lord and the ferocious tiger, he is hailed as the Mountain Lord, which is somewhat appropriate. Not only does he have the help of the Great Spring Empire, he also has connections with the big shots of the Aquarius continent, and even Wei Ying had informed him beforehand. He is a smooth and slick person, so he will definitely rise. As for the White Dragon Cave, it is far from being a flood dragon, It is like a koi fish in muddy water, it can only swim left and right, and once it comes out of the water, it will reveal its true form. Yun was deeply worried. She asked, Cloud Herb Hall is too deeply involved with them. Is it wrong? Jiang Shangzhen leaned on the railing. Languid, he said, every place has its own opportunities. Every situation has its own situation. What was right yesterday may not be right today. What's wrong today may not be wrong tomorrow. Yun said, Jiang Shangzhen, give me a definite answer. I'm not a cultivator like you. I don't like to talk in a roundabout way. She took the initiative to come to the Jiang clan blessed land this time for 3 things. First, to pay respects to the old sovereign Sun Yuan, to let the Cloud Cave blessed land cherish the Flower God Mountain. Lastly, to ask Jiang Shangzhen about this matter. Jiang Shangzhen put his hands behind his back and looked at the mountains and rivers in the distance. He said slowly, Yun, have you ever thought about why I had to bring you from Mount Laojun to Yellow Heji? Yun said, I'd like to hear the details. Jiang Shangzhen pointed to the distance and then tapped the white jade railing with his finger. He said, want to see 1,000 miles and reach a higher level. The 10 realms have 3 floors. Vigorous, pure and divine. Looking into the distance, overlooking the human world, magnificent mountains and rivers, this is called vigorous. Yuan Peixiang of the Lei Gong Temple in the Baijin continent and the old man Wang Dingsu of the Beiju Luzhou were all lucky enough to stand on the 2nd floor. However, your vigorous foundation was too weak. You staggered to the 1st level of the pure realm. Peixiang was the most useless. She crawled to this level with a stooped body. Therefore, reaching the 1st level of the divine has become an extravagant hope. Peixiang knew her own difficulties, so she hid in the Lei Gong Temple. Look back at your neighbor Wu Kuang. He was very smart. He read all the martial arts secret books in the world and then focused on selecting and organizing hundreds of spear arts. This is another kind of cultivation of the Wen Quan. It not only broadens one's horizons but it also has to be bolder. He wants to open up a path to the top for all the spear practitioners in the world. What about you? You got a painting of an immortal facing the wall from Yi Wu and Yi Xian. You want to pick up the cultivation method again. You want to break through 2 realms from the Golden Elixir realm and reach the upper 5 realms. You want to use other people's help to break through the bottleneck of the pure realm? Have you forgotten what old Sun said to you? Martial artists are not pure. Even if the ancestors give you food to eat, you will only eat less and less rice, and the path of martial arts will become narrower. Just now you Yun still have the face to ask Chao if he is a pure martial artist and how he reached the limit. To be honest, he is not here and did not hear what you said. Otherwise you would have made him laugh to death. He would have thought that you Huang Yiyun returned with a great victory in the Wen Quan. When Yi Yun heard these words, she was not angry at all. Instead, her expression became more serious. She heard every word and remembered it in her heart. Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, asking a tiger for its skin is like pulling chestnuts out of the fire. But friendship between gentlemen is the highest sky and the moon. My good sister Yi, alas, yesterday's matters are yesterday's matters. As for what will happen tomorrow, you have to think about it carefully. Old Sun has high hopes for you. He really hopes that the Tongye continent, which has little martial arts luck, can produce someone who is better than Wu Kuang. It would be best if it was a woman with a good fist and a good person. Back then, when the 3 of us went to Yunming Peak together for the last time, Old Sun held your hand and said a lot of meaningful and heartfelt words. For example, he said that you must go further on the path of martial arts than Pei Wan. Those were Old Sun's drunken words, but they were also heartfelt words. Yun frowned and said, did he say that? Yun really could not remember. It was because old sect leader Sun had said too much when he was with her. Moreover, Yun was a venerable one, so she did not have the nerve to complain about that old senior's disrespect at Jiang Shangzhen's side. Yun did not remember what Sun Yuan said. At that time he pretended to be drunk and held her hand, but Yun did not forget. Other than the fact that old sect leader Sun Yuan spent a lot of effort to invite her to the Blessed Land's Divine Flower Mountain, every time they met, his gaze always made her feel that there was something wrong with it and that he harbored evil intentions. The old man liked to curry favor and chatter non-stop. His gaze wandered and his eyes were even busier. He was like a young boy who was courageous for the first time in love. The argument that Jiang Shangzhen used to wrongly accuse Luing was not wrong at all when it came to Old Sun. He was already so old, but he still liked to watch the catoptric deflection. He even gave himself an unbearable nickname and threw money everywhere. Fortunately, outside of the Divine Seal Peak's ancestral hall, there were not many cultivators from the Tongyi continent who knew about this. Every time the Cloudy Herb Hall opened its Mirrors Flower Waters Moon, there would be a guy nicknamed 1-Foot Spear who would throw money while shouting about Fairy Huang Yun. 1 grain of grain rain money is in my hands. As long as Mountain Lord Yi is willing to give me face and show your face, even if it's just a corner of your skirt, then this grain of grain rain money will not be wasted. If Mountain Lord Yi is willing to say a few words, then even if I have to sell everything I have and risk being removed from the landscape register, I will still go to the ancestral hall to steal money. Even if I have to risk my little life, I will still gather a few grains of grain rain money. You Sun Yuan are the sect leader of the Jade Tablet sect. Who would dare to remove your name from the Divine Seal Peak's landscape pedigree? Xianxia narrowed his eyes and could not help but think of that old man. Good wine usually could not make a good drinker drunk, but beauties could make a good drinker drunk to death. Old man Sun, how does it feel to hold a beauty's small hand? Very good, very good. It's just that I was nervous before and only cared about being shy. I only dared to hold her hand and did not dare to squeeze her hand. It's a big loss. A young man who is timid is still too young. Yi Yunyun glanced at Xianxia. She knew that he must be thinking about some romantic things that she absolutely did not want to hear. Yi Yunyun asked, like Zhou Fei, Chao Mo and Jing Qian are all fake names, right? Xianxia said with a smile. When you really get to know Chao Mo, you'll know that he actually treats people very sincerely. As for traveling in Jianghu, it's nothing to have a few fake names. It's the same principle as when cultivators use illusions to go down the mountain to play in the human world. Yi Yunyun frowned and said, You still haven't said why you deliberately brought them to see Chao Mo, Xianxia said with a smile. To form good karma. Everything is difficult at the beginning. As long as there is a good beginning, everything will be easy. Yi Yunyun shook her head and said, If it's the mountaintop power of another continent that has made up their mind to seize benefits in Tongye continent, I won't make friends with them. At most, my Mount Pushan Cloud Cottage will not have any contact with them. Xianxia said with a smile, Sister Yi, don't be in a hurry to come to a conclusion. Perhaps there will be more and more opportunities for you two to interact in the future. Yi Yunyun nodded and said, Then let's wait and see. If she only saw Xianxia as a person who jested and had a glib tongue, then it would be the biggest joke in the world and the biggest mistake in the world. Xianxia once said with a smile, My view on the matter of entering the mountain to cultivate is not the same as that of many immortals on the mountain. I always feel that the closer I am to the crowd, the closer I am to myself. Cultivating in the mountain is to seek truth and forget oneself. It seems to return to simplicity, but it is not true. Sun Yuan had even joked with the elder ancestor of the Jade sect that before Xianxia ascended to the upper 5 realms, he should beat, scold, and throw chairs at the ancestral hall. Otherwise, he wouldn't have a chance in the future. The implication was that as long as Xianxia reached the pure Jade realm, the immortal realm that intended to seek truth, Xianxia would be at his fingertips without any bottleneck. But once Xianxia reached the immortal realm, he could still be beaten and scolded by outsiders in the ancestral hall of the Divine Seal Peak. In the end, he could not beat him in a fight, let alone win in scolding. Every time they gathered on the Divine Seal Peak, there were actually 3 things: discussing the major matters of the sect, flattering sect master Sun, and cursing Xianxia together. Yi Yunyun suddenly felt a little sad. The man in front of her seemed to be a little lonely and a little pitiful. In the future, his Taoist heart would probably be even more lonely. Xianxia suddenly said, Sister Yi, this year's Rouge Map first rank should be you, right? Otherwise, there will be too much controversy on the mountain. No matter who I choose, it will be difficult to convince the crowd. Yi Yunyun greatly regretted her little pity. She sneered and said, If you dare to choose me, I will smash that flower god mountain as a gift in return. Xianxia sighed and muttered to himself, After dinner I look at the wintersuite along the mountain, but I don't see the plum blossoms meeting the cloud grass. A beautiful woman stands in a pavilion, wearing Taoist makeup like the face of a bodhisattva. I suspect she is in the Moon Palace. When the grass moves, the cloud moves and the heart moves. Yi Yunyun sneered and said, Good literary talent. You can deceive a little girl like Xuanji. Xianxia changed the topic. Didn't you find anything in the painting of Mount Laojun? Yi Yunyun nodded and said, the image of the sky and the shape of the earth. The Golden Peak Temple uses 7 mountains as the Big Dipper. Du Hanliang wants to use the image of heaven and earth to create a large formation of mountains and rivers. He is very ambitious. Jiang Shangzhen clapped his hands and laughed. Sister Yi has sharp eyes, but you can't see far enough. It should be 7 visible and 2 hidden. 9 furnaces to cook the sun and moon, iron ruler to punish thunder, refining the water of the 5 lakes at dawn and frying the Big Dipper at night. With the Golden Peak Monastery as the heavenly pivot, the 3 carefully selected Crown Prince Mountains as support, and the rest of the vassal forces secretly set up a formation, all for him to use as a wedding dress. So now only Peace Mountain and Heavenly Fault Peak are left. Once this Big Dipper formation is activated in the northern region of our Tongyi continent, whoever Du Hanling wants to live, whoever he wants to die will die. How about it? Isn't Master Du very heroic? In the ancient times, the Big Dipper was called the Emperor's Chariot. It was ordered by its master. It was built with the Big Dipper in mind. In this way, isn't the nickname I gave Du Hanliang Monarch of the Mountain more worthy of its name? Yi Yunyun was shocked. Du Hanliang is only in the nascent soul realm. How can he do such a big thing? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, "It is because he is only in the nascent soul realm that I admire him for having such thoughts." Moreover, Jiang Shangzhen was not the only one in the world who was good at suppressing borders. Once this formation was activated, even if it did not include Mount Taiping and Mount Tiancai, it would still be a complete Big Dipper formation. When the time came, Du Hanliang, who was in the pure jade realm, would be equivalent to an immortal who came out of nowhere. Once Du Hanliang successfully completed 7 appearances and 2 concealments, maybe in the future hundreds of years, he would be able to turn an immortal old temple master into half an ascendant realm. The Golden Peak Temple was originally a branch of the Daoist lineage, but the temple master Du Hanliang deliberately concealed the orthodoxy. Therefore, whether it was the immortal Han Yushu or the temporary nascent soul Du Hanliang, they were both smart people with foresight. Unfortunately, they met him and Qin Pingon, who was very likely to choose the location of the Luopa mountain sect in the north of Tongye continent in the future. As long as Qin Pingon left Yunming Peak, the first thing he did was to go to Mount Laojun and take a trip to the myriad miles of mountains and rivers painting. Then it was not very likely but inevitable. Jiang Shangzhen asked, "Where did you get that immortal facing the wall painting?" Yi Yunyun said, "I carefully checked its authenticity and the ins and outs of the painting. There was no problem." Jiang Shangzhen narrowed his eyes and said, "Believe me, then there must be a big problem. Next, you have to be especially careful of the guest of Mount Pu or even a certain direct disciple. Remember one thing, don't casually spar with Wu Guang. It's not that Wu Guang has a problem, but after the Wen Quan, according to Wu Guang's habit of attacking without hesitation, you will definitely be seriously injured. At that time, Mount Pu will have a big problem. At that time, even if Wu Guang doesn't have a problem, it will become a problem. Then it won't be killing 2 birds with 1 stone but 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I originally planned to explain the reason to Chao Mo after the Wen Quan match with you, and then secretly follow you to Mount Pu. When you are recuperating, I will help you keep an eye on the Cloud Point cottage." Yi Yunyun asked in a deep voice, "Is it really that dangerous?" Jiang Shangzhen nodded. "The world is far from being truly peaceful. The next 100 years will be the time when heroes and ambitious people rise together." On the way to Yunding Peak, Cui Dongshan roughly explained his own views on the placement of the 9-sword immortal embryos in Luopa Mountain. He would teach you Qingzhang swordsmanship. Zhu Lian, the old chef, would take the little chef Chung Chaolu and teach him his cooking skills and fist skills. Minister Changming would take Naren's Jade Archive as his direct disciple. Miyu would teach Higu swordsmanship. Sui Yu would take Yao Xiaoyan as his first disciple. Yuxia would follow Cui Wei to practice swordsmanship on the sword-worshipping platform. Bai Xian would be given to Chao Qinglang, and He Xiang Ting would be given to the headmaster, Zhong Qiu. In short, this group of children should not be too young, but their seniority should be too high. As soon as they arrive at Luopa Mountain, they should become the direct disciples of the mountain master. They should cultivate on the mountain as the 3rd-generation disciples of the Hall of Ancestral Masters of Jisei Peak. After hearing this, Qin Pingon nodded and said, "That's the tentative plan. Whether it will work or not depends on whether both sides hit it off. The matter of apprenticeship has never been a one-sided matter." Cui Dongshan was greatly impressed. "Sir, you are wise. After learning that Pei Qian had accepted a first disciple who had yet to be officially acknowledged, Qin Pingan asked with a smile, "Is martial arts easy to teach?" Pei Qian was rather embarrassed. "Little Aman is probably slightly more attentive than me when I was learning martial arts and copying books back then." Cui Dongshan gave him a thumbs up. "All I have to say is that the first senior sister's self-awareness is truly something that no one else can match." Pei Qian smiled and waited. The Great White Goose was one of the rare few who could finish writing in more than one account book, similar to Chen Lingjun. Now that guy was bold enough to declare that apart from his hometown, there was no one in the entire northern mountain region who could defeat him with a single punch. However, when he thought up to there, Pei Qian became rather gloomy. For some reason, the Dragon Spring Sword sect had moved out of the Dragon Province, to the north of Dali's capital. When they arrived at the hidden private estate of the Jiang family on Cloud Necklace Peak, Cui Dongshan opened the restrictions of the mountain and water, and the three of them entered through the door. Qin Pingan discovered that it was actually a completely different world. It was not even the same place as his residence in the Sea of Bamboo. Bai Xian and the others were currently crouching on the ground, rummaging through a small mountain and helping Naren Yuji choose ink stones. As soon as Cui Dongshan appeared, Bai Xian immediately jogged over. "Brother Dongshan, it's the middle of the night. I've been waiting for you. Hurry up and lie down on the bamboo chair. Don't tire yourself out." There were 2 bamboo benches under the eaves. Cui Dongshan had prepared them for the mister and himself out of boredom earlier. As for the other small bamboo chairs and stools, Chung Chaolu and Yao Xiaoyan had helped him forge them. The craftsmanship was crude and horrible to look at. Cui Dongshan swung his hand. Go. Go to sleep." Naren Yuji crouched where he was, unwilling to go. It's difficult to tell the quality of these famous inkstones apart. So difficult. It's making our eyes ache. Pei Qian smiled. "I'll help you differentiate them later." Naren Yuji grinned. Pei Qian looked at this little money grubber and smiled slightly too. Qin Pingan added, "Let's pay another visit to Inkstone Mountain later." Naren Yuji immediately got up. "Master Chow?" Qin Pingan immediately understood and smiled. "All the inkstones are yours." Naren Yuji's eyes lit up, but he deliberately yawned and pulled Yao Xiaoyan back to the house to have a private talk. Qing Chaolu moved a little slower and was slapped on the head by Bai Xian. Bai Xian said, "Little fatty, where's your cleverness in learning boxing? Don't delay Master Chow and Brother Dongshan's rest." After the children left, Qin Pingan moved a small bamboo chair and sat down. He put it in the middle of the bamboo recliner and said to Pei Qian and Cui Dongshan, "You just lie down. It's better to sleep. There will be more things to do later, but don't worry. Take a rest first." Pei Qian was about to speak, but Cui Dongshan winked at him. Finally, he and Pei Qian lay down on the long bamboo chair. Qin Pingan sat on the small bamboo chair in the middle. Cui Dongshan crossed his legs and stared at the round moon in the sky. Pei Qian gently folded his hands on his body and whispered, "Master, when I wake up you'll still be there, right?" Qin Pingan nodded. Pei Qian whispered, "You're not lying?" Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Do you want to eat chestnuts?" Pei Qian closed his eyes and fell asleep slowly. He fell into a deep sleep. Cui Dongshan also fell asleep soon. Qin Pingan put his hands in his sleeves. He hadn't kept vigil for a long time. The old master was right. The most difficult thing in the world was to have nothing to do today. Since he was so lucky, he could continue to practice swordsmanship and boxing tomorrow. 754. Jiang Shangzhen did not return to Yunding Peak directly to avoid disturbing Qin Pingan and the other 2 from catching up. Instead, he stayed in Huangheji and secretly went to Snail Shell. He stayed in the Jiang family's private residence that was only used to entertain distinguished guests in the Blessed Land. The maids and servants in the residence were all fox-skinned beauties similar to the Su family in Qingfeng City. Jiang Shangzhen took out a bunch of keys and opened the mountain and water restriction. After entering, he climbed up the railing and looked into the distance. The mystery of the Snail Shell residence was immediately revealed. The sea of clouds was surging, and only the residence under his feet was above the sea of clouds. It was like a lonely immortal island outside the sea of clouds. All the other residences were hidden in the clouds, faintly discernible. They were as small as mustard seeds floating in the water. Jiang Shangzhen held an old cattail leaf fan in one hand. The handle of the fan was covered with an old bamboo pipe from the green Immortal mountain. He gently fanned the breeze. In his right hand he held a half-moon teapot made from green taro paste. He slowly sipped his tea. His vision was wide and he could see the scenery around Xianxia at a glance. Xianxia was waiting for an old friend to come and complain to him. However, the old man who was rowing the boat did not show up for a long time. He was very patient. Since he had nothing to do, he had to find something to do. Xianxia muttered, "See no evil," as his vision wandered. He first found the residence where Huang Yiyun lived alone. He was worried that Huang Heji did not treat Sister Yi well and neglected her. Xianxia's original intention was to see what Sister Ye's residence was lacking so that he could get someone to prepare. However, he found that Sister Yi was practicing boxing in the courtyard with the Immortal's footwork diagram that was passed down from the ancestors of Mount Pu. Xianxia stretched his neck and widened his eyes as if he wanted to stick his face on Huang Yiyun's fist. Huang Yiyun sensed it and frowned slightly. She extended her elbow and a majestic fist intent hung in the air like a white rainbow in the snail shell mountain landscape secret realm. Xianxia quickly covered his face with his cattail leaf fan. The cattail leaf fan smashed hard on his face. Xianxia staggered back a few steps and waved his cattail leaf fan gently to disperse the long rainbow condensed by the fist intent. Martial artist of the end was so difficult to deal with. His divine sense was too sharp. Xianxia hurriedly looked elsewhere. A rather famous fairy sister who was expected to be listed in this year's Flower God Mountain's new book was currently using the yellow crane base mirror, flower and moon in water. She was painting in front of a painting table, drawing a picture of a court lady with fine brushstrokes. She was also using the magic of the mountain, causing mist and clouds to rise from her brush. She was talking about how she met Huang Yiyun of the Cattail Fan Cloud Cottage today and how she was lucky enough to have a small chat with Lord Yellow Mountain. For a moment, the spiritual energy in her mansion rippled. It was obvious that she had spent a lot of money. It seemed that in addition to spending money on a pile of snow, there was also a rich guest who had thrown a small sum of money. Xianxia waved his palm leaf fan, wanting to disperse some of the smoke rising from the painting. This was because when the fairy bent down to paint, especially when she had one hand placed horizontally in front of her and two fingers holding the sleeve of the hand holding the brush, the scenery was the most beautiful. Xianxia took a sip of tea and was full of admiration for this elder sister Wei. She was actually able to have a small chat with Huang Yiyun, the number 2 martial artist of the continent. It was almost the same treatment as him. She really dared to say it and some people really believed her. The female cultivator in the archive was named Wei Xian. She came from a southern celestial school which used to have a very good relationship with Yezigang. Thinking of Yezigang, Xianxia also felt a little helpless. It was a mess, and it ended up the same as the female cultivators of the unjust sentence sect in the past. The Shizhu water viewing platform and the Thunder Hall on the mountain were all gone just like that. Regarding the reconstruction of Yezigang and the unjust sentence sect, the continuation of the incense in the Hall of Ancestors, and the reconstruction of the archive, besides the endless disputes on the mountain, the Academy was still fighting a war of words. Perhaps it was because Huang Yiyun's appearance in Huang Heji was too rare and hard to come by, and there was also a disturbance on the mountain that almost provoked Huang Yiyun's fist. So, there were so many illusions everywhere in the House of Sea of Clouds, which made Xianxia a little dizzy. In the end, he saw a chubby girl wearing a mountain robe made by the female cultivators in the peach and plum garden. The robe was brighter in color, but the quality was not high. It belonged to the kind of clothes that the female cultivators in the archive might not be able to afford, but it was the entrance dress of the fairies in the illusions. She lived alone in a mansion that required the least amount of fairy money. She activated the illusions in Huang Heji and kept talking to herself. She stuttered and often had to stop talking. After a long time she finally said something that she thought was humorous. However, it seemed that no one was watching the illusions at all. The chubby girl persisted for 2 hours and her forehead was slightly sweaty. She was so nervous that she scared herself. In the end she performed a blessing and quickly closed the illusions in Huang Heji. She sat down on the stone bench in the small courtyard. She rubbed her hands together and secretly wiped the sweat off her palms. Then she raised her hand and rubbed her forehead. She took out a small piece of paper from her sleeve. The paper was full of poems and sentences that she had copied. The little girl who was minding her own business carefully reviewed the illusions in Huang Heji. Sometimes she scratched her face, sometimes she was annoyed, and sometimes she was shy. In the end, she put away the paper and raised her fist to cheer herself up. In the end, the little girl was still a little discouraged. Her chubby face was pressed against the stone table. She frowned slightly and sighed softly. She probably felt that she was very ugly and that it was very, very difficult for her to earn money. The delicate little girl took out a few celestial items that could be used to watch other illusions. She gritted her teeth and chose a small and exquisite coral tree. Red light flowed around it, indicating that the illusions in Huang Heji were being activated. She pursed her lips and carefully took out a piece of snow to spend money. She refined it into pure spiritual energy, and as if she was watering the coral tree, she slowly spread out a landscape painting scroll. It was the painting fairy who was temporarily her neighbor in the snail shell. The little girl took a deep breath and sat upright. She was completely focused and did not even blink. She carefully looked at the fairy's every word, every frown, and every smile. She spent a piece of snow to spend money. Earning money was not easy, but spending money was like running water. How could she not be serious? However, the more the little girl looked, the sadder she became because she felt that she would never be able to learn it in this lifetime. Xianxia put away the teapot. He held his chin with one hand and gently shook the cattail leaf fan. He stared at the little girl from afar. The old suzerain of Jade Gui sect narrowed his red phoenix eyes and smiled gently. Old Wormwood Master Ni Yunzan appeared outside the mansion. The door was not closed. He stepped in and came to Xianxia's side. He smiled and said, "Master is still in the mood for leisure as usual." Xianxia sipped the tea from the teapot and then joked, "Why did you provoke my good friend? The old man suddenly wants to know the taste of arsenic. Do you want to die? Or do you think your sword skills are invincible because you showed off Jiang Hui mosquito slaying sword? Great, now you don't even have a stalk of bamboo wormwood left. How can you be a ferryman in the future?" And Yunzan said, "Back then we had an agreement that I would only be an anonymous guest of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land Huang Heji. I would wait for the fated person to take away the ancient golden elixir. Other than that, I would do whatever I wanted. There were no restrictions on whether I could leave or stay." Xianxia nodded and said, "For so many years, relying on the three-legged golden toad on your shoulder, you helped my blessed land gather a lot of wealth. I have to thank you. However, you instigated me to bring the boat to the lotus flower blessed land. You said that you hoped to help him untie the knot in his heart, but in fact you were scheming. Let's not talk about the original intention, just the result. You caused my good friend and I to be separated from each other. Now we're even." And Yunzan was like a celestial being who left a crane slough on the boat. He glanced at the river and the ferry port where there were no more ferry boats and sighed, "My body and mind have been in a cage for a long time. Now that I have returned to nature, I didn't expect that I would feel uncomfortable." Xianxia smiled and said, "Now that the general trend of the world has risen, after you gave away the golden elixir, you didn't think of doing anything else? For example, meeting Sui Yu? Of course, those who left the lotus flower blessed land were not only the 4 people in the picture scroll around Qin Pingan. The old Abbey Dean was one of the oldest cultivators in the world. Moreover, he was an unattainable 14th state. He could use the blessed land to seek the cave and exchange Taoist techniques with the Taoist ancestors. His Taoist techniques were still very high. And Yunzan asked, "Aren't you curious who I'm going to give the golden elixir to?" Xianxia dismissed it with a smile and put away the half-moon-shaped teapot. Even though it looked unremarkable, if he could really kill the moon with a single willow leaf back then, the bright moon hanging high in the sky of the Cloud Cave Blessed Land would be the purest moon among the 10 big grotto heavens, 36 small grotto heavens, and 72 blessed lands. As for now, Xianxia honestly did not want to go to Dali if he did not want to be the chief consecrator of the Luapa mountain. Qiyu was now in Qin Pingan's hometown town. With a large amount of military achievements, not only was he recognized by the Central Region's Confucian Temple, but he was also qualified to establish a sect in the vast world. Since Ni Yunzan said so and was unwilling to give the precious golden elixir hidden in the yellow crane Ji to Tui Dongshan on the boat, it meant that Sui Yu Ni Yunzan's favorite disciple in the lotus flower blessed land was indeed not a fated person. Xianxia gently waved his palm leaf fan and said, "It's just an immortal weapon. It's not enough to make me curious. Only those who become golden elixir practitioners are of my generation. However, among the same golden elixir practitioners, the difference in the quality of their golden elixirs was like the difference between clouds and mud. Just like how there were millions of beautiful women in a continent, only 36 women could be ranked on the Rouge painting and the Divine Flower Mountain. And Yuanzhan took the initiative to reveal the secret of heaven and said, forming a tower with grass, observing the stars and qi, summoning a pavilion in the ancient land, deep and eternal. The Northern Golden Peak Temple's orthodoxy originated from the Daoist Pavilion sect. There were hundreds of magnificent mountains and rivers, but Zhongnan was the most famous. Zhongnan had thousands of peaks and Pavilion sect was the most famous. Zhongnan was one of the 5 ancient peaks and it was the most difficult to find. It was on par with the ancestral mountain of the Thousand Jade sect of the 3 mountains blessed land Taishan. The ancient Pavilion sect was closely related to Zhongnan. The surname Xiao was one of the few ancient surnames, along with Jiang Shangzhen's Jiang and the Jiang of the Aquarius continent's Yunlin Jiang clan. Jiang Shangzhen clicked his tongue in wonder and said, Elder Du of the Golden Peak Temple is quite lucky to have Xiao Yuanran as his disciple. Previously I felt that this kid's luck was strange, but it was so good that it was not eye-catching. This is even rarer than being a young hero. Not only did he find a good master who was willing to nurture him wholeheartedly, he also found a hidden Taoist vein like the Golden Peak Temple. Finally, he was able to form a relationship with the Great Spring Dynasty's imperial throne, which was protected from the fall of the dynasty. He earned a lot from all these. Now he is just sitting at home and waiting for Brother and I to take the initiative to send him an opportunity. The immortal opportunities on the mountain are indeed wonderful, even I am envious. However, this is a great thing for Xiao Yuanran, but it may not be the same for Brother and I. He is involved in the muddy water and has no choice but to return to the cage. And Yuanzhan said, I know you don't have a good impression of the Golden Peak Temple, so I won't ask for much. I only hope that Xiao Yuanran can cultivate smoothly for 100 or 200 years. After that, when he enters the upper 5 realms, whether it is a blessing or a curse, it will be up to him. I won't make any promises. Jiang Shangzhen shook his head. Brother and I, you left the bamboo wormwood and crane cloak tonight. Sure enough, you didn't give him a gift for free. You have long seen the entanglement between my brother Chao Mo and the Golden Peak Temple. You reclusive experts like to do things like the gray line of grass snakes, which is annoying. A cultivator is riding a boat along the long river of time. Time passes by slowly and everything is fine at first. Everyone minded their own business, but from time to time, they would see the same person at a ferry downstream. If it happened once or twice it would be fine, but it happened 3 or 4 times without end. Not to mention Chao Mo, even someone as good-tempered as me would feel that it is unreasonable. And Yuanzhan's expression turned solemn and he said in a low voice, From what you mean, you want to stop me from sending out the golden core? Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, If Xiao Yuanran dares to come to Yellow Heji, I'll let him die in front of you. If you dare to send out the golden core to the Great Spring Dynasty, I'll let him have the chance to complete his Dao meaning with the golden core and become the legendary first-grade golden core, but he won't be able to break through to the nascent soul realm. And Yuanzhan sneered, Do you think that just because the Eastern Sea Temple is no longer in the vast world, you can compete with the old temple master in terms of Dao techniques? Jiang Shangzhen smiled and said, We're separated by a world. Why should I be afraid? And Yuanzhan said meaningfully, Oh? Fellow Daoist Zhou from the Spring Tide Palace, you're as heroic as ever. Jiang Shangzhen blinked and leaned against the railing. He leaned back and half of his face was covered by the cattail leaf fan. Could it be that the old temple master has graced the cloud cave blessed land with his presence? And Yuanzhan sneered. A willow leaf flashed and a sharp sword light pierced through the old temple master's head from between his eyebrows. And Yuanzhan reached out a finger to press between his eyebrows. He held onto the railing with one hand and said furiously, Jiang Shangzhen, how dare you? Jiang Shangzhen laughed. Brother and I, you're really inexperienced when it comes to pretending to be mysterious. If the old temple master really left a bit of his mind in the vast world, why would he waste it on someone like me who's always kind and forgiving? And Yuanzhan sighed and said with a gloomy expression, I'll continue to stay in Yellow Heji and help you expand the fortune in the blessed land. As for the ownership of the golden core, we'll discuss it later. Jiang Shangzhen comforted him. Brother and I, you're a gentleman. Being schemed against by someone like me proves that you're a righteous person. Why should you be sad? You should be happy. What's so bad about the Cloud Cave blessed land? It's just a door away from the vast world. There are so many shrewd people who are even more despicable than Zhang Shangzhen. They can be seen everywhere on the streets. If it's not Han Yushu, it's Du Hanliang or Lu Ying. They're all experts in scheming against each other. Brother and you'll be at a disadvantage easily if you work hard. In the end, it's better to be a fisherman on the river, singing by the lake, rowing a boat under the bright moon. Zhang Shangzhen nodded vigorously. That's right. If you're living under someone else's roof, you should have the awareness of living under someone else's roof. Oh right, I've seen a lot of new people and things tonight, and I've also thought of some old things. It's rare for me to have such a poetic mood. I've only managed to squeeze out 2 sentences after racking my brain. And Yanzan sneered. I think it's better to forget about it. Master Jiang is so talented I wouldn't dare to follow up. Wouldn't that make me a laughingstock? Zhang Shangzhen laughed. If I'm not wrong, Yanzan, you've been hiding something. You didn't give the golden core to Sui Yu, but you secretly kept a good sword from the temple for your only disciple. I've said it before, there's no teacher in the world who doesn't consider the path of a direct disciple. You must know that when I went to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I wasted 60 years there because I wanted Lu Feng to be one of the top 10 in 60 years. Luckily, I got a good weapon from the old temple master. Zhang Shangzhen looked at the river and the moon and said, Today I want to borrow teacher's sword. When the sky is dark, the earth is dark. And Yanzan frowned and shook his head. There's no such sword. I'm not lying. Zhang Shangzhen glanced at old Hao and said, You're the sword. And Yanzan was angry. Are you scolding me? Zhang Shangzhen smiled. Teacher and there's no need for you to lose your composure on purpose and show weakness to me everywhere. I've carefully flipped through the various history books and secret records of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. Teacher and is proficient in the knowledge of the 3 schools of thought. Although you were limited by the quality of the blessed land back then and were unable to climb the mountain to cultivate, which led to your failure in ascension, you actually possessed a clear heart of belief. Otherwise, you wouldn't have been invited out of the blessed land by the old temple master. If Ding Ying was carefully nurtured by the old temple master using the martial madman Zhou Xian as a prototype, then Eugenie of the Lake and Mountain sect should be calling teacher Ni master from afar after several centuries. Yanzan sighed. Gone are all the winds. Zhang Shangzhen knew that he would not be able to come up with anything else with Yanzan, so he continued to observe the mountains and rivers, looking at Wei Qiongxian's water mirror's image. With the abilities of immortals, he tossed a small coin into the snail shell estate without anyone noticing. He smiled. I'm Zhang Shangzhen of the Dragon Province. Wei Qiongxian remained unmoved. She only continued to paint. A small coin was not enough to make a fairy who was likely to make it onto the painting of rouge make a fuss. All the Qi practitioners watching the water mirror's image heard what Zhang Shangzhen said. Very soon, a cultivator tossed in a coin as well, laughing loudly. I'm Zhang Shangzhen of the Scarlet Shirt Mountain. Another person tossed in a coin as well. I'm Zhang Shangzhen of Poyang. You fake Zhang Shangzhens, get out of Fairy Wei's water mirror's image. Currently, there were many water mirrors' image on the Tongye province mountain with the suffix Zhang Shangzhen. At dawn, Qin Pingon rested with his eyes closed on a small bamboo chair under the eaves. His hands were placed on top of each other with his palms facing upwards. He had only separated a fragment of his consciousness to immerse himself in the small world of the human body. Qin Pingon smiled knowingly. For no reason, he thought of a paragraph in a scholar's notebook. It was about the description of a successful cultivator who visited immortals. It was made up purely from the imagination of a scholar. The golden core was sparkling and colorful. The cloud liquid sprinkled on the 6 bowels and the sweet dew moistened the bones. He felt that his body was as light as a swallow pecking on the fallen leaves. His skeleton felt as if it had fallen into the clouds and mist. His consciousness was like a bird flying between heaven and earth. The sound was endless. He felt as if he was about to soar to the heavens and cook for a long time. He suddenly came back to his senses and stepped on the ground. Only then did he know that there were immortals on the mountain and that there were spells in the human world. At the Taiping Mountain, the Fist of the 11th State seemed to have written a wordless fist manual. The manual was divided into 2 parts. One part was on the body of the immortal Han Yushu, and the other part was embedded in Qin Pingan's mountains and rivers. Previously, when he was sleeping soundly at the straw hut in the Sea of Bamboo, Qin Pingan had been concentrating on studying the fist manual. The moves, momentum and spirit were progressing layer by layer. From the fist theory to the fist technique, he did not miss anything and benefited greatly. The 10 realms of the martial way were indeed the limits. Vigorous qi, pure qi and the 3 floors of Shandao were just one level apart. So half a fist of the 11th state was able to make Qin Pingan, who was at the 10th state vigorous qi, to only be able to parry and not retaliate. Qin Pingan retracted his consciousness. It was as if he was returning home from a long journey. He slowly left the 10,000 miles of mountains and rivers in the human body. He said in his heart, "Awake." Cui Dongshan sat up. He rubbed his eyes and was a little dazed. He stretched his body and said, "Senior sister is still sleeping? Why is she like a child?" Qin Pingan nodded and said softly, "She has been tense for too long. When she was crossing the river on the boat, she slept for a long time. The time was too short. It is still far from enough." Cui Dongshan laid on his side. "Teacher, this time on the way back to the Aquarius continent and the future location of the Tongyi continent, there will be a lot of troubles. I will stand on the side of reason." Qin Pingan lifted one leg and quietly placed it on the ground. He said slowly, "The world is still the same. Talking about reason makes people sick of it. What is the point of learning the sword and training in fist techniques? Naturally, it is to make people more patient. From not being willing to listen to a single word, to being willing to listen to a few sentences. From being willing to listen to a few complaints, to being willing to listen to everything from start to finish." Cui Dongshan wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingan laughed. "There are differences between close and distant friends. It is human nature. It is unavoidable. I will control it well." Qin Pingan stood up and started to walk in the 6 steps. His punches were extremely slow, causing Cui Dongshan to feel sleepy again. "I'm not worried about that." Cui Dongshan shook his head. He was disheartened. "The old bastard is crazy. He placed me under house arrest in the Great Blasphemy Temple for many years. I tried my best to get out but could not. It was only at the end of last year that I received an edict from Lin Shui, who was in charge of the temple, that I was allowed to leave the temple. When I showed myself, I discovered that the old bastard was utterly vicious and merciless, even tricking me. So now, other than my cultivation level, I actually have nothing left. The Great Li Imperial Court doesn't seem to have a person like Cui Dongshan at all. I've lost all of my identity in the Great Li dynasty, whether in the open or in the dark. The old bastard deliberately made me go from an insider of the situation of a continent to a complete outsider at the final stage. Then from half an outsider of Luopa Mountain, I became a true insider. Mister, don't you think this guy has a screw loose?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "It is for your own good and also for Luopa Mountain. Otherwise, although you seem to have the upper hand in everything, in fact you are involved with Dolly everywhere. It will not be good. When the time comes, I will reason with Dolly. Dolly will talk to me about the incense, I will talk to Dolly about right and wrong, and Dolly will talk to me about the overall situation. That will be troublesome." Cui Dongshan said helplessly, "I know the reason. Before I came to see you, I also comforted myself like this. But when you mentioned Han Yushu of the Wanyao sect, I began to be worried again. An immortal who was willing to sacrifice his ancestral foundation and decided to fight you to the death in exchange for credit. What does it mean? It means that there are at least 1 or 2 Ascendant Realm cultivators behind Han Yushu. I am afraid that even the Confucian Temple in the central region can't get hold of their weakness. I can conclude that the old bastard was aware of this in the past few years, but he deliberately did not say anything to me. It's okay. We will settle this old score. Let's take it slow. We will unravel it bit by bit. There's no need to rush. Let's take it slow. Let's take it as an extremely dangerous puzzle. The reason why I had deliberately left the Clear Breeze City and the Upright Sun Mountain untouched was because I was worried about alerting the enemy too early. Otherwise, before the last long journey with the Luopa Mountain's wealth at that time, I actually had the confidence to wrestle with the Clear Breeze City. Qin Pingan casually stopped walking halfway and sat back on the bamboo chair. He raised his palm and tapped his fingers together. He smiled and said, "From the natal porcelain of Lu Xianyang and me, to the real mastermind behind Xingyang Mountain and Qingfeng City, to the unavoidable encounter with Han Yushu this time, and most likely the Battle of the 13 at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, These are all grievances that diverged from a certain vein. It's just that they come from different paths. In the beginning they definitely didn't deliberately target me. An orphan from Mud Bottle Alley in Pearl Cave Heaven wouldn't be so important to them. But when I became a hidden official and returned to the vast world alive, they couldn't help but care less. Cui Dongshan looked at Pei Qian with a strange expression, as if he was hoping that senior sister would stir up the hornet's nest. Qin Pingon asked in confusion, why? Lu Xianyang is already at odds with Windy City and Xinjiang Mountain? Cui Dongshan shook his head and said timidly, it was old chef who moved the entire Fox Nation to Lotus Root Blessed Land. Qin Pingon was stunned for a long time. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. He said helplessly, Pei Xiang, the ruler of the Fox Nation, is in the nascent soul realm, right? Is she that gullible? What about the backup the Su family of Windy City planted in the Fox Nation? Has the hidden danger been dealt with? Of course not. But old chef seems to be better at dealing with women than brother Jiang. Cui Dongshan nodded vigorously. As for the hidden danger, it was indeed dealt with by old chef and me. Someone did something to Pei Xiang's soul. That person is very likely to be. At this point Cui Dongshan's face turned pale and he was sweating. He reached out a finger to press between his eyebrows. Some thoughts. Sealing is like sealing a mountain. It is the most difficult to fight against oneself. Since you don't allow yourself to say it, then don't say it. Qin Pingon reached out and patted the armrest of the recliner, indicating that Cui Dongshan should not put himself in danger. He said with a smile, I have some guesses about the person behind this. He is most likely similar to Han Yushu in terms of background and methods. He likes to secretly control the situation of a continent. The flow of sword qi in the Aquarius continent is very strange. From Li Tuanjing in the Wind Thunder Garden to Wei Jin in the Wind Snow Temple, Lu Baqiao and of course Lu Xianyang and I. Obviously someone did something to us. My relationship with He Xiaoyang from the Qingliang sect in the early years was like a marriage book being checked by Yu Lao. I secretly tied a red string for him. So this matter is not difficult to guess. Of the 7 ancestral blade strengthening gourds, 2 of them are in the small Aquarius continent. Isn't it strange? And the gourd that Su Jia from the Xinjiang mountain has a mysterious origin. I only need to follow this clue and go to the ancestral hall of the Xinjiang mountain as a guest. I will be able to get close to the truth by flipping through a few pages of the old almanac. The only thing I am worried about now is that the person has quietly left the mountain to wander other continents before Lu Xianyang and I went to Q-Sword sect. Cui Dongshan gritted his teeth and bent 2 fingers. He wanted to cut out a thought that was locked by himself and Cui Dong from his divine soul. Qin Pingon put 2 fingers together and gently tapped the armrest of the recliner. He interrupted Cui Dongshan's dangerous action with his fist intent. He then waved his sleeve and Cui Dongshan immediately fell back and leaned against the chair. Qin Pingon laughed. I just don't have a ruler. Cui Dongshan spat out a mouthful of turbid air. I am useless. Qin Pingon said, do you know what I admire the most about Master Wan? It is that when Master Wan takes in disciples he values their temperament. He also thinks that when taking in disciples, it is the master passing down the Tao to the disciple. The disciple can practice the sword in peace and not quarrel with others for the sake of a sect or fight in groups. I feel that Master Wan is most worthy of admiration for this point. The master leads the way and the cultivation is up to the individual. The disciples who enter the sect to cultivate do not completely disregard the reputation of the ancestral hall. They do not need to care about the master and disciple status. In the end, cultivation is still human. On Luopa Mountain I do not feel that Pei Qian has to be like anyone. He does not have to be like me. Luopa Mountain does not need everyone to be like me or Pei Qian. On this point you have already said it very clearly back then. Alright, tell me something that makes me happy. Cui Dongshan turned sideways, his palms pressed against his cheeks. His whole body curled up, his attitude lazy. He laughed and said, Mr. Now Lotus Root Blessed Land is already at the bottleneck of a superior blessed land. The wealth is rolling in and the benefits are great. Although it is far from being comparable to Cloud Cave Blessed Land, but compared to the other superior blessed lands of the 72 blessed lands, it is definitely not at the bottom. As for all the intermediate blessed lands, even if they have been managed by the Zhong family for hundreds or thousands of years, they still cannot be compared to Lotus Root Blessed Land. Qin Pingon on the other hand didn't feel too happy. Instead he felt a little uneasy. Cui Dongshan was very considerate and quickly handed over an account book written by Wei Wenlong. This is an old account book that I got before I was locked up in the temple. After Qin Pingon read through the history of how Lotus Root Blessed Land became a high-grade blessed land, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was the right time, right place and right people. It was just that he would inevitably owe a lot of favors. No matter, the favors on the mountain were not the same as below the mountain. There was no need to fuss over the passing of 10 to 20 years. Inside the blessed land there were mountain and mountain deities, ghost fox immortal monsters, flower demons, wood demons, heaven and earth treasures, martial and civil luck, immortal opportunities, all of them appeared one after another. Qin Pingon's eyes lit up. He carefully flipped through the account book and asked, "Great blasphemy? Dolly wanted to transform GQ into a dragon?" Cui Dongshan said softly, "The great blasphemy that runs through the center of the Aquarius continent is called Qi Du." Qin Pingon stopped flipping through the book and nodded his head. His expression was calm as he continued flipping through the book. His tone did not fluctuate much. "I remember that year Li Huai and the rest all obtained a copybook. If not, I would not have broken the contract with GQ so decisively at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. In order to break the contract, the price was not small." Cui Dongshan felt that it was a pity. If Mr. did not break the contract, you would be able to obtain an endless supply of water luck, and for the next 100 or 1,000 years, you would be able to stay on Luopa Mountain like a fisherman sitting on a fishing platform, and reaping the benefits every day. Even if GQ was not willing, she would have to give it to you. Qin Pingon did not mind and joked, "Logically speaking, being a good person actually requires people to pay an additional price. When I first found out about this, I found it hard to accept. But after experiencing many things, I truly thought it through and accepted it wholeheartedly, and it became easier for me to let go of the worries in my heart. It is because it is hard to reason with people and it is not easy to be a good person, that is why it is so valuable." Cui Dongshan muttered, "Everything under the heavens is about gains and losses, and then there is initiative and passivity, that is the way of the world and the human heart." Qin Pingon nodded his head, "That makes sense." Nalan Yuji and Yao Xiaoyan walked out of the house and came over. Qin Pingon extended his finger to his mouth, indicating for them not to speak loudly. Pei Qian was still sleeping soundly. Nalan Yuji spoke in his mind, "Master Chao, are we going to Inkstone Mountain today? If you have matters to attend to, we can go tomorrow morning." Qin Pingon nodded his head, "We are going. Before we move out, I will inform you." Nalan Yuji brought Yao Xiaoyan and left and went to admire the pile of ink stones. Qin Pingon looked at the small mountain of stones and was quiet for a moment. He hesitated for a moment, then asked in his mind, "Do you know of a lady called Kuyu? I heard that she is currently in our Aquarius continent." Cui Dongshan nodded his head, "I know of her. She has a good relationship with Xiaomi Li." "Mister, why are you asking this? Do you know her?" Qin Pingon shook his head, "I don't know her." Cui Dongshan was just about to say a few more words when Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Remember to remind me often in the future. When I'm chatting with my own people and sparring with others, I must say less strange and shocking things. Luopa Mountain has been led astray by you and Pei Qian. The only good thing about it is that it has caused me to reject any compliments from other people." Previously, when Huang Yiyun was at Huang Heji's side, she had the posture of a Wenquan fist. Huang Yiyun herself was fine, but she had her own reasons for using the Wenquan fist. Qin Pingon still had a good impression of Huang Yiyun and Pu Mountain Cloud Grass Hall. A pure martial artist who could peacefully train his own martial Dao, was willing to do something for the mountains and rivers of a continent, to the extent that he was willing to stake the honor and disgrace of Pu Mountain. That was definitely something. In truth, the reason why Qin Pingon was not willing to accept the fist was because even Jiang Shangzhen had not guessed the reason. The ladies of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had many heroes. Tong Yi Continent's martial artist Huang Yiyun, as well as Lu Xia Continent's female immortal, Song Li, whom he had met on the sea previously, all made Qin Pingon feel as if he had returned to the Great Wall of Sword Qi. However, the spectators who had walked out of the snail shell mansion all had burning gazes, full of anticipation. The only thing that all the spectators cared about was the result of the Wenquan fist, who won, who lost, and who was alive. It was not as simple as the spectators wanting to join in the fun, but the Wenquan fist could injure and even kill people. Especially when Huang Yiyun made a move, it seemed to become a matter that was not worth asking why. It was a matter of course, a matter of heaven and earth. Yes, 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 what Mr. said is extremely true. The Wen Quan fist is terrifyingly profound, even more profound than the martial artist's realm. Seeing that the situation was not good, Cui Dongshan hurriedly changed the topic. Just like Yu Panshui, that bad chess player, when he played chess with others, the spectators would cheer and clap their hands vigorously. The most frightening thing was those spectators who really thought that old Yu, who constantly made muddle-headed moves on the chessboard, had made some amazing moves. Old Yu was still alright, he knew how much he was worth. However, in the ways of the world, how many people are only good at one skill? Over time, they really mistakenly thought that they had mastered all their skills, that they were successful in cultivation. After not seeing each other for a few days, they became a national master in chess. After another few days, there was another master of painting. When they went to the foot of the mountain and casually said a few words, they became a master of maneuvering and maneuvering, a master of witty conversation. Casually saying a joke that was not funny would win the cheers of the entire hall, and everyone at the table would laugh there. Qin Pingon turned his head, smiled and did not speak. The change in topic was a bit stiff. Cui Dongshan complained, "Eldest senior sister, that's not very kind." Pei Qian had actually already woken up, but she was still pretending to be asleep. Cui Dongshan did not give up and said, "Senior sister, wake up. According to the agreement, you have to help the Jade Archive divide the small mountain of inkstones into 3, 6, and 9 grades." Pei Qian could only open her eyes and yawn, but she still lay motionless. Zhang Xianxia came. Pei Qian stood up and walked over to Nalan's Jade Archive, helping to divide the pile of stones. Qin Pingon planned to make a trip to Mount Laojun today. As for the Inkstone Mountain of the Crown Prince, of course he would not miss it. Zhang Xianxia entered the place, carrying a bamboo yellow brush holder in his hand. Cui Dongshan's eyes lit up, generous and generous as expected of the righteous brother Zhou. Zhang Xianxia smiled and said, "Let's discuss with the Mountain Lord, don't go to Inkstone Mountain." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Why not? I didn't ask the Blessed Land to make an exception for me. I'm just going up and down the mountain according to the rules." Zhang Xianxia raised the bamboo carving brush holder in his hand and said seriously, "Business is business. For this transaction, the Blessed Land will obviously lose a lot of money. I can't stand it." Qin Pingon was earning money from the Cloud Cave Blessed Land. Zhang Xianxia really felt bad inside. Nalan's Jade Archive was that little girl's Fengsuan item, it was still fine. But what about Pei Qian? Brother Cui? Young Mountain Lord? Who didn't have something close at hand? What's more, could those few old pits withstand the threes overturning? As long as these people climbed up Inkstone Mountain with Qin Pingon's temper, he would really take away half of Inkstone Mountain's fine stones and materials. And he wouldn't even blink an eye. But Zhang Xianxia was happy to spend his own money. Although giving away this bamboo yellow brush holder was equivalent to a mountain water secret realm, Zhang Xianxia would only lose more money than the Blessed Land's Inkstone Mountain, but these were two different things. It was the mountain water secret realm where Qin Pingon was recuperating. Qin Pingon accepted it with a smile and kept the brush holder in his sleeve. To be the chief consecrator, how could he not have some sincerity? In the Jisei Peak's ancestral hall meeting, he had to stand his ground. This thatched cottage concealed the mountain water secret realm in the sea of bamboo. The scenery was beautiful. Qin Pingon had some selfish motives. He planned to ask Wei Pai to help connect the mountain routes after returning to Luopa Mountain. Connecting the water, he would use it as a place to cultivate in seclusion. For the first time, Bai Xian said that he wanted to practice his sword diligently. In the end, only Nalan Yuji, Yao Xiaoyan and Qing Chaolu followed Qin Pingon to Mount Laojun. Zhang Xianxia agreed to let the 3 children continue to try their luck at Inkstone Mountain. The group left Yunming Peak and went to Mount Laojun. They walked into the myriad miles of mountains and rivers painting. Pei Qian said that he wanted to go with Nalan Yuji. Qin Pingon nodded and agreed. Although there wouldn't be any accidents in this Cloud Cave Blessed Land, with Pei Qian by the children's side. Thinking of this, Qin Pingon was in a daze. Since when could Pei Qian protect others? When did Pei Qian not become a child? Therefore Qin Pingon couldn't help but look at the back of the first disciple and say something unnecessary. You have to be careful. If you encounter any problems, look for Master. Pei Qian turned his head, grinned, and made a gesture of gently patting his forehead. In the myriad miles of mountains and rivers painting at the peak of Mount Laojun, there were hundreds of scenic places. Qin Pingon didn't hesitate to spend half a day to travel from the southernmost Yuzhou to the north. He walked through them one by one and visited them. During this time, Qin Pingon visited the great spring mirage city that he had never really set foot in the past. Of course, he also visited the Heavenly Fault Peak and the Golden Peak Monastery of the northern sections. Especially the Golden Peak Monastery, Qin Pingon almost didn't shrink the mountains and rivers. He walked extremely slowly. In the end, he returned to a place for the first time. Standing on a mountain belonging to the Golden Peak Monastery of the Alliance of Peach Leaves, Qin Pingon didn't move anymore. He took out a jade archive unique to Mount Laojun that was issued by the Cloud Cave Jiang clan. He circulated a trace of spiritual qi and poured the names of the places carved on the jade archive. Finally, more than 10 immortal mountains in the mountain and river painting suddenly enlarged and rose from the ground. Qin Pingon held the jade archive in his hand. On the ground, more than 10 places with good feng shui rose one by one. Looking around, he finally withdrew a part of the spiritual qi and shrank half of the mountain's scenery back into the painting. Qin Pingon pressed his palm against the narrow saber and gently tapped the hilt of the saber. He fell into deep thought. The Summer Palace had a rich collection of books. Back then, Qin Pingon was alone and spent a lot of effort to classify all the secret books. Among them, Qin Pingon carefully read the 24 volumes of the Cloud Book of 7 Lots. Among them there was also the Department of Sun, Moon and Stars. Besides the Big Dipper there were also the Auxiliary Star and the Prime Star. In the vast world, the spirits of mountains and lakes mostly worshipped the moon to refine their forms. There were also cultivators who were good at guiding the stars to refine their qi mansion. However, in the past 10,000 years, the Big Dipper gradually showed a strange pattern of 7 showing and 2 hiding. Qin Pingon flipped through the old almanac and knew the truth. It was the Sage of Rites who took a group of scholars to accompany the sages and the great cultivators on the mountain peak to travel far away from the sky. They took the initiative to search for the remnants of the gods. The lineage of the quasi-sage suffered a great loss. The Grand Heavenly Master of Dragon Tiger Mountain also fell in the sky. The reason why the Auxiliary Star and the Prime Star were mysteriously hidden was that they were once one of the battlefields of the great cultivators and the ancient gods. Cui Dongshan squatted beside Qin Pingon's feet. The white-clothed youth was like a big white cloud that landed on the mountain peak to rest. This old Abbot Du, who I've heard of for a long time but never seen in person, is full of immortal aura. Qin Pingon smiled and said, "The reason why little Longqiu didn't participate in the Alliance of Peach Leaves is to deduce the remnant Taoist rhyme of the ancient mirror and refine the bright moon mirror. It's both a real benefit and a smokescreen at the same time. Little Longqiu may have secretly contacted the Golden Peak Temple. Once little Longqiu successfully occupies Taiping Mountain and forms a mountain alliance with the Golden Peak Temple, she can obtain a certain promise and secretly seize a sum of benefits. The Golden Peak Temple will be the most profitable one. As long as this protective mountain formation is formed, it will cover half of the Tongyi continent. It's enough to be comparable to the mountain formation of Jade Gray sect, right?" "That's more or less the truth." Jiang Shangzhen nodded and said, "If Taiping Mountain and the Heavenly Fault Peak are not included and replaced with the other 2 mountains, it can only be considered ordinary. Even if it forms the celestial phenomenon of the Big Dipper, it's still a little lacking. After all, there's only one Golden Peak Temple and its foundation is not strong enough. It's already very shocking. Du Hanliang is a nascent soul cultivator and a sect candidate of the Golden Peak Temple. He dares to think and do it. He's very impressive." Qin Pingon clicked his tongue and said, "Du Hanliang is indeed the mountain monarch of your Tongyi continent. He's a hero in a chaotic world and can protect himself. He's also a hero in a peaceful world and can take advantage of the situation to rise. Taoist Baozhen and Xiao Yuanran are so lucky to have such a good abbot." Jiang Shangzhen sighed. "Great minds think alike, Hill Master." Cui Dongshan rolled his eyes. Qin Pingon said slowly, "Taiping Mountain, the Golden Peak Temple and little Longqiu can forget about them. As for the Green Tiger Palace of the Heavenly Fault Peak, will old Immortal Lu take advantage of the situation and change to a bigger mountain?" Jiang Shangzhen laughed and said, "Lu Yong is an old friend of ours. He's a nostalgic person and is one of the few old immortals who can be considered to have returned home in glory from another continent. In the Aquarius continent he has the support of the Dali cavalry and the vassal king Song Mu. It's unlikely that he will ally with the Golden Peak Temple. Qin Pingon covered his sleeves with both hands and squinted his eyes. The pivot is the heaven, the jade is the earth, the Ji is the person, and the power is the time. Among them, the heavenly power is the darkest. When Chu is the connection between the body and the handle. Jiang Shangzhen laughed and asked, "Does Abbot have a grudge with the Golden Peak Temple?" Qin Pingon's thoughts jumped and he asked, "There's a county in the Great Quan Dynasty called the Riding Crane City. It's said that in ancient times, there were immortals who rode cranes and ascended. It's actually just a small mountain and the land around it is expensive. Does it have anything to do with old Mr. and I?" In the past, in the Riding Crane City, there was a youth who borrowed a knife from the martial temple. Of course, there was also a local lord who understood the ways of the world. At that time, Qin Pingon wanted to give him a small sum of money as a reward, but the old Mr. did not accept it. As for Du Hanliang's direct disciple, Daoist Baozhen Yin Miaofeng and his grand disciple Xiao Yuan Ran. Qin Pingon was not unfamiliar with the master and disciple who were consecrators of the Great Quan Dynasty. The master and disciple were once responsible for helping the Lu dynasty's emperor to monitor the Yao family's border army. However, Qin Pingon did not know that Daoist Baozhen had resigned from his position a few years ago and was cultivating in seclusion in the Golden Peak Temple. He was still unable to break through the bottleneck of the Dragon Gate realm. However, his disciple Xiao Yuan Ran was already the top consecrator of the Great Quan Dynasty and was a young gold core earth immortal. Jiang Shangzhen clapped his hands and laughed, "Abbot, you can even guess this." It was indeed that teacher Ni of the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land who had ascended to the vast world that created the immortal ruins that were talked about by later generations. Qin Pingon said, "Back then when we were surrounded and killed in the Great Quan Dynasty, I always felt that something was wrong after that. I suspect that the Golden Peak Temple was actually involved, but for some reason they did not show up." Connecting to the current situation of the Tongyi continent, after a great battle, Du Hanliang was actually able to carefully select 7 mountains to build a great formation. I even suspect that this old temple master colluded with the military camp of the savage world back then. Jiang Shangzhen said, "Of course you can guess like that, but there is no evidence, not even the slightest clue." Qin Pingon smiled and said, "Don't worry, I am not stupid. I will not become enemies with half of the cultivators of the Tongyi continent just because of a Du Hanliang that I have never met." The current Du Hanliang's realm was not high, but he was the favorite of the cultivators of the Tongyi continent. Becoming enemies with the Golden Peak Temple was equivalent to becoming enemies with the entire Peachleaf Alliance. Qin Pingon asked, "Do you have a copy of this mountain river diagram? I need to look at it more. The location of the next sect is very important." He believed that Jiang Shangzhen had already guessed his thoughts. Moreover, there was nothing to hide from this sect's consecrator. Perhaps Yi Yunyun's appearance in Yellow Heji was all intentional by Jiang Shangzhen to build a bridge between Luopa Mountain and Pu Mountain. Jiang Shangzhen said, "If there is a copy of the mountain river diagram it will be more taboo. However, I can get someone to make a copy." Qin Pingon swallowed his words back into his stomach. He originally wanted to say that he could pay for it. The group left the boundary of the Laojun Mountain and rode the wind to the Yen Mountain that was dozens of miles away. Qin Pingon kept his promise and did not go up the mountain to plunder. He only waited patiently at the foot of the mountain. Cui Dongshan received his teacher's heartfelt reminder and suddenly said loudly, "Teacher, a girl named Jue is now living in the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River. She seems to have a good relationship with Lu Xianyang." Qin Pingon turned his head and looked at Jiang Shangzhen. Qin Pingon originally thought that Jue had only gone to the vicinity of his hometown. He really did not expect it to be such a field. With Lu Xianyang's character, regardless of whether it had anything to do with Jue or not, when he returned to Luopa Mountain would he feel good? Jiang Shangzhen pretended to be stupid. He waved his hand and said, "Go up the mountain. I know of 2 old pits that contain extremely beautiful ink stones." Qin Pingon stretched out his hand. Jiang Shangzhen asked doubtfully, "Mountain Master, what are you doing?" Qin Pingon smiled and said, "I want to borrow a few things from you." Jiang Shangzhen accepted his fate and began to check his sleeves. He did not expect Qin Pingon to suddenly say, "East Mountain, isolate the world." Cui Dongshan immediately used his flying sword to draw a golden lightning pool. Qin Pingon threw out the immortal skin of Han Yushu from his sleeve. Zhang Xianxia laughed loudly and kept it in his sleeve. It was an item that was close to him. In the future when he roamed the Jianghu he would have another excellent skin bag. Qin Pingon reminded him, when you feel that the time is right, appear as Han Yushu once. Also it must be within the blessed enclave. Do not appear in the vast world. As time passes, the ancestral hall of the Wanyao sect and Han Yushu will definitely become suspicious. Let me say this first. This matter is extremely risky. Take it that I owe you a favor. As for this immortal's skin and the other half of the fist manual, just take it as payment. Zhang Xianxia smiled and said, I know what to do. In the end, Qin Pingon did not climb up the Inkstone Mountain. Pei Qian and the others went down the mountain and returned with a full load. Nailin Yuji jumped down the mountain. When she reached the mountain gate she deliberately complained, why is Sister Pei so poor? She doesn't even have anything to protect her. Pei Qian smiled and nodded. Zhang Xianxia was enlightened. Qin Pingon rubbed his eyebrows. The little girl was too superfluous. Her Jianghu experience was still too little. They returned to the Yunming Peak together. Zhang Xianxia left and asked someone to copy the mountain river painting. Cui Dongshan followed to join in the fun. Qin Pingon looked at the bigger inkstone mountain on the ground and was speechless. Bai Xian saw that Cui Dongshan was gone and immediately put his hands behind his back. He swaggered out of the house and stood beside Qin Pingon. Diligent sword practice? With my aptitude and comprehension do I need to do that? Qin Pingon called Qing Chaolu and waved to Pei Qian. Come and help him? Pei Qian scratched his head. Master should do it. I don't know how to teach fist. Qin Pingon smiled and called Bai Xian. He took Qing Chaolu to an open space and said directly, if you want to learn fist you have to learn listening fist. Bai Xian grunted and nodded. Not bad. Master Chow is indeed knowledgeable. Little chef, you have to listen carefully. Pei Qian, who was busy separating the inkstone mountain, turned his head and looked at Bai Xian. Bai Xian noticed Pei Qian's gaze and asked doubtfully, Sister Pei, what are you doing? Pei Qian smiled slightly. Bai Xian, who still didn't know the importance of this matter, smiled at Pei Qian. Qin Pingon continued, whether you can practice martial arts or not depends on whether you have fist intent. What did it mean to possess the fist intent? In fact, it was not illusory. It was nothing more than the word memory. People's blood, flesh, tendons, bones and meridians all have memory. If you want to learn fist you have to be able to withstand a beating. Otherwise, no matter how many moves you have, they are all just paper. So the worst thing when you practice fist is not remembering the beating. Nailin, you didn't have time to choose the inkstone. She quickly took out a pen and paper and began to copy. Pei Qian touched the little girl's head. Qin Pingon turned to look at Bai Xian. I will suppress. You only need to use your flying sword. Don't be afraid of hurting people. Bai Xian originally wanted to say that he was afraid of killing people with one blow. However, when he saw Master Chow's smiling eyes, he immediately swallowed his words and obediently swallowed them back down. Qin Pingon moved his head and Bai Xian's flying sword swept past. Bai Xian's flying sword made a big arc and stabbed at Qin Pingon's forehead. Qin Pingon didn't move this time. Bai Xian frowned. How do you know I will stop the flying sword? Besides, aren't you afraid I will change my mind? Qin Pingon stretched out a finger and gently pushed aside the flying sword in front of him. He pointed at Bai Xian and then said to Qing Chaolu, the first level of listening to a fist is to determine the origin, weight and power of the fist. The second level is to observe the person. Look at the person's arm, shoulder, stance, fist intent, eyes, face and even his thoughts. The third level is to accurately calculate the timing, location and people. You have to listen carefully. The little fatty said softly to Bai Xian, even if you changed your mind Master Chow would know. But Master Chow didn't move because he knew you didn't change your mind. Qin Pingon smiled, that's right. Bai Xian sneered and walked slowly with his hands behind his back. He copied Qin Pingon's words and said, by the same logic learning martial arts and fighting with your life on the line is the same. Then it is the same in a battle with a sword. You can't just focus on the opponent's fists, legs or flying sword. You have to divide your thoughts and fight in pairs to win. This is an extremely complicated chess game. You have to determine the opponent's background, skills, techniques, robes, offensive and defensive talismans, the level of your realm, the amount of spiritual qi, whether you cultivate unorthodox methods, whether you have used your trump cards, whether you have used them all or not, etc. These are all knowledge that needs to be carefully pondered. You have to think quickly and must be faster than your fists and swords. In the end, it is to let martial artists and sword cultivators reach the state of being able to predict the future. Qing Chaolu listened in a daze. Qin Pingon reached out and patted Bai Xian's head, praising, "Not bad, you really have the ability to comprehend. You are much stronger than when I first learned the fist." Bai Xian waved his hand, "Average, not worth mentioning." Pei Qian smiled, "It's a pity that you don't learn the fist." Bai Xian smiled and cupped his fists. "If there is a chance, I would like to learn from Sister Pei." Pei Qian smiled and nodded, "Sure, sure." Qin Pingon did not stop Bai Xian. He kept jumping and leaving his name on a certain account book. He estimated that when Bai Xian came to Luopa Mountain he would gradually understand how heroic he was now. Qin Pingon let Qing Chaolu walk back and forth and pointed out some details of the fist stance. Qing Chaolu was actually not slow in learning the fist. Qin Pingon let the little fatty continue to walk and went to the bamboo chair to lie down and rest. Pei Qian sat on a small bamboo chair and wanted to say something but stopped. Qin Pingon smiled and asked, "What's the matter?" Pei Qian's eyes were dark and unclear. He lowered his head and said, "I saw a replica of the Beko Keikyung building." Qin Pingon was puzzled. Then, Pei Qian clenched his fists. "Listen to Master, I can't look at other people's state of mind. So I only saw the state of mind of the people close to me at most once. I also only saw the old chef's state of mind once. For example, Cui Dongshan's state of mind was a deep pool with golden books scattered on the shore. For example, the old chef Zhou Lian's bloody storm, only a tall building stood tall with people leaning against the railing. When Zhou Lian returned to his hometown he once smiled and said to Pei Xiang, 'Who can tell me whether the world is real or not?' He once sighed, 'Waking up from a dream is like jumping off a cliff.' The noble young master Zhou Lian, in fact, when he first traveled in Jianghu outside the village's hotel, he saw a roadside dog and couldn't let it go in this life. It was like he didn't know he was a guest in a dream. The water flowed and the flowers flowed. Qin Pingon didn't know these things. Pei Qian didn't know either. Pei Qian only saw the replica of the Dali dynasty's Beko Keikyung building and couldn't feel at ease. Qin Pingon thought for a while and folded his hands in his sleeves. He looked up at the sky with a calm expression and said softly, "You have to believe in the old chef. I will believe in Zhou Lian." Pei Qian was relieved. "I believe in Master." Qin Pingon nodded. "Let's go home."